Oh, it's fine.
I'll half otherwise, I wish they first one.
Well, that has been a very, very impressive first half in the Ace final for Hartpury College, who lead Worthing by 24 points to 0. The sun is shining and it's very much on the backs of the girls in the Gloucester colours. Freddie and Mike are alongside, and if finals are all about putting your best foot forward and doing exactly what you've planned for all week, how well have Hartpury College done in that regard?
Oh, they've smashed it. I think they were 21-0 up after about 14 minutes. I think Worthing have done well to stem the tide, but no, very dominant. Lots of skill on show, lots of big carrying, lots of tackle power, so yeah, it's been good to watch.
Well done to the girls in red and white. From a Worthing perspective, it's a big ask at this point in time, but still time, still plenty of opportunities. Where do they turn?
Yeah, they need to get some attack going. Ultimately, we're sat down at their try line and we didn't see much action down here, so they've just got to try and find a way of getting some territory, trying to get the ball down, just trying to turn this Hartpury team and actually put a little bit of pressure on. But Hartpury aren't giving them many ins, and they're being quite good and disciplined in terms of not giving away penalties, so they're making it very, very difficult for Worthing to get out of their own end.
There's obviously still a second half to come, but it's worth just touching on Hartpury in a broader context. Very, very dominant at PWR level. Mo Hunt, I hope you're watching. And obviously the pathway is now beginning to work incredibly well as well. What's really particularly impressed you about the way they've gone about their work?
Yeah, look, I think with the women's game, they're prepared to give the ball a lot of air, so they're getting it to edges, and they like having those little having those little offloads. Plus, you know, with Hartpury being, you know, what are they, championship team as well, they've got such a sort of history in having setups. They look quite professional in the way that they've got their shape that they try and get into, and obviously feeding off the Hartpury Gloucester girls as well. Obviously 15 of those are in the Red Roses team that took the World Cup final.
You have just pinched
my stat.
Trace piece of gold.
But I'm about to whip that one out, mate.
If you always get it in first, then there's nothing you can do about it.
It's a brutal battleground in studio.
I think they've obviously got that heritage of being around those girls as well. They still train at Hartpury, so you know, when you've got that sort of pedigree to learn from and benefit, you can make sure it shows up on the big days, and just like those girls did at Twickenham, whatever, 4 or 5 months ago.
15 of the 23 Red Roses for the World Cup final that took place last year came through the Hartpury setup. I mean, that in itself is just such an inspiring element for these girls to be looking at and knowing that they're in the right place to really kick on.
Well, they're a powerhouse, aren't they, in the women's game? I'm sure a lot of these idolise the likes of Mo Hunt, who have come through Gloucester Hartpury, and you see the England first team doing so well. It's you know, an inspiration for these girls to go and get in that pathway and replicate their idols. So this is the start of that, the opportunity today.
24-0 down, Worthing. Roll the dice, get everything you've got. Where else do they turn?
Well, all you can do at this point is go and leave it all out there. You know, in terms of if you get strike opportunity, do your best strike moves that you feel give you the chance to break their defensive line. Hopefully the coaches might have picked up some stuff where they can see opportunities. I think they've got to hold on to ball a bit better. Unfortunately, quite a few unforced errors. If they can do that, you never know. They're going to, sun's out, enjoy yourself, give it a crack and see where it leaves you.
It is, though, Hartpury College who've got this commanding lead, 24-0 at half-time. A reminder, the Under-18 Vase and Under-18 Cup to come a little bit later on. But what have Worthing got? Let's find out in the second half as we hand you back to Kat and Jack.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, we are waiting for the second half to begin. It's not long that they get at half-time, these schools, to make any adjustments that they need to. Staying out on the pitch. Hartpury College soaking in the sun. Worthing College taking the shady option over by the touchline. Kat Merchant, you've played here plenty of times for England in sevens and for your university. What recollections do you have from that day?
Oh, well, I can't remember that far back, but no, I do remember being able to come to Twickenham. So my first game at Twickenham was actually for university, into the finals, and I'd been injured for the full year with ACL reconstruction, so first came back, so it was fantastic in that sense. But favourite memories here have got to be when we beat New Zealand and scoring in that corner over there. That was my favourite moment.
The bottom right.
Yeah, bottom right. Yeah, right winger go into there.
A couple of times, wasn't it?
Yeah, two that game. Yeah.
Ready?
You're good to go.
You never do things by half, Kat.
No, I didn't. It was a winger's job. You got to score tries. You got to score.
Hartpury kick us off, and Worthing cleanly gain possession back. Needing to tap into that
Step.
middle part of the first half and really keep their foot on the pedal for the rest of the 35 minutes.
Tackle complete. Playing on the floor.
It's not out of reach, such a comeback, but the first thing you have to get over is
Tackle
those
complete,
red and
moving on
white
the floor.
hoops and the feeling that they give opposition players, and it's certainly a real thing, which Worthing College's head coach Mark Rugman pointed to as the reason for their loss earlier in the season.
Oh, it's huge. When you get in your head about players, like, it's a bit like the All Blacks, the Black Ferns.
Yep.
You know, they had years of dominating, and people would fear their shirts. And actually, you just have to go. It's just another team. Play as you can and play the best of your ability, and almost ignore whoever they are and what they bring. Respect them,
Yeah, I'm
yes,
happy with that.
but actually focus on yourself, and that's when you can. It doesn't matter. Those shirts don't matter anymore.
Marley Hill taken by Bagnovic, and then Hill comes peeling round. Good feed in the pass as well, and Hartpury College are up and over already. And Charlie Williams storming over the turf at Allianz Stadium, Twickenham.
That was a lovely line from Williams there. Great straightening. And you can see how much it means to her and to the team running in, giving her a pat on the back, and rightly so as well. But a dream start for Hartpury. So good line outtake, drive, but then get that peel, and then it's the line running off that peel. Work to be done. There's good footwork, nice balanced run there as well for that score.
Instead, at the start of the second half, it's Hartpury who extend. Those scores either side of the break, giving everything a very different feel now.
Yeah, it would have a chance at half-time to talk about what they wanted to do more of, but this one, just such a lovely line, because defence are all drifting because they think it's going to go wide, and that cut against the run of play in between defence is so good.
It's excellent set-piece work from Hartpury College, and here's the try scorer, Williams.
Step, Green. Thank you. Off the foot play.
Bouncing
Knock
around.
on.
Worthing College. We're going to get a penalty here.
Knock on.
Accidental offside.
Offside.
So they, in
Knock
front
on.
of the kick,
And it's offside.
on the knock-on. I thought they were shaping up to box kick that one. That's what I was thinking was going to happen, but then they decided to put it deep, and always difficult to try and go for a grubber here because there's just busy bodies in the way. So I don't know if that was the intention of what she was going for, or if she wanted more height on it.
Charlotte Brooks has kicked Worthing into Hartpury's 22 again.
Not here.
And now has words with her back line to plan this next phase. They've been scuppered a couple of times by winning their line-out ball but not cleanly winning it, and therefore everything else that they had planned has to be rejigged. Clean ball here is going to help Charlotte Brooks so much, but it goes over again. She goes after it and has done really well, the fly half.
Knock on the floor by Red.
So actually it ends up working out quite well for them,
Yeah.
that overthrow, actually, by the pressure that they then put on to Hartpury and forcing that
That's
knock
it.
on. And really, when a ball's bobbling along the floor like that, someone's just got to dive on it, like trying to scramble and pick it up. If you pick it up, if you manage to, you're going to probably get hit, player and ball. But the first one just goes behind, and then here someone just dive on it, get it stopped.
Crouch.
It's not part of the English ethos to kick a ball from that situation. It is part of the French ethos. You see the French try that option a
Yes.
few times. Thomas Ramos normally pulls it off.
Fly.
Here goes Worthing College. They're off and running here and looking at the try line on the edge for the first score. for Worthing College in this Ace League final. It was clinical in the end, precise passing, and the celebrations to match.
Yeah, Marnie Ward there, the winger, goes over in the corner. Fantastic finish for her. She gets finally some ball in space. Not had much so far this game. So here's the scrum, does well, gets out. It's a nice 9 carry to that right-hand side, and then beautifully timed. She waits for that corner defender to turn in before she releases Ward, and then Ward doing classic wing finish there.
Type of set-piece play that has Hartpury's hallmarks all over it. Big scrum. Perfect choice for when to pick and go from the scrum half.
Yeah,
Slick hands.
and the timing for me, that was really great, because if you give that too early, defence can drift and they potentially might catch Ward, but actually just her carrying that extra metre and arcing round just to make that winger turn in before she gives the pass, beautifully timed and executed.
Charlotte Brooks with as challenging an angle as this pitch can offer for a right footer. Hits it well, hits it very well. Just to the right, though, of the posts.
And that could be the boost that Worthing need for something to click and for them to come away with points now. That can give them that boost to now switch it. And we've seen it throughout the last few days of finals. Teams have come back from behind and to win. So great handoff, great carrying. That's it, the timing. And then still work to be done here, because Ward could be edged into touch there, but she's not. She stays strong, stays low, gets the score.
Thank you. Right, when she's ready. Going left or right? Ready? Okay. Time on.
Kick downfield from Cornwell. Hartpury collect, and already forward pods ready and waiting to go. Marley Hill in the scrum hat.
Now to your advantage.
Well spaced out here as well, as Worthing have to choose their moment to come out of the line. Big bump from the fly half. Barringer. Bagnovich to Williams. She gets away again. And making that decision when to pass late on as well, so Worthing struggled to line up the numbers. Hill, the hooker.
Okay, advantage over.
It was her break in the first half that really set Hartpury College on their way. Since then, plenty have followed in her footsteps. Staying on her feet, Ethorne, and fighting hard. Penalty right in the middle of the park.
Number 13, high tackle. Keep it down, please.
So tackle height just creeping up too high. Referee wanting to see that lower. Sybil opts to go for touch. And after their last line out that ended up in that Williams score, why not? I think they'll be fancying their chances. And there's the shot just high coming in there from Goyati.
Again, good take from Hartpury. And straight to it, to Ipolotu. Ethorne. Hill. To Ipolotu again, quick change of direction. And that unfoots a couple of Quins players.
Keep your eyes on the back.
Worthing College players, rather. Bagnovich. Big fend first off, and then she rolls for extra metres. Still with it. Williams changes gear, and she's over again. Charlie Williams forcing Worthing to bend to her will. She has a second.
Yes, such a strong ball carrier. Really great work with her.
Yeah.
Using her body strength, manoeuvring it well. So hands off the first player, hands off the seconds, but uses the momentum to get her going.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then Williams, after the offload, manages to pirouette her way through two different players to get the score. Bagnovich, very strong carrier as well, isn't she? She's done some real work this game so far.
Straight through again. Lovely kicking too from Rosalind Civil.
Worthing defence initially looking so strong, driving Hartpury back, but just cannot stop Williams from there.
You get the sense, Kat, that whilst Williams and Bagnovich are enjoying themselves out in the sun here, they'd be having just as much fun in the mud of December in a wet
Yes.
Go green, lost, green, lost,
5 points
Silence,
contest that can go either way.
Green, listen. Lost, don't compete.
This is a day out, but that might be where they prefer to be.
Side entry 15.
Yeah, as what I described as a solar-powered winger. I don't understand that. I did play in my fair play of muddy, horrible, cold pitches, but I much prefer running around in the sun than, yeah, malls and rucks and things like that. Just tried to keep out of them as much as I could.
Thank you.
Bagnovich,
More.
Tuipulotu,
Fine, she's peeled off.
good timing from Robin Cornmell to close that down. Williams at speed again. Good tackling from Brooks, the fly half.
Yeah, fine.
And Worthing
Fine.
have
Red's holding on.
stopped the flow of things for now. All Hartpury College at the start of the second half, except for their try, and now maybe Worthing can get back down there and score another.
Fury, Jason, just on the last line out, non-complete
Brooks is
from
making
green.
good distance with
That's skipping
every
off.
kick to touch.
And you can hear the crowd. I think that's the Worthing fans really cheering on their team. They went wild for the score, and they're cheering almost just as much now.
Disruption at the line out again, but nevertheless Worthing working it into midfield well. Ball ricochets off a Hartpury College player. It lands in Imani Ward's hands.
No more, Red. Rock. Back.
And Worthing taking it to Hartpury College. Hartpury going to be very comfortable in defence if Worthing runs straight at them. If they work it to the edge, then that's a way to unpick that red and white defensive line.
No more, Red. Go beyond the ball.
I deemed to go past the ball there, which is
Going beyond the
why
ball.
that penalty came, but Worthing did risk getting isolated there. They're ones from up here in our angle. It's easy to see, and you're like, she's going to be isolated with that line, not got the support with her, but you have to go for ball, can't go beyond.
Double tackle from Hill and from Tuipulotu. But Worthing retain it and they bring in the next wave, and that is Elsie Nicholson.
You're good.
He's the hooker, Trotman. Changing direction to Brooks. bounces away from everybody as
That was still live.
Ward was planning a second try.
Red. I need number 6 off.
Not a bad option for that, because it does. You have got the pace of Ward out there who could
number 7 off.
Look to chase, but
And
either way it
number 6
puts
coming on will be the new
pressure
captain.
onto Hartpury, having to chase back for this one. And obviously, yes, they'll have
7 red.
the line out,
7 red.
but they're going to probably end up having to kick it back to Worthing.
Number 6 is the new captain.
So Darcy Houchin, the captain, is off, and as we can hear from the referee's captaincy, taken over by Abby Griffiths now. Under pressure here. Hartpury College, Worthing have now nabbed it back, and they are hunting the line again. Big carry from Worthing and Elsbeth White. And then they go again, taking up this challenge from Gloucester Hartpury, and they're over the line, but it's taken off them.
It's from the line out, so it'll be on the 15.
Yep. It's a knock on by Red. Knock on. Strong on the
So
15.
we're playing with that knock-on advantage there, but what a strip over the line there. Really
knock on by
impressive
Red
to
scrum.
hike her
I
up,
need
but also
substitution
steal the
for
ball
Green.
in the act of it.
Number 19 off.
Time off. Substitution 19. 19 green.
7 green.
Yeah, smart
And you
play
want 7
there.
green as well.
She's good here.
And number 30 green. Number 7 green.
What else do you need to come off? Okay, they're coming off. We're good to go.
Substitution is complete.
13, yeah, okay.
Good to go.
Perfect. Okay, time on. I'll step to the left.
So with this raft of changes for Worthing College, they need to collectively be on exactly the same page
Bind!
to get over the line again. Similar position from where the last try was scored.
Now.
Eloise Panton might be thinking of the blind side, and they do go that way with Hobson Northam.
Tackle release!
Never gets to Panton, however.
Back.
So they go open. And there's Brooks playing a little wider now. Good hands along the line here. Ward with the pass over the top to Brunel. Coming at speed towards the line here and timing it well. Emily Edge.
6 back! 6 green, get back!
Crossfield kick, which is read by Hartpury College, and comfortably read, and now they open up their playbook, and jaggedy run which almost threatens to break through all Worthing ranks. Bagnovich, really good nuts and bolts player, isn't she?
Green back! Touch!
Brunel leads the counter. Charge, and the chase was excellent from Hartpury. Brooks has gone forward, unfortunately for Worthing College.
Yeah, and again, they get numbers out there. They just struggle to
Substitution red.
get that quick, clean ball
17
going
off.
flat out wide.
17 red. Off.
There's the crossfield.
17.
But what about this for a take and a run? Absolutely beautiful weighted run there.
Confusion,
Great
number
footwork.
18 off.
Okay. Are we ready? Time. Mark's here. Yeah.
Yeah, Isla Apiafi, she's so fleet-footed and well-balanced.
She is well balanced, good pace, backs herself as well. That was a nice run.
Crouch!
Oh.
I think if you had some coaching sessions with her and you taught her your famous handoff, I think she'd be the complete player.
There we go, yeah. We've not seen the opportunity for it yet. I'm sure she's got a handoff as well. But yes, that was my go-to.
First player. No hands red.
Plenty of time for her to learn it. College, Worthing College, with the pick and the go, and good fend to create some space here, and down the short sides, putting it together nicely, and only a pass away and a couple of inches on that pass from releasing the winger.
Yeah, difficult one when you're stepping back inside. I can see what she's trying to do because she's fixing the defence to give her wing space, but then it's such a difficult pass when you're stepping away from it to then be able to pull it flat. So there's the one hand. Some good footwork going in, good shot as well, but manages to get it away. And then this was the one that stepped back in, but then difficult to release.
Here goes Larkeye. Return of Hartpury College for their line out to stutter. Hobson Northam does a good tidying job of that, and then plays it into Fumi Adaremi Hepburn's hands. This is Cornmel. Panton keeping the pace high. Good dummy from the blind side. Collingbourne.
It's knocked on green, knocked on green.
It will come back. That was picking up pace for Worthing and looking promising.
Knock on.
But Hartpury College Cat have barely given away a penalty in defence today.
Yeah, they've done really well. They've iced when they needed to, which means just leave the breakdown, and they've gone in when it has been on. But just, yeah, Worthing kept trying to keep that ball alive, but if you're offloading off the floor, you're always taught, instead of aiming for the hand, you've got to aim for the head, because it's never going to go as high as you think it's going to go, and then if you're running at pace and it's low, it's difficult to take.
Good scrummage from Worthing. But they give the penalty away.
17.
And Hartpury want to go. They'll get called back here. It wasn't taken from the mark, but even if it was, referees don't like to have missed out on action behind their backs, do they?
No, they need to see it in case it's not been tapped properly. I think they have to cite it, which is important. But I never mind a quick tap in a 22. I'm actually a fan of it.
What a take. That was superb, but unfortunately the accidental offside because of
the knock on, and then player being in front just means that knock on actually ends up being a penalty. Always a tough one as a player, because you just thought when the ball's there, just your instinct is to jump on it, but yeah, can't do it. But it looks like Gloucester have opted for the scrum, have they? Or did referee change? Well, I've been dummied by the ref there. I'm not sure. I'm sure she had a hand up for penalty, so let's go with Gloucester opted for a scrum. Let's go.
Set. Height.
Charlie Williams. So fast when she gets up to speed.
No, green back. Green back. Thank you. No, penalty advantage. Side entry.
Back to Barringer. Long legs on that kick. An awfully long way.
Come back.
Right here.
Come back to me. Yeah, keep going, keep going.
Yeah.
Up there.
20, side entry.
Yeah, these are the coach killers, because referee, you could clearly as well hear her saying leave it, no green. So then you just go, you do just leave it, even if you think you've got the rights for it. If referee's saying it, you just got to listen.
And Rosalind Civil kicks Hartpury College into Worthing's half again.
They're on the line, you set to go. Green on the line. Yeah, yes.
Hill and Bagnovich. Nicely done, really good hands into the midfield. They move it so well, and they want Williams to have another go at this Worthing line, and she does. And it's Civil, and it's Hill. Now here is Apiafi. Bagnovich.
Tackle. No more. Green. Lost. Thank you.
Ethon into Tuipulotu, back to Hill. Forwards making easy work of getting up to the 22. And now they look to play to the edge a little more, where the spaces are wider and the fast speed of Isla Apiafi can be utilised.
Last green, back formed. Excuse me, step back.
Big carry again, that's the 5 metre line for Hartpury College. Then Hill. Oh, it's taken out of her hands, but they had the penalty anyway.
6, offside. 6, offside.
Penalties against Evie Collingbourne.
Hold, time off. Anya. So it's just a string of indiscipline from the team. Stepping really offside in the ruck. And also in the ruck, they're not listening to me. Asking them to, if I say lost, leave the ball. Do you take to them? Yeah.
Anya Geraghty, the captain for Worthing, asked to make sure everyone's in line a little bit more.
Yeah, it's exactly what we were just talking about just a minute ago, but when ref's giving you clear communication, if she's saying ball lost, that means get your hands off it, leave it, don't come into it. So it's just picking up on those cues, because refs want a quick game, but obviously they also want a fair one, so they'll give the warning, but then they have to stand by it, and a few offsides creeping in as well there. But I like that Geraghty just said, clarified, can I just have time to talk to my team, because so often when there's penalties, we've seen it before in internationals, quick taps have gone, and so important to clarify, can I have time, I'm going to have a chat, yes, everything's nice and clear.
Plenty of England rugby fans still sore about that against Wales, I reckon.
Yes,
what was it, 4 years ago now?
Yeah, who knows, but yeah.
Is she off?
It's not forgotten.
Yeah, she's coming off at the back.
It's in.
Standing over this.
Okay.
Holly Bagnovich, who almost crossed in the first half. But now the move, it goes to Hill. Marley Hill, she's so close.
And the line.
Ethorne, the next wave is ready and waiting, and scoring. Under the posts at Allianz Stadium. Hartpury College get another. The talk this season was of them having their DNA back, and my goodness, they have stamped their hallmarks all over this performance.
Yeah, absolutely they have, and Abby Griffiths the one there to get the ball down to her side, but they've just got numbers, and they come round the corner. Everyone knows their role. They make sure they protect that ruck. She's not going on her own.
Well, Kat, you've been keeping tabs on players who've impressed you and who might be in the running for your Continental Tyres player of the match today.
So just in the running, I think Tuipulotu's done some great stuff. Sybil's been really solid in at 12. Worthing College as well, I think they've had some performances. Panton, I think, has been good at 9, and obviously Ward with her score.
Yeah, good call.
But I'll save the player for in a minute.
One more play until we go to you, Kat, with that. So Smaley for Hartpury, sealing the ball, and a woman who's been brilliant today with ball in hand, Marley Hill, as well as with her set piece. Fantastic performance in the yellow scrum hat. Hobson Northam onto Panton, who has been really, really good at 9 for Worthing College today. She took over from another player who got sadly injured this season, Dita Shaw, who was an England under-18 player. Panton has really done well to take the mantle on from Shaw.
Back, Green, back.
Changing direction either side of the ruck and making yards into Griffiths and Bagnovich territory, which isn't easy. chase on here, but a lot of space
Red retreat.
for Hartpury College. They choose to kick instead, and Worthing have read this nicely. Sauntering forward and placing a fend goes Brooks, just keeping her feet inside the white lines. Hobson Northam now, the number 8's made a good break. Support is there.
Backwards.
Hasn't gone forward.
Red.
Good speed from the fly half Brooks to go on the outside there. Maisie Trotman, she's lifted and shunted backwards by Charlie Williams. Little juggle from Faye Ball. Bending low to try to bump off Marley Hill, but you can't do that. And guess what? At the end of all that endeavour, a Hartpury College penalty. So, Kat, who are you going to select as the Continental Tyres player of the match?
I think she's had an absolutely standout game, but it's going to be Charlie Williams. I think she's been absolutely fantastic. Got 2 tries, done loads of carries. They really utilised her as she came on, and she's made an impact in this game and defensively strong as well. And so, yeah, she's my player of the game.
Here she is,
Blue.
with the
Mark here.
headband and
Blue.
2 tries today. And surely being lined up for more carrying action in a moment, but the break on through the middle. Robin Thorpe taken by Hobson Northam, and Geraghty kicks it downfield. Worthing are onto this, but so too are Hartpury.
Yeah, she's fine.
Charge down. Bounces around for Worthing. They can't keep it in their path. Geraghty will slide in, but
Knock on my green.
the whistle's gone.
Such a shame though, and it kind of, it's been one of those days, hasn't it, for Worthing, and sometimes it just can be that they've been in and amongst it, and there's been those almost moments, those if things have been a little bit different. But I mean, Gloucester Hartpury have been outstanding today. They really have stepped up. They've been just a different class. But Worthing, I think, can rightly feel disappointed with only the 5 points, as I think they've deserved more than that.
Subs complete.
We have seen why this is the rugby factory when it comes to women's rugby in England. It's why they were able to have contributed to the careers of 15 of the 23 player squad that made the England's Red Roses World Cup final here at Allianz Stadium on the 27th of September. 15 of them had come through Hartpury College.
Incredible to produce that many just quality players.
Height.
Williams.
That green.
And what a kick as well. It wasn't just England players either. There was in the final last year, Seren Lockwood played at 9 for Hartpury College. She then went to play for the under-20s over the summer for Wales in the summer series. She was then selected for the World Cup and played in all 3 of Wales's matches. So that's how quickly the career path can progress from this very moment today.
Oh, hugely so. I love that there is more of the into the youth setup, into the development pathways, because it's where, when you're young, you learn how to be in England under 18s, you know, as it is under 20s. Like, just getting an opportunity to play at a high level, to know standards, to know how to behave off the pitch, all of that's so valuable for when it comes to then stepping up into adult rugby.
Strong advantage.
Of course, Kat, no one's got a patch on you playing senior rugby at 16, though. That's
yes, I did.
That's very impressive.
Very long time ago, but yes, that was quite terrifying as a very skinny 16-year-old at the time as well, playing amongst internationals. I remember playing against Suday, and she was an incredible player, England captain and all sorts, and I was there opposite her on the wing, and I was terrified, but it was a great opportunity, and I loved it and never looked back.
Crouch. Bind.
So these final minutes, but maybe only moments for Hartpury College and Worthing College on the grass at Allianz
Back
Stadium.
reset, mate. That was a mess then.
Ball in hand appropriately for this Hartpury team.
No, green. Last green. 20 on the elbow. 20 on the elbow. Off feet.
Civil is going to put the spiral bomb up. And it's going to nearly find grass. Hobson Northam has done really well. Geraghty. They're going to have a go at this, Worthing College.
Left release, Mark, release. Back.
Panton's box kick. Read very well, though, at the back by Bella Jones. Ethorn. Now it's Civil. Worthing have pinched it on the floor.
No more red.
And Panton puts it in the air. One for anyone to gather.
9 red, offside. 9 red, offside. One.
Come to me first. Yeah, edge of the mark, mate. Yeah. Spot on.
Over the line.
Thanks, mate.
Worthing's line out again. It's nabbed by Marley Hill. They've really got into the Worthing set piece. Early on, they disrupted it.
No, green, your
And
feet.
they've reaped the benefits off quite a lot of loose ball
Thank you.
to Pelotu. Devastating in those early exchanges as Hartpury set the tone for this Ace League final. And they built on that. And they're still going, still wanting to enjoy themselves out here at Allianz Stadium, and they're looking for one more. The lift to the winger just goes and only finds a Worthing play.
No more, no more.
Panton back to Hobson Northam. What a kick this is from the number 8. All of 65 metres from Hobson Northam. Hartpury have done their sums, and they are back on top in the under-18 Ace League. Hartpury College win at Allianz Stadium for a 4th time. They are the champions again. They've been the league leaders all season, and save for a loss to Loughborough in the regular, they have been the dominant force, and they finish on top once again. Darcy Houchin gets a lift into the air as part of the celebrations, and Kat, what a performance from them, what a side, and what a team of talented players they are.
Oh, they really are, and they're clearly a tight-knit unit as well, that throughout the whole game patting each other about, cheering each other up. A really well-deserved win. They were absolutely class today.
From 1 to 15, the quality on display, in the forward pack especially,
They're so much better. And you don't get like people's
set the tone for them, and I suppose they didn't overplay as well, Kat. They didn't lose any of their structure. They stuck to their training, and it just paid off time after time. So the final score from Allianz Stadium, it is 43 points to 5 to Gloucester Hartpury, and we'll go back to Alex and the guys in the studio.
Well, those who love their rugby will know that Gloucester Hartpury are the dominant force in the PWR right now, and the little sibling, let's say, have done the job here as well. Well done to Hartpury College, who have beaten Worthing by 43 points to 5 in the Ace Girls League final. Dominant from start to finish. Freddie and Mike are alongside that. When you come to a final and you want to put your best out there, that is as close to the template in the game plan, I imagine, as they'd have wanted to get to today, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd imagine if you had said to them at that full-time score at the start, they'd have bitten your hand off. I think it was brilliant from Gloucester Hartpury. Nice for Worthing to get on the scoreboard. Obviously, didn't get one before the half, so nice for them to chip in the second half. But yeah, brilliant from Hartpury.
What particularly impressed you about the way the victors went about their work today?
Look, I just think you can see how good the programme is that they run there. We just talked about, physically. Rugby's a physical sport. Fundamentally, the bigger, stronger, quicker you are, the harder you are to beat. It's a simple game in that sense, and Hartpury looked immense from the start. And plus, off the bench, you need impact players as well, and they seem to have a larger squad that came on and did a job in the second half where needed. Obviously, Captain Darcy having to go off, they had to bring players on, and they adapted, and they were just ruthless, at the start of the first half, just to get those fast scores. Again, momentum just shifts. As you said, Worthing, it was great to see Worthing get on the board, but I think they're fully dominated today, unfortunately.
Full credit to Worthing, as you say, and today may not be their day, but they have obviously had a season that deserves real credit, and I hope they'll get the celebrations that they deserve off the back of it. But it's hard not to look at Hartpury now and the way that it's joined up with Gloucester Hartpury, and looking at the number of players that are going through to the Red Roses as well. This is quite a rugby machine at the moment, isn't it?
Quite exciting, I think. I think we might see a lot of these girls in the future representing the Red Roses. I think we talked about the strength of Hartpury earlier as a programme and the opportunity that these girls have got, and this will only make them stronger. So I have no doubt that in a couple of years, they'll be in the Red Roses.
We've got a lot of people in the stands now. There's a lot of noise being made as well. I think quite a few E-numbers have been consumed on buses coming up to Allianz Stadium today, and rightly so. But also, it's not just what we've seen out here today, but also younger years within the schools, surrounding schools as well, are going to be inspired by what they've seen from the girls out on the paddock today.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's great that the schools are really thrown into this. It was back in my day off school, let's go down, support the lads. I've just been in the crowd talking to a few of the Maidstone supporters, and the rugby is the focal point of the school, and it's great that we get them all down here and support. And it's going to be the Maidstone Massive, Stone Army is what I've heard, against Dame Allen.
I've been in with the Dame Allen.
The Geordies.
Dame Allen, they're Geordies, so they're going to be loud.
So I've been in with the Dame Allen crew, and they're calling themselves the Dame Allen Ultras. I think we may need to step up security here. It's going off for the Continental.
Dame Allen Ultras.
The Dame Allen Ultras. But this is a fabulous part of it, actually, and we're going to talk a lot about the rugby and the stars who are out on the pitch today. But just as a sort of a day out for the school, Dame Allen were up at 4 o'clock this morning. They've got the coach down. They've been singing the whole way here. This is the best day of the year.
Coach journeys are the best days. I think it's incredible. Just to throw it to another sport, it's like the Arsenal footballer Max Dowman, who when he went back to school scored his first Premier League goal at 16, and they had a line of it just shifts the dial for the schools that you're at. And these are the same as finals days. To get the whole school behind it, it's something that we need to do better. We need to do more of when we're over here, and make sport, not just make sport, but make everything around it, the band, everything else, a focal point of how good it is to be involved in sport. And it looks like these teams are doing a very good job of that.
Yeah, I think it's nice. It's not just the guys playing, it's actually these lot that get the day out and the fun as well. I was saying I'd have probably had a hip flask in my blazer mask on today, so there might be, I'm sure there's a bit of that up there somewhere.
Detention for you, Stuart, singing after class. Right, let's hand it back to Jack for the trophy lift.
Yes, thank you, guys. It's Worthing College's time to get their runners-up medals, because what a season they have had. The first time they've ever made it through to the Ace League final. They've been steadily climbing the ladder across the course of the past few years since their partnership with Harlequins became a reality in 2022. Their numbers more than doubled, from 20 girls up to 55 now on their rugby programme, and they have residential offerings, they have homestay offerings for girls that want to come from afar to play, and this is the first real step proving that is all working so well. They came up short today. They came up short against the force in developing young women rugby players in England, and for the men's side of things as well. Hartpury so impressive at building and creating players that go on to do great things in the game. They've won the title back as well, after Exeter College defeated them this time last year. Hartpury College reclaim the crown. And so many players impressing today. Off the bench, whether they started, Holly Bagnovich here. Second row partner that she started, Ellie Sampson, who got the first try. And then, of course, Charlie Williams came on and rather stole the show. She's getting her medal right now. And they are receiving their medals from Rob Udwin, the past president of the RFU, John Hole as well, the ECRFU council member, Graham Ledden, the finance officer at ECRFU as well. So the great and the good of the county, the English game, here to crown Hartpury College. Taufa Tuipulotu, number 8, another name who was said frequently during the course of those 70 minutes. And this is Darcy Houchin, the captain of Hartpury College, who will lift the trophy. The Continental Tyres RFU Ace Girls League champions for 2026, Hartpury College. The shining light in English girls rugby, with a day in the sun to remember for a long, long time. And for Darcy Houchin, at least until this evening, when she takes a plane and heads over to Dublin with plenty of her teammates from this match and some from Worthing College as well, as they form the England Under-18 training camp in Dublin over the next few days. A very exciting time in their lives, Kat.
Yeah, absolutely. Just incredible experience for them today, and then to go flying off and to do the representative honours as well is just absolutely great place to be for them.
And there's so many boards and banners that people have painted as well that come down. I think that's actually characteristic of the women's game. There's so many signs in the crowd that people and fans want to bring down and wave, and you see it obviously during the World Cup. We saw it everywhere. It was amazing to see it in the PWR. We've seen it here today as well.
It's one thing that the women do really, really well, is they engage with their fans. They stay around for ages afterwards. You saw it at World Cup, players are actually getting dragged by management to go, no, you've got to go now, you've got to think about your next thing. But an important part of it, and obviously Alona Marr, who is a massive influencer in terms of rugby, got nearly 5 million followers, I believe now, most followed rugby player, male or female, ever. And so she does a lot of engagement with fans, bringing it in, and just super important.
You get the trophy lift, you get the boards. Set piece moments is great, because if you don't have the coverage from one of them, you get it from the other one.
And I love this, part of the wider squad. They bring in players, coaches, they're like, get in there with us, like, you've been a huge part of this as well, you have to share it with us.
And the RFU photographers, by the way, they are the most organised, most officious type of photographers. They make sure that everyone is looking at the camera, and if there's someone at the back who hasn't smiled properly, they'll be taking another one.
Yeah, which can be like heard in sheep.
It is wedding photographer levels of diligence. So Charlie Williams, the player of the match, the Continental Tyres player of the match, is going to be joining our team pitchside very shortly, so we will hear from her in a few moments as a few more pictures are taken for Darcy Houchin and Hartpury College head into the stands to enjoy the rest of the day. If you're joining our coverage now, by the way, tuning in for the next match on, it will be starting at 1 p.m. That's when kickoff is, but our coverage will be taking us all the way through to that. That's Dane Allen School against Maidstone Grammar School in the under-18 boys Vase final. That is coming up. You're in the right place. Stay with us as we join the Good, the Bad, the Rugby gang down pitch side. Well, I think they're having a hard time in finding Charlie Williams. She's probably headed into the crowd to celebrate with her mates and her family.
Yeah, she's busy. She's lapping it up. No time for media. Yeah.
So we've been totally blessed with the weather today for this final, and it's going to stay across the course of the day. So if you're just joining us for this final, why not stay for the rest of it as well? It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'd love to have your company at Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. We have got the company right now of the player of the match for Hartpury College. It is Charlie Williams, selected by my co-commentator today, Kat Merchant, and she is with the GBR gang down pitch side. So let's see what she has to say.
Well, brilliant scenes behind us as the Hartpury College players greet their fans and their friends and their family, and what a performance it was. The first final of the day has gone the way of Hartpury College, and one of the stars of the show, Charlie Williams, has come to have a chat with us. Many congratulations. I imagine lifting trophies at Twickenham on a Thursday beats double geography, I hope. Definitely. What a day for you and your team. Just tell us how well that went for you today relative to what you were hoping to put out on the field.
We were hoping for a good win. We beat them well away from home, so we went out not complacent. We went out hoping for a big battle, and they came for us. It was close, but we were prepared, and oh my god, it was amazing running out here and then putting that score on. It was just the best thing. Were you nervous coming into today? How did you prepare last night? What was the sort of the team talk coming into this game? Last night we were in a hotel up in London, so it was quite a nice relaxed vibe. We went for a little swim, but nerves definitely were there. I'm like playing in the stadium. I think only 4 of the girls were here last year, so quite a new squad to it, but I mean, the excitement overran the nerves, and it just was amazing.
Charlie, tell us a little bit about your journey. We heard about the knee injury, so tell me a bit about your journey coming to this game, your preparation and all about that.
Yeah, unfortunately I've only played 2 games for Ace this season, as I've been out with a lot of injuries, like 3 back-to-back injuries. It's been hard, but to come back for this game and be able to play on this stage is like the best thing. There are no words for it, really. And to come in and get over the whitewash as well a couple of times, it sort of was a dream for you. I think that's a dream comeback anyone could have. 2 tries in Twickenham. I mean, I don't know. And do you get to spend much time with the Hartpury Gloucester girls, or do they imprint on what you're doing in any way? 100%. The programme's huge from the college. We trained with the uni leading up to this, which meant like great preparation, and we had like lovely messages from the Gloucester Hartpury girls. Like the programme's just so good to lead up through, and it's the best programme in the world. How far do you want to go in the game, Charlie? We see a lot of players coming through now, the schools up into academies, up into PWR clubs. What are your ambitions within rugby? I mean, my dream's to play in the PWR and then for the Red Roses. That's the aim.
Fantastic. Put it
Continue
right out
on that
there.
journey and you'll get there.
And how do you get to celebrate tonight?
Well, I've got a warm-up game against Ireland, so we're flying tonight. So,
So short and sweet.
yeah, the girls will have a nice bus trip back, but there's like 9 of us who are off now flying to Ireland. So.
Fabulous. Listen, good luck with that. Very well done to you and your team today. It's been so nice to have you in studio as well. Brilliant performance. Enjoy your
so
trophy.
much.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
Charlie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Freddie. Coming up very shortly, we've got the under-18s Vase for you. Nice to see you. Well done. Good on you.
We arrive typically around 3 to 4 hours before a game. Between the two of us, we'll test all our feeds, make sure everything's coming through fine. The stakes are high, it's not just for us, it's the coaches, the fans.
You have to have complete trust in the technology, because when 80,000 people show up, it gets properly tested.
Sometimes life is best when it's just black and white.
Within the box, we have 2 analysts, 5 coaches, 7 video angles, hundreds and thousands of data points.
Possession, ball in play, line-outs, scrums. We would break that down into individuals as well. How many times they're carrying, how effective their carrying is, how many meters they make, how many tackles they made, how many missed tackles. We've got all this in front of us, but what is the key bit? What trends are happening in the game? All the 7 laptops are linked up. Therefore, coaches can see on their laptops what we are clipping. Exactly the same thing gets fed down onto the bench. The iPads get used to draw their attention to certain things. The fact that everything's all in sync is really beneficial to us.
3 minutes just before half-time, I have some key clips built into an organiser. I'll database them, copy them onto a hard drive, bang, down the stairs we go. I'm transferring the information as I'm walking down.
The stakes are high because of the lack of time you have.
15 minutes whistle to whistle. We give them a space, but then you've got 6 minutes to have an effect on them then to go and win a test match.
You've just played 40 minutes of rugby. The heart rate is pulsing. There's a lot of things going through your mind.
You do have a personal responsibility.
As a player is so important because he's got the feel of the game, but you don't quite see it from a bird's eye view.
There's 1 or 2 kind of bullet points in your mind that you know to kind of go into the second half thinking about.
There's this beauty of all these people are trying to go in one direction together.
If you know that you've had even 1% impact, it makes it all worth it.
Vase at the Allianz Stadium.
Continental Tyres Schools Cup final here at Allianz Stadium.
This is what it all comes down to. Years of playing with your schoolmates.
It's compelling stuff.
From school fields to one of rugby's biggest stages. This is where the next generation begins.
Welcome along to Allianz Stadium, where the sun is shining. We are one final down of 3 here at the Continental Tyres Schools Cup, and we now move on to the under-18 Vase competition. It's Dame Allan against Maidstone Grammar School. Freddie and Mike are alongside. The clipboards are out as the intensity continues to build. And what we've got to start with before we get into the game itself is the atmosphere behind us. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Fair play to the schools. I mean, I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen, but you've got Maidstone over there, tons of scarves with the old chants. You've got these guys come all the way from Newcastle. What an effort. I mean, this is what this day is about.
Yeah. For some of these players, it'll be the biggest game that they ever play, and therefore turning it onto the game itself. What is key for both sides today if they're to be successful?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. It's just about trying to get your execution. More importantly, it's about, you know, these games, finals, you always feel there's more pressure, but you've done all the hard work to get here. So this is the day that you have to enjoy the most, and that'll hopefully get you to put your best stuff on the field. Now, I went and sat in with the Maidstone Massive, the Stone Army as they call themselves. They got Carter Breach at 12, who the 5 people I spoke to in that crowd were saying he's their main man, a strong ball running centre. They've got Ed Holroyd at 8, who's their captain as well. So they know who they need to rely on. I'm sure that Dame, I can always keep going Dame Allan, but I'm sure they know exactly who they've got to pick up as well.
Yeah.
And let's just see. I want them to just go and leave it all out there. I keep saying that. I feel like in Happy Gilmore, and they left it all out there because there's nothing left. That's all they can do.
Yeah.
And enjoy themselves.
Give it your absolute best. Interestingly, in the final we've just had, obviously Hartpury College have come through to win. We had Charlie Williams in studio, who said, "I felt so nervous last night, and it's such an imposing place to come. It takes a bit of getting used to." You do this now on a daily basis, but tell us what it's like the first time you step into this arena. Do you do nerves? How do you control nerves? How do you make sure your game is as good as it could be?
I think nerves are natural. I think it's the age-old saying that they're a good thing. I think it's a sign to your body that something big's happening and you're ready for it. Difficult to manage, especially when these guys, you know, they're not used to this, and they're going to walk out and hear all this noise and see all the fans. But I think the quicker they can flick the switch and just focus about what's happening out on the pitch, get themselves in the game, which could take a few minutes. It might be a bit edgy, but then, like we saw in the first game.
Do you have an actual technique? Do you do? Remember Richie McCaw used to stamp his feet, and others look at various points in the crowd and red thoughts and green thoughts. How do you get nerves under control?
For me, I mean, these guys don't have it, but the anthems for me is always a chance to get all the emotional stuff out of the way. It's a chance to just enjoy the occasion, and then once that finishes, you hear the roar and it's straight into the rugby, and that's when the switch goes.
Yeah, I think Freddie hit something nail on the head, right? Nerves, you should have nerves because it means you care about what you're doing. It's just how you manage those, and I think the acceptance of knowing they're going to be there allows you to then, you know, push them to the back of your mind, and you can focus on what you're doing. And it's in a final like this, you know, on a stage like this, sometimes it's the team that can do that the best and push those nerves to the side will come out on top.
And the ability to park mistakes if they happen. We see now in the way that the game is played, there is so much ambition from grassroots all the way up to the international level. There is a lot of ability to go and play, but how do you compartmentalise boldness to play with putting away mistakes if they happen?
I think it's probably the hardest thing about playing sport as a youngster, and I dealt with it terribly, but you make a mistake and you think the world's ending and everything's coming down. I mean, these guys, they've just got to park it, move on, get around each other. You know, these guys will all be best mates at school. You've got the best people around you to pick you up when you need it. So the quicker they can get those out the way early doors and just enjoy the occasion and play some good rugby.
I think that's also worrying about mistakes comes with age. So the older you get, the more you'll panic about it. I think you know, when you're this young, you're free, carefree. You'll go out there. You want them to try it. You want them to try things. So I don't think that fear hopefully that fear of mistakes won't be there. But if they do come, that's what you're part of a team for this long, you've just got to, everyone's rooting for the same, they want the same outcome, so you just brush it, each other will help them brush it off and get on with it.
Hask often talks about communication on days like this as well, and the noise gets up, the nerves get up, the anticipation, intensity, etc. How important when you are out there in the heat of it all, what you're doing and how you're talking to each other is really crisp and clear?
I think it's massive. I think that's why preparation is so important, because when you're out there, actually, it's difficult sometimes to have that communication and that trust. So the more you can do in the week, and these guys will play with each other for a year or two, so they know how each other plays. They have that sort of connection on the pitch, so they've got to trust that today, because it's going to be noisy.
It certainly is. It's a brilliant atmosphere here at Allianz Stadium, and in fact it's worth mentioning once again that Dame Allan were up at 4 o'clock this morning. They have been down on coaches from Newcastle. They've made all the effort to get here. Let's hope they make a huge amount of noise. Maidstone, as you can see already, well, they've come packed with scarves and a lot of ambition, a lot of noise and a lot of support. This is what it's all about for these players. It's been a long road to get here, and now we have the under-18 Vase in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. Let's hope it's an absolute ripper as we hand you up once again to Cat Merchant and Jack Zoran.
An early morning, but these occasions don't come around very often, do they? In fact, for Dame Allan School and for Maidstone Grammar, they've never been in a national schools final at under-18 level before. Let's have a look at the cast on both sides and who's taking to the field today at Allianz Stadium. So Dame Allan's team here, Adam Hay, their coach, he selected this team. It's very consistent to the semi-final. From 15 to 1 they go. Max Jones, Charlie Forrester and Louis Ratmond in the back three. The centres are Oren Swatton and Owen Forbes. It's the Brett brothers at 9 and 10. Eddie at fly half, George at number 9. In the pack, Magnus Dawson, Archie Robertson, Tom Wilson in the front row. James Allan in the second row with James Brathwaite. Tom Lewis, Jack Watson and the captain, Will Graham, is at number 8. Maidstone Grammar School, meanwhile, facing off and looking like this. At fullback, Will Andrews, Alex Hayward and Cameron Jennings on the wings. The centres are Danny Sayers and Carter Breach at 13 and 12. Ewan Coveney has recovered from a big knock he took in the semi-final to start at 10. Finton Aravind, the deputy head of school no less, he's at scrum half. Then in the pack, Ollie Court, Alex Morawski and Ted Jenner in the front row. Ollie Mariner and Will Davis are in the second row. Max Griever, Nat Gethins and the captain, Ed Holroyd, their talisman today. He is at number 8. Ten days ago, both these two were intense semi-final occasions. Dame Allan School coming through theirs in a fine performance up against the King's School Grantham. Maidstone Grammar was a little tougher affair. They faced Reeds School. They were 14 points to 0 down against Reeds in the semi-final. They ended up winning 24 points to 19. They've both impressed on their local circuits. Dame Allan School from Newcastle upon Tyne, so theirs is northeast focused, of course. And in Kent these days, the standard of schoolboy rugby is ever increasing. It's a really tough circuit, which Maidstone Grammar face. And they've had a season that's toughened them up because it hasn't been all conquering against the likes of Gravesend Grammar School. They've lost to them, for example, who were in a bowl final earlier on in this competition 2 days ago, and they lost that. So they really have had a bit of an up and down journey, but they have come good as Twickenham has edged ever closer. And this is what they're playing for as well. It's right in the centre of our shots. Well, whilst we look at the fans first, actually, this is what they're playing for ultimately. They're playing for their school. I meant the under-18 Vase, but this is more important. Those with scarves on, those who've got up early, and everybody who has come down. Dame Allan School from, of course, the northeast. They've had much further to travel. Maidstone Grammar have a little shorter journey, but nonetheless making the effort to make sure that this day is one where they deliver from the stands. And Cat Merchant is alongside me for this. And Cat, of course, you're a World Cup winner in 2014 with the Red Roses. You played in stadia where the atmosphere is vociferous, but you've also commentated in Stadia 10 days ago where the atmosphere was chaotic, and these guys here from Maidstone, they were making so much noise in their semi-final, as were Dame Allan's.
Oh, it is great when you have people that you know in the crowd, because that is who you're doing it for, and especially when you're going to be on that side of the pitch where those crowd are. It's such a great moment. I played on the wing, and this was before the women now fill out Twickenham. We didn't fill it out at the time, so crowds are only on one side, and when I was on that wing I much preferred it. It was great, and then you'd swap in the second half and be on the other wing and you'd miss the crowd, but you know, it's a great opportunity.
But the noise that can be generated by crowds of this size, when you're on that side, it's as if the stadium is at full tilt, isn't it? It's so loud.
Absolutely, really, really loud. The support is going to be so much, like, it's clear, you can hear it, you know, you can sight them as well. It's such a fantastic experience to play at Allianz, and great players are going to come from it.
Maidstone Grammar School and Dame Allan School contesting the under-18 Vase final at Twickenham. Dame Allan's on the left-hand side, Maidstone Grammar on the right. Well, the last time a team from the northeast got to Allianz Stadium was RGS Newcastle back in 2010. They lost to Whitgift that day, but no school from the northeast has ever lifted silverware at the Allianz Stadium during a Schools Cup encounter. So Dame Allan's trying to do that for the very first time today. They've won all their games this season except for one. That was to Barnard Castle. It's included wins over RGS Newcastle, Durham School, first time they've beaten them away for years. At the Merchiston Festival, they beat St Peter's, York and Dulwich.
Time is yours.
And Maidstone, as mentioned, won 13 matches this year, but lost 8 as well. Dominance has not been the watchword for them. They fought for everything. They put the cup run together, and it has come out of hard work and a lot of perspiration, a lot of out of timetabled sessions that Maidstone Grammar have had to put together. And this is, of course, the biggest stage for both schools. We are under starters' orders in the under-18 Continental Tyres Vase final.
Captain!
Dame Allan's will kick us off. And they go into the 22 for Maidstone and ask this very enterprising and energetic pack from Maidstone to try to run it back. That is monstrous from Dame Allan's.
Use it, Blue.
Knocked them back to within 5 metres of their line. Maidstone and their centre Carter Breach trying to
take a step, Red.
Edge that Dame Allan's wave backwards. Charge down here, it's bouncing around and it just escapes.
Pass 22.
We've spoken a lot about how defence has made semi-finalists turn into finalists, because it's the intent, it's those big shots, that hit there. I don't even know if it's a double tackle, was it? I think it was a triple tackle in the end, but it can massively cause opportunities in attack when you get your defence so right and so aggressive.
Maidstone replying kind with the long kick. Eddie Brett for Dame Allan's returns, and Maidstone with their fullback Will Andrews kicking it down the sidelines, and the fact it bounces gives Maidstone and their fans reason to cheer, and they chase hard to get the line out.
Yeah, really nice opportunity here now for Maidstone. Good line out opportunity, great area of the pitch.
Here are Dame Allan's. That early start, that 4 AM alarm call to make it down to London. All worth it right now. Maidstone's line that is disrupted. Dame Allans can counter here, bringing Will Graham into proceedings, their number 8, but he loses the ball, then it's knocked on. The energy is fizzing off the pitch, Kat, from this early start from both teams.
Yeah, very often you'll see knock-ons early on in finals because it's so important. Intensity's there, energy's there, and everyone's going for it. So you do see a couple of errors potentially creep in early, but they're working it out, they're settling it into it, and both teams have come at this so fast.
Crouch. Bite. Set.
Inviting set piece for Maidstone Grammar. Aravind to Coveney, and he sees some space in behind here. It's going to roll just over the try line. Max Jones calmly shuts that down, or at least as calmly as you can be on an afternoon like this for the fullback. And we're joined by someone who's known for his calmness at fullback as well, because Freddie Steward has managed to hot-foot it up to the commentary box, and we'll be hearing from his thoughts very shortly.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here on such a lovely day.
Good afternoon, Fred. It's great to have you here. We're up to 3 in the commentary box now, and Maidstone Grammar making headway again from the restart. Carter Breach, who missed that semi-final through injury and has already had a couple of touches, which spells promising things for Maidstone. Fred, what's the atmosphere down there like? We're hearing it over here. It seems great, but you're right next to it.
It is just as noisy as it is when there's 80,000 in here, I think. It's brilliant, the turnout from both schools. Obviously, Dame Allan come all the way from Newcastle this morning. And Maidstone just bringing scarves, chants, noise. It's awesome.
Yeah, they've been a feature of the first 4 minutes as much as the players, haven't they? It's they are standing up and being counted, that's for sure.
Again, a couple of those errors creeping in, which is just this finals nerves, I think it can be, and yeah, teams just so pumped and ready to go. Just in the knock on there off that overthrow.
Maidstone Grammar are conceding a fair number of kilos to this Dame Allan's pack, but that was the story in the semi-final against Reeds, and it didn't matter. They hit so hard, and their scrum is a strong unit as well. Aravind gets it away. Coveney, bump from Carter Breach to set them up. Not forward though, Dame Allan's have it, and their fullback Jones.
Freddie, normally I'm on co-com to the forward, but I'm in here now with who's going to have the maul chat. Shall I hand that over to you in detail? Like when we have that
maul
later?
and scrum are not my strength.
Yeah. No, I'm going to throw those to you as I've been doing this longer. So yeah, we can look forward to your insight.
In my eyes, if the team that goes forward in the scrum goes forward, it should be a penalty. That's about as much as I know.
Oh, there we go. That's all right.
You're both often quite far away from scrums, to be fair, so we might have to make that the best we can do. Will Graham, number 8, picks and goes for Dame Allans.
Hands away, blue!
And the penalty comes from
right forward, playing the ball
that
on
pick
the
and
right.
go.
These two players playing the ball on the right.
So we saw in the semi-finals, we saw lots of turnover balls from Jackals. Teams desperate to try and do that, but they have to make sure it's not after the ruck has formed like that one was.
Well, Ratmond wraps his boot around the ball for the first time, the number 11. He had a terrific semi-final performance, and actually off the back of that semi-finals, Ealing Trailfinders sent him an email, and they're starting to progress things towards maybe bringing Louis Ratmond in at Brunel University or somewhat. It's a decision he's got to make it in the next couple of weeks, I'm sure, but right now other focuses. Nonetheless, he impressed so much that was the impact of his semi-final appearance. Now Dame Allans on the front foot again, and then into the 22. Oren Swatton with the carry. They get the penalty off the back of it. 2 in a row now for Dame Allianz. And Carter Breach is being sent off for a yellow card. That's 7 minutes on the sidelines for Carter Breach at under-18 level.
So the offload there, once he came through the line, was a fantastic bit of skill. One-handed, sighted his target and then released it beautifully.
And they're clearly confident in their set piece as they've opted to go for the corner instead of taking the 3 points that potentially were on offer to them. And that's the yellow card offence going there.
Move! Up and down they go, Dame Allianz. Taken by Braithwaite and then moved on quickly. And heading towards the line they go again. Just metres away. And picking and going, and this is the open side rolling. Jack Watson. The forwards are there to go again. And they steady themselves. So too do Maidstone. Good defensive tackle from the Kent school to slow that pace of things down. Archie Roberts, the hooker, stands over this.
The advantage, Red. Use
They
it.
have the advantage. Carry from Graham. Now it's Brett who wants to go wide to his brother, and Eddie loops it over. It's into the corner. And Oren Swatton steals a march on Maidstone in the final. Diving home for Dave Allianz.
Dave Allen's done really well there because they were getting hit back in that forward battle with the pick and go. So actually they knew they were playing with an advantage. They're playing with a player advantage as well. So it was on that left-hand side. So beautifully moving it out, looping over the player who's come out of the line. And a great finish there.
Yeah, I think Maidstone with the back off the pitch means that Dame Allianz have got that obvious overlap on the edge. You know, it's easy when you get that close to the line to keep it tight and keep bashing it through with the forwards, but great bit of decision making from the fly half to take that edge, and good execution for the try.
Yeah, it's nice to see it moved, isn't it? And I'm sure you've been in similar situations. I've definitely been there out on the wing screaming for it, and the forwards keep picking and going and picking and going, and you're just like, give me the ball.
Points after added 2 from the sidelines.
And every point matters, I think, in a game that could be really tight, finals rugby. To slot a kick from the touchline is a great bit of confidence building for Dame Allianz.
And in front of all of your teammates and fans on the sideline as well. What a moment to be able to do that. And here's that big looped pass and finish there. Excellent work from the 13 Oren Swatton.
Dame Allianz with the lead, 7 points to nil in the under-18 Vase final. Maidstone kick off, and they can't get possession back from the kick off. So Ratmond lashes his right boot through it again. Now, this is the hooker who's back, Alex Morawski in the pink scrum hat. He travels at a faster speed than any hooker should do, and he careers into the half of Dame Allianz. And now the Maidstone forwards try to line up their counterparts. Nat Gethins moves it on here, being expansive despite being a player down for another few minutes. Aravind waits for the players to be there. Max Griever. Morawski again. He's not just like an extra back row, he is an extra back row, the hooker, and that time Dame Allianz have got to grips with him. It was Jack Watson who held him up.
Yeah, Maidstone's opportunity now to get a bit of ground into this and play down that yellow card so far. Just only under 2 minutes left on it, but looks like he hasn't made touch with that one.
Taken by Andrews. Neither touch found, so they seek more space. Dame Allianz with numbers here, and they pick their way through very nicely. They're on the breakout again, but just pulling up with a muscle injury, it seemed like, as they were away. Dame Allianz.
That's a hamstring if ever I saw one.
They're still going to go to this, and the pass away was from Lewis. That was really slowed down for Dame Allen's. Watson tries to speed things up, and he gets through the line, the open side. And they keep going the same way into the shadows at Allianz Stadium. Jones comes up from fullback there, dragged out into touch. But it's Dame Allen's centre, Owen Forbes, that is having to receive some attention here. So we'll have some break for that.
Yeah, you can see he burst through the line. It was fantastic speed.
Moving the ball really well, Dame Allen's. They made a nice break down this right-hand side, and then the ability to see the space on the other side and get the ball there fast. That's the key. When the space is there, you've got to get the ball there fast, and they're doing that really well at the minute.
Ted Jenner, tight head properly throws in so that the hook and Morawski can burrow in and then peel away.
Use it!
And Aravind boxes this. That's almost contestable, not quite. Dame Allen's is Brett takes it in.
In the side. Hang on. Ball lost, blue, ball lost. Blue, ball lost.
And those jacklers in Maidstone's ranks having a go at the ball. Dame Allen's do secure it, but it's slow. George
Blue
Brett.
14 offside, mate. Play on. Thank you, though, Vase. No worries.
Take a step, blue.
Eddie Brett. Tom Lewis.
Hands away, blue.
Maidstone being warned, and so they incur the referee's whistle.
Yeah, Dame Allen's managing to frustrate Maidstone's attack. There's nothing worse than when you feel like you're building momentum and then that penalty goes against you and Dame Allen's gets straight back in.
Fred, this is something me and Kat talked about earlier today, but the size of this pitch, when you first play on it, does it always take you by surprise? Because I know Kat said it did for her, and it must be for these players. Was it for you?
Absolutely. I think, you know, when you get down there and you realise the scale of the pitch, and I'm sure for these boys who definitely play on something a bit smaller at their schools, to be here and then suddenly have that extra 10-15 metres on each edge, it makes a massive difference.
Fred Steward and Kat Merchant in commentary with us this afternoon for the Under-18 Vase final. Casting their eye over both teams, and they've really put out so far in these first 15 minutes the excellence that they've showed to get to this stage. Dame Allen's underneath this, the chase was good from Maidstone, and they win the penalty off it.
We've seen a few of those, haven't we? That knock on and then player in front just playing it, which I always feel is such a tough one because it's an instinct as a player to just go for ball, but rightly so, it is a penalty.
Maidstone don't wait around. Racing back is Forrester for Dame Allen's. Might have carried that over.
I think he did.
He did. So Forrester, not necessarily with many other options unless he was going to run it all the way back.
Yeah, he was under a great deal of pressure at all times of that with that chase, so the sensible option was to put it down rather than risk trying to run it himself.
Best opportunity of the match so far for Maidstone Grammar School then.
Crouch.
Ed Holroyd, the captain at the back, and number 8.
Set.
With a decent enough blindside.
On this side, mate, the red tight head needs to get a longer bind. He's binding on his shoulder, mate. Okay. Bind longer.
I think Maidstone have actually managed this period really well. Obviously, losing the man into the bin, but they've defended absolutely brilliantly. And to only concede 7 points in this period will be a big win for them.
Crouch. Bite. Set.
Back up to the full complement now. Carter Breach is in the line here. If it goes to him, Coveney taps it through, bounces around, and Dame Allen's have got it back.
Use it.
A ball that could have gone anywhere, it goes into Dame Allen's hands instead. And Ratmans hits this to the sidelines and makes certain of that one.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have seen Maidstone keep that in hand. First real scoring opportunity, 5 metres out, they decide to kick, and obviously they did have a chase with it, but they've now lost ground by 20 odd metres, and they'll get to attack again. But yeah, I personally would have felt that in hand for that.
3, 14 and 19 change.
Here are the Maidstone mob. There was a couple of nicknames going around pitch side, Freddie, that you guys were picking up. Was it the Stone Massive?
The Stone Army against the Dame Allen Ultras was what was branded up there.
Nice block this way, Grandad.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I'll look for it.
And here we see these first half changes with players who are named in the 22, mandated to play at least half a match. So we see the changes early in the match, and then we'll see players who have gone off returning again, freshening things up. Aravind, or Coveney even.
No red!
Maidstone challenging Dame Allen's, just with a 1 out or 2 out rugby, and Dame Allen's comfortably realigning in the defence. They are extremely well disciplined in defence, Dame Allen's school. You've got to work it round them. Here they come. It's Griever, and Griever's going. Max Griever pulled down just short. Maidstone with a great chance.
No!
And here it comes. They're repelled by Dame Allen's. And Dame Allen's have fully shut that down now. Superb defence.
Yeah, absolutely, because Max Griever there is what a line from him. Freddie, you were punching the air there. I think you were quite excited by that line, right?
Unbelievable, and it's the carry afterwards for me. Not only does he carry through the line, he gets away from one defender, keeps his feet, stays balanced, but then it's a fantastic bit of defence from Dame Allen's.
Yeah, again, they're just adding to that frustration, aren't they? Because Maidstone are close, nearly getting in there, and just Dame Allen's denying them with their incredible defence and getting their hands in on the ball.
Well, unfortunately, here we're seeing Owen Forbes, who injured that hamstring, making a break at Allianz Stadium, Twickenham. So it's a pretty legendary way to go out of a match, but unfortunately you are out. He is out of it at the moment.
Yeah, I think the fact that he was able to be here and play as long as he did and as well he did, he'll be pleased with that.
Some numbers here for Dame Allen's, and they make the break as well. Jones takes this on, the full-back. Lovely breakout. So far, so steady from Dame Allen's. They've made precious few errors up to this point. They knock it on now, but it's been a very tidy first 20.
Yeah, I think the bravery there from Dame Allen again to run the ball out from their zone. You know, easy then to kick and hand possession back to their opponents, but the bravery to fly down the left, another brilliant bit of skill with the offload, but unfortunately turned the ball over. It's high risk versus high reward.
Crouch. Go mad. Well high, boys. Bite. Well high. Set. Go 12. Go 12.
Henry Hollingsworth on at scrum half. Digs it out. Coveney, though, doesn't take it cleanly. Dame Allen's will get the scrum.
Yeah, I'll be gutted with that error in there. I think that's one of those where as a player you've got so many different options that you're thinking what next, and actually it's just the basics. Before that they did well to get it out that scrum. It was under a lot of pressure going backwards, but the pressure he was under there from that open side chasing him just got in his eye line.
think this will be a big test for Maidstone. You know, they've had a couple of opportunities deep in Dame Allen territory, haven't converted, so now they've got to hang in here, not get frustrated, and stay in this game.
I feel I've had my full diva moment. I requested a cap because it's a glorious sun and just been delivered. So
it has arrived.
Yeah.
A Red Roses cap, no less, as well, Cap Merchant.
Diva time. Don't worry, there's fun for you too.
Bite.
Just going to take the vitamin D while I can get it for now.
Set.
What a day. Great scrum as well. Jones, the first receiver here, the fullback, and now they wrap round, and Dame Allen's bursting through with Will Graham. Great carry from the 8.
Counter.
And Maidstone's Jacklers with the counter, and they have robbed Dame Allen's there. A precious penalty to get against Dame Allen's.
How difficult is Will Graham to tackle, though? He's such a strong runner whenever he makes those line breaks.
And quick, and I think that's the bit that surprised me. He's a big fella, but he got through and then accelerated.
And that's exactly why Ireland under-18s have interested in him, and he can't play and go to their camp because of this match today. Schools understandably, rightly taking priority for him. How about the shape to this spiral from Ewan Coveney, taken by Max Jones. Here goes Graham again. Spun away by Cartmel, also on at scrum half in the 19 shirt. And Brett's seen some good space in behind. Coveney with the calmness. And he's hit that perfectly.
Some brilliant bits of skill there. We saw a lovely spiral under pressure, well dealt with by the fullback as well. Some good rugby on both sides, and then a brilliant exit kick there.
There you go, Max Jones. You take an incredible high ball, and none other than the England fullback is giving you praise. So that's a moment for him for the highlights reel.
How much harder is a spiral to take, Freddie, if you were to put it in a clinical percentage terms? Not that rugby should ever be boiled down to that.
I would honestly describe it as a different skill. I think the spiral, the ball is moving, it moves late, you've got to keep your feet moving, you've got to constantly watch the ball. It's a different skill, and I mean, he made it look easy there. Made it look easier than I probably would, taking it on his knees. But yeah, it's a beautiful bit of skill.
As you know, I played a fun touch game, and Freddie was in my team, and they started the game off with the ball coming out of a cannon, and I made it very clear straight from the start, Freddie, you are catching every single one of these. I'm going nowhere near them. I'm retired a long time. And you did get, I think, nearly every single one. So there we go.
When you're having attacking kits, just players need to retreat because they're not retreating actively enough. Yeah, that was for you.
Also in the sun, like this, like high balls in the sun are a nightmare. We talk about in swirling winds and raining, and they're horrible to predict, but actually you just get the sun in your eyes, it can be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, and it only takes you to lose the ball for a millisecond in that sun. It changes everything, you know. It's just the smallest bit can have a massive impact, but both sides are dealing with it brilliantly at the minute.
Time on!
Archie Roberts with the line out. There was a challenge. There was a drift on that ball, but it's allowed to play on. Here goes Tom Lewis.
No blue.
One half of Dame Allen's Peroxide kids that lit up the semi-final in Aylesbury. And Tom Lewis was the man of the match for his school as well in that performance. His coach gave him the award. It wasn't our one that we gave to him, but the coach made sure that he got that. I think you selected Louis Rapman's cat 10 days ago.
He had an awesome game.
Line's yours, Red.
It's a big opportunity now for Maidstone. They've been close but haven't converted. They get another opportunity now just on the 22, so a try here would be huge as we get towards the end of the first half.
Once they start scoring as well, Maidstone tend to add a few more on top of things. A momentum side, if ever there was one. Big breakout here. Just held back by Maidstone. That was important. There was 40 metres or so of Twickenham grass to run into. And there's numbers here, a lot of them for Dame Allan's. If it can get along the line, here goes the blindside flanker Lewis. Cartmel. Brathwaite. Back in the pocket. And Maidstone wisely having two players in the backfield. Will Andrews this is.
Keep retreating, Blue! Yeah, out.
Eddie Brett. Little jinkle, lovely step to do Will Andrews.
Blue.
Coming on is Ian Mia in the blank jersey. Lovely hands for a prop, Ian Mia, but that was his day job in action, trying to barge Maidstone players out the way, but again, it's Dame Allan's error.
Yeah, again, some brilliant defence from Maidstone. They're staying very patient, waiting for the opportunity to spring.
Have a look at that red loose head as he goes in.
Good bit of pressure on the ruck, straight through onto the 9 and forces the knock on.
A bit longer, about 9. Crouch. Bite.
So much blindside space for Maidstone here.
Set.
Off the side of this scrum. It's just Magnus Boxer who is to the left of it, so they go to the right. Coveney has put a little too much on that one.
Yeah, he was trying to get as much distance as he can, but just overcooked that one, unfortunately, for him and his side.
Use the edge there, Blue. Edge is yours.
I don't know what you thought, Kat, but if I was this blindside winger here, I'd be licking my lips at a one-on-one in 15, 20 metres of space, so that might be something Maidstone see next time they have a scrum there.
Oh, absolutely, and he's got absolute gas as well. He's a flyer, so he would have been wanting that for sure.
Layman's question, but does Twickenham make you faster?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, double that.
Does.
Graham, what a pass.
Nice.
Ratmond will see his space here. Louis Ratmond swerves and goes, and he'll score at Allianz Stadium. Once again, it's Dame Allan's left winger who breaks through the opposition. A scorching try from Louis Ratmond.
Does Twickenham make you quicker? Yes, yes it does. That was absolutely rapid. A great line in there as well, out to win. Really great speed, fantastic finish, and what a time to do it.
I mean, the line and the finish is brilliant, but what about the pass? From your number 8 to produce a bit of skill like that at the line on his left hand. Unbelievable.
That flat pass, it's a dream for a winger to just get the ball beats the player. You just have to hit onto it, and that was an absolute dream. And as you said, yeah, fantastic pass from the 8 there.
Yes.
Slotted right through, so Dame Allan's make it all 7, and they double their money in the under-18 Vase final. 14 points to 0 against Maidstone Grammar School.
Yeah, such a lovely play from them. And here it is again, that flat pass. Look, and it just beats the defence, but that step back inside as well. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
You know it's a good pass when the player run onto it does not have to break stride. He just floats it perfectly in front of him, and he can catch it at full tilt and just split the hole.
Maidstone Grammar will get this line out here. 5 minutes or just a little bit under that to play until half-time. They won't be too worried, Maidstone Grammar School. They were 14 points to 0 down in the first half against Reeds, and they came back from that. And their coach this week used some revealing insight as to how they approach it. He said there's a blessing to conceding early on because you've got the rest of the match to make it back. You don't want to be conceding at the end of it when the time's run out, and there's plenty of time here for Maidstone Grammar. Looking to get straight back into things though. Dame Allan's They are tooled up in defence today. Here's Holroyd. Griever comes round the corner.
Advantage penalty.
Now this is Kiros Alexander. Penalty comes. Might have a shot on goal if they want it. Coveney and Carter Breach are hatching something else. Holroyd again. Slender frame for a number 8, but he uses every ounce of his body to career around the place. Aravind gets it away. Here's Ollie Court, about the only member of this team that doesn't have a sub-11 100 metres, the big number 1. Up to the line they go, over to the backs here. Coveney takes it to the line, just chose to take it on himself. Braithwaite. Caught again. Dame Allans were well prepared for his charge. Here's Breach.
Hands away, 5! Still
Rory Cartmel waiting, letting the forwards have this for now. Now it's up to Coveney. Andrews has to reach for it and just can shove it on, and well, that was
in line with me, just in field a bit, Callum.
Advantage which was heaven sent because Dame Allans were away.
Some of the defence from Dame Allans is brutal. It's so hard as Maidstone when you're running into brick walls and you're slowing your ball down and you're going. It takes so much energy. They've come back for the penalty, but I mean, to keep them out for that many phases that close to the line is brilliant, and some big hits as well.
Edge is yours, Red.
So our clock is not synced to the referees, but it's a guide, so maybe a minute, maybe a little bit more than that for Maidstone Grammar before the half is out. Kiros Alexander, good taken without the lift needed.
Stand by blue for me, mate.
Well, Dame Allans have once again won it back. Really important turnover for them.
First of all, they're giving it the big one, and second of all,
I think for me, defence tells you a huge part about your mentality, and Dame Allans, they're defending for their lives. You can see how much this means to them. It's proper body on the line stuff. Big occasion, and they've risen to it.
Well, as you were making your way up from studio, the very first kick-off, Maidstone, so Dame Allans had a huge amount of pressure defensively, and they've carried that through this entire half.
As beginnings to matches go, that was the biggest kind of statement you could possibly make.
Bite. Set.
Dame Allan scrum. So Graham picks and goes. He's stopped in his tracks. Watson, the open side, tries to whip it away. He's not back. Here go Maidstone. Maybe scoring.
Are you okay?
But not quite.
Do you need a minute?
The referee, I think, might have had an injury here. Says he's limping.
I've just seen a knock-on in the build-up, so it's a scrum to red. No, I'll be okay, thank you.
So let's see if we can see this knock-on in the build-up here. Just on the floor.
There's your mark.
Time off.
Yeah, it's just passing these.
Time on.
So the referee's shaken off that niggle.
Bite.
Just got to get to half-time for him now.
Set.
To stretch it off.
There was a good bit of back and forth in the crowd there. I think the Maidstone fans celebrated that as if they'd scored, and then a big jeer from the Dame Allan crowd as it was disallowed.
We experienced that, didn't we, in the semi-finals at Aylesbury? There was a lot of fan back and forth, and we were right in the thick of it. This side we're safe. We're over the other side from the fans.
Still time here for Maidstone. Jenna to throw in. Holroyd at the front. Morawski bounces off the first Dame Allen's defender. Hollingsworth. Holroyd standing start, but he still makes grounds. But Watson's all over him. Gives the penalty away. Aravin stands over it.
Red, hands beyond.
Or Hollingsworth, rather. Dame Allen's spacing out. So where does Holroyd and Maidstone Grammar go? It's Morawski at speed. Over the line, but then pushed back. Hollingsworth just lifts it off the floor. Maidstone are there. Just as the half-time whistle beckons, they get their first try in the final.
Really important timing for them just before half-time to come away with something, because they've been throwing everything at it and so far have been frustrated. So a great time for them to score there, and Morawski being the one of that initial hard runner.
Yeah, I think the tap and go play was really nice. They opted to go out the back, which you don't often see. Usually you get that big abrasive carry, shifted the attack and then opened up a nice hole for the try.
Yes, mate.
They reduce the job by half. Knocked over by fly half Ewan Coveney. Maidstone Grammar send the scarfs into the air at half-time. They're now in the Vase final, good and proper. 5 minutes now for both teams to think about things. They'll stay out on the pitch. We will go down pitch side very shortly. Great first half, Kat and Freddie.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams really going at it, and I tell you what,
when we've
seen comebacks. So I think the second half is going to be a real amazing second half.
Yeah, I think the theme of that was just some phenomenal defence. You know, when it's a final, you know it's going to be tight. There's a lot of motion from either side, but the way both teams have defended either side of the ball has been excellent. We're going to be in for a cracker second half.
So both teams take their position in the shade at Allianz Stadium as the sun really beats down on the green grass. And we have time to now go down to pitch side and speak to the boys.
So half-time in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup Under-18 Vase final, and it is Dame Allen's who've got the better of Maidstone Grammar by 14 points to 7. A brilliant score from Maidstone right on the stroke of half-time means we have got a heck of a final on our hands. What a game!
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about who could come out there first, and it was Dame Allen, definitely. They've controlled really that first half. And we talk a lot in this sport about momentum, and that little try at the end, a couple of penalties by Dame Allen, giving them the opportunity. Like the line out for Maidstone just hasn't really functioned. So, you know, they had one penalty, went to the corner, turned over the line out, whereas second time, quick tap, got into the rhythm of their play, and then they got over just before half-time, which were they're going into that into the sheds with a completely different mindset now, having got that 7 points at the end. So watch out second half.
Absolutely. Both sides backed by vociferous support here as well. Really good battle going on in the stands. Really good battle going on the pitch as well. We've had a bit of everything. We've had unfortunate injuries. We've had a yellow card. We've had some scintillating scores, some booming touchline conversions. Talk us through a couple of the individuals potentially that have caught your eye.
Yeah, look, I think there's obviously Charlie Forrester for me has stood out on the Dame Allen side. I think Oren Swatton, the try that they scored, we talked about first phases and having that ability to lay your best markers down. They scored an unbelievable first phase try, all about the centre taking it to the line, a long flat miss ball to Louis Ratmund who ran it in from there, and then he obviously knocked a touchline goal kick over first, and then he converted his own try. So yeah, he started with that massive hit on Alex Morawski, I hope I pronounced it right, who's the hooker. I mean, he is wearing a pink headguard, so for a hooker, a very brave call, and he got absolutely buried. But then he's been very good for Maidstone, bounced back, a couple of big carries. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting who can have the biggest first 10 minutes when they come out in the second half, because it's up in the air at the moment.
It's worth saying as well that we've been to this occasion on a few occasions now, and we have seen in the past some players take the field and it's a bit overwhelming. Not just this game, but the earlier game as well in the Ace Girls League final. Everyone looks so calm and so in control. I mean, they're all obviously at school, but almost the levels of professionalism are so impressive.
Well, I think they're better. We talked about how much youth can help you in this side, in the fact that you don't really worry about it. And, you know, ultimately the pitch is the same size as you always play on. You've just got to go out there and do the things you do week in, week out and enjoy it. And at the looks of it at the moment, they seem to be grasping that.
Quite right too. So just you've touched on it briefly. Just first 10 minutes obviously essential, and just keep the belief, keep the faith, keep to the game plan for these two.
Yeah, I think if I was Maidstone, if I hadn't scored that, it's a tough half-time speech, because nothing's really gone well for them. Their set piece hasn't really worked in terms of line-outs, so that's going to lift them, and hopefully they can now get into their game. They need to just execute a bit better.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm having Dave Allen's chat, I'm just saying more of the same. Their offloading game is working really well. They've stolen a few line-outs. Keep on that, and you know, they'll hope to do more of the same.
Great stuff. 7 the difference at half-time. It's anybody's final. Let's hand you back to Kat, to Freddie, and to Jack.
Thanks, everybody. Yes, welcome back. We are ready to go. Maidstone Grammar kicking off. And Ewan Coveney with just what the doctor ordered before half-time for Maidstone. That try making it a 7-point ball game as we start the next 35 minutes. 35 glorious minutes for these schoolboys, rounding off their careers at both schools, and this is the best way to go out. One of them's going to go out with the Vase at the end of it all. Shipping it on. Jones in the ruck, the number 6. A busy first half for him. Outside centre, Oren Swatton. Ratmond sends Maidstone's backfield defence scrambling. But Will Andrews has done well to get to it quickly. He's got to take on Jones here, and does well to then keep it alive. Hollingsworth in support, with Aravind also back on the scrum half. Kyros Alexander has placed it as far back as he can. He's just about ensured his team will keep it. Stutter from Brett. Oh, lovely feet again from the fly half. Now Ratman drops it. Still probably looking at the fast feet of his fly half. That was lovely stuff.
Let's get those break foots on.
Scrum, isn't it? In the knock-on.
Scrum now.
There's a couple of times now we've seen some flashy feet from the fly half. There's a few ankle breakers he's put out there today. Dangerous with the ball in hand.
Well, the Brett twins together on the field, which is a fine moment for them and their family, no doubt. But spare a thought for Henry, who is their elder brother, who played with them last season in the same team, but too old to be part of this year's squad. Watching on from the sidelines.
Set.
Aravind. Big long pass into the centre of the field. Carter Breach takes it and then pops it sideways.
96.
Good zip on that from Aravind. Coveney a little too low for that to be taken, and Dame Allen's have the advantage here. They kick this forward. In the hunt was Swatton. Advantage played, and Maidstone can go, and Holroyd doesn't need a second invitation for that. Nat Jenkins. Aravind. They can ship this along to the right-hand side. There's a lot of space here, and bursting through the gap goes Danny Sayers. Sayers can see the line here. Size will go all the way home. Maidstone Grammar School exploding into life at the start of the second half.
Yeah, you can sense the level of intensity has gone up. You know, both teams have come out flying in the second half. Similar to the Dame Allan try we saw in the first half, the 13 with a fantastic break and the speed to not just beat one but beat two and finish in the corner.
Yeah, and what I liked was they went from one side of the pitch right the way to the other. They had numbers on the outside, which is why Sears was able to just pin his ears back and go there, but showing absolute gas to go the whole way.
It's how they've rolled this season, and they've waited until the 38th minute to unfurl the Maidstone banner.
Nope.
Coveney can't send that through the post. No problem with the distance. They are in their groove now, Maidstone. Their purple patch, the flow state that they acquired in the semi-final.
Rugby just turns around so quickly, doesn't it? Just before half-time it was 14-0, and now they've closed that deficit to just 2 points.
I think that highlights that conversion early on from Dame Allan right from the touchline. It's the difference. We said it might be important. Well, at the minute it's keeping the two sides apart.
Ratman kicks off. Dame Allan's head coach this week, he said this would be a character test for his team between this Maidstone Grammar School side who never know when they're down or when they're beaten. They just keep on playing.
Still alive, mate.
I like the little chip through there, but just not able to keep it in. I think he wanted to obviously pull that infield for his teammates to run onto, but just hit his boot awkwardly and ended up going straight out.
Yeah, it's a brilliant option. It's just the bounce of the ball on another day. If that skittles in and pops into his hands, we could be looking at a try.
To the back, and Respecki, number 17, on at half-time for Maidstone Grammar. Into contact goes Gethins. It's ripped, and it's Graham, and he barges 3 Maidstone players out the way before being felled. Brett chips over. Oh, it's charged down effectively. Or is it?
Tried to catch it, he's dropped it.
Dangerous, isn't it? When you're thinking about how fast these Maidstone Grammar players are, the risk of either that intercept or getting the ball into their hands. But Will Graham, again, he has been everywhere this game. He's such a strong carrier. Takes 3 players to get him down. There's the rip, and then the ability to go around, bounces one, takes 2 more to tackle him. Teammates do really well though to come and do that clear out, because he did get a little bit isolated there, so great support.
Freddie, he might be someone you'll come across soon in your career, because he's very thought of highly by the Newcastle Red Bulls. They're transitioning him to become a hooker as well, so watch out in years to come.
I'm not looking forward to that day when it comes. Yeah, I might be another one he's going to run over.
Good miss pass. Here comes the blindside. Lewis, always at speed, keeps it alive as well. Ratman can't melt the scrum half. Good position this, but Jones has gone and picked up the ball all the way back, and Maidstone see the chance. Forwards arrive quickly. Cartmel keeps it alive. Might be a chance for Court to kick it forward. Still with Dame Allan's.
They're going backwards and backwards though.
And so Brett off the left boot.
Take him back.
Well watched by Maidstone. Magnus boxer. But Ratman's got in on the ball here. This is an arm wrestle.
It's a really smart kick there.
Inside.
Obviously losing a bit of momentum.
Touch.
Found a bit of grass and make Maidstone play out.
Carry from Charlie Kidd, who's on in this final now as well, wearing 18. Lifted onto Braithwaite. Murawski. His eyes lighting up whenever there's a loose ball. And so too the Maidstone forwards with Gethins. Trying to be as direct as possible. And making inroads, doing it.
Yeah, he's got it.
Back in Dame Allan's hands. Good turnover. Onto the edge. Lewis takes up the space and can't find Ratmond. Cartmel. Here's Iron Mia.
No, Blue. Good choice.
Carry goes round Alexander. Brett. Blue line comes up quickly. Might be a knock-on from Maidstone, but they're going to get it anyway. The referee waves play on. Dame Allan's get it back. Fast and loose now.
Regathered. Regathered.
Watson breaks off from the first challenge.
Easy, guys.
Back to Max Jones.
Wait, no! Red!
And everything breaking up a little in the sun in the second half at Allianz Stadium. Lovely chip over. Maidstone with their tails up and kicking long. It's going to run out of play. Useful kick it was, though, by Coveney.
It's a brilliant bit of skill, that chip and chase. To have the delicacy to just nudge it and be able to catch it without breaking stride, and then the pass over the top. Beautiful bit of skill and another kick to pin him in.
This is pure Freddie Steward, isn't it, from Will Andrews?
It is. It's timing it just so if you put too much height on it, you give time for the defence to get across, but that was just perfectly timed and weighted so he could hit it, as Freddie said, not breaking a stride. Great bit of skill.
On the set-piece position it's given to Maidstone. It's a good one, but of course Dame Allan's ball.
Red, wait in front!
Now they'll get it back on their side.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bit of pressure from Maidstone. The one thing you want to do when the opposition are trying to exit is put as much pressure on them as possible. And you see they're almost charging him down, forcing that big high kick, and not many metres exited.
So yeah, that was that pressure. Two players, not just one but two, really chasing it down.
Jenner's line out and quickly into the midfield with Breach. Now that's knocked on though by Maidstone.
Yeah, unfortunate error crept in there to their game, because they did feel like they've got that intensity coming into it, but still not a comfortable position to play out of here for Dame Allan's. Yeah, just an attempt to keep the ball alive, isn't it? To go those offloads, which are higher risk, and sometimes you can, if you're not expecting them, end up with a knock-on.
Victor Respecki's going to be having words there, isn't he, with his centre after the match. I could have been in.
Set!
Yeah.
Good scrum from Maidstone. Graham, though, picks away and makes the best of the situation.
Outside.
Ratmond, three Maidstone players putting pressure on him. It goes in field. This might be dangerous with Andrews coming to the line, and then the try scorer whose searing speed we saw earlier, Danny Sayers. Fintan Aravind.
Yeah, good turnover.
Turnover by Dame Allan's. Plenty of those in this match. It's been a great contest at the breakdown.
Wait. Good.
Brett comes up quickly on Coveney, so he changes his mind. The reception party of Maidstone players there again.
Dame Allen are they just can't get out at the minute. It's just wave after wave of Maidstone pressure. They're desperate for a Maidstone mistake to try and get that ball further up the field.
Red, stop, retreat.
You can't stop the length of Louis Ratman's kicking, but they're at least trying to influence it somewhat. Coveney replies in kind. Great skills here from Brett again. The fly half. Alexander's over the ball here. Caught now.
The ball in the right. This player.
Yeah, so he's desperate to get that turnover, but put his hands in the act of it. So done so illegally, and now Dame Allen can relieve just a little bit of pressure as they've been stuck in that half for a long time now.
Yes, exactly what Dame Allen would have wanted. Discipline error from Mason, just allowing them now to push into that 22.
Edge is yours, Blue. Edge.
Dame Allen's having definitely weathered the attacking storm of Maidstone Grammar School. Stunted that momentum that was building after the last try. And now with a chance of their own making. Line out goes long though. Morawski goes through. Morawski. Maidstone fans cheering him forward, and they do the same for Kiros Alexander. Coveney. Change of direction to push this deeper. Back is Charlie Kidd.
High tackle, dipping. Penalty only, mate. Yeah. Penalty
there we go.
Dipping.
So it is high, but because the player's dipping as he's receiving it, there's penalty only for that one, which the crowd don't seem to like, but very what he was dropping as he was catching it.
Yeah, it's a really nice kick, really difficult one to deal with for the winger in the 15 with a bouncing ball in behind them, but bit of discipline on the chase just lets them off. I think the hooker might be the quickest hooker I've ever seen. The speed of a winger.
Yeah, Morawski, he's brilliant, isn't he?
Alex Morawski has run plenty of metres today. Charlie Kidd, though, the winger for Dame Allen's living out his best life. He's usually a lock forward for the team, but he's been playing wing in and out over the last 2 months. He scored a try on the wing in the semi-final. He's at Twickenham now as a winger. Something to dine out on forever.
I think that might be one of a kind that you don't get many second rows that can play on the wing, so fair play to him.
We'll be looking for an opportunity on the next breaking play. Waiting for the next breaking play. Okay, for subs.
Crouch.
Still a 2-point ball game as both sets of forwards packed down again. Vinton Aravint loops it into Carter Breach's path. Breach crosses the gain line and then slips it on. Good meters made. Coveney doesn't have much of a shapely backline to his right, so has to take it on himself.
Okay, off feet now, Red, ball lost.
Risking the wrath of Jack Watson, the open side for Dame Allen's. His Holroyd at speed. Caught likewise, but the skills just not quite seeing where the players were next to him.
Substitutes at this line out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I love the speed that Maidstone are playing. I think the scrum half is very quick to the ball and he's whipping it away and floating it up for the players to run onto. Just a bit of an error on the left-hand side.
Blue 16, 17, 18, 19.
Blue 16, 17, 18 and 19.
But I don't know if you fancy the half-game rule at international level ever. It means you have fewer substitutes, but everyone has to play a half, and therefore you get this rolling element.
Yeah, I think a few lads, I think the front row in particular, would be nice to have a bit of a breather. But no, definitely something that could could come in potentially. I could get behind that.
Yeah, especially in kids rugby and, you know, right up to under 18s, I think it's a really important rule, because they're the ones who are training, they're showing up, they're doing it. Why shouldn't they get decent game time? And how do you improve if you're not a starter? Well, you get game time. So I'm a fan of it.
4-man, there you go, there's your call. All the water's off, mate. Okay, time on.
Short line out from Ian Mia, who won the ball into Graham's path. Big kick from Brett's left boot. That's Ratman-like. Sends Maidstone scuttling back. Good breakthrough by Cameron Jennings. Ollie Courts. Really clever pass from the loosehead prop. Biggest man in Maidstone's ranks, but he drew them in and then passed it on to others. Ratman is back here. Jones likewise. Max Jones almost away, but he's tackled well by Sayers.
It's a really difficult position for the 15 to be in there. He actually covers the grass brilliantly and gets there, but it's the chase from Maidstone again, the hunger to get there and put him in touch.
Yeah, Sayers already showed his gas for his try earlier on, but then this one just covers. He's got him in sight. He's got great angle on the hip, so he's only ever gonna push him out there.
Long way over the line out. Coveney does get it. Then Breach into Jones. Makes yards against the fullback. Jones has got it back though. Or rather, Tom Lewis. Difficult to tell as they both have the Bruno Guimaraes peroxide hair. Henry Pollock hair in rugby terms. But as they're from the north, I think they're taking a little more inspiration from Newcastle United. Charge down. Jones gets it back, and he's found himself in open space here. Oh, big hit here, sending Dame Allen's backwards.
He's got it. He's got the ball.
And the penalty comes from.
Talked about it earlier, just the pressure on Dame Allen to exit. You know, every time they kick the ball, they've got navy blue shirts in front of them, putting pressure on them, and then we see a huge hit and some brilliant breakdown pressure.
So Maidstone now 5 metres out. They've had several clever line-outs work where they've stayed down, but you don't expect that one is going to be the call now. It's to the back, it's Holroyd, he flies into the air and then they peel round as well. Breach takes it on. Aravind flips it away into James Allen's hands. They can still play it. The Dame Allen's defence tested again, holding firm right now and staying disciplined. Aravind, Murawski. Both of his legs have to be taken early. Courts over the line. Allan. Watson's in there. He's just about kept away from it, the Dame Allen's open side.
Ball is available.
Holroyd.
No,
Watson goes again. Steadily they go forward, the Maidstone grammar.
Hands up, Reds! Hands up, Reds! Two!
Holroyd again.
Penalty.
They have this advantage. Dame Allen's trying to turn them and keep it back. Aravind. It's now out to Breach. He knocks it on as he dives for the line.
Advantage coming. Two never on
It's
side.
a big moment, massive moment. But Maidstone come back for the penalty, which means Breach gets away with that one.
Aravind quickly over to Holroyd. He pulls it back. This is Ewan Coveney. who sees a shaft of light at Twickenham and dives through to score.
Yeah, real quality player at fly half. He can really read the game well. He's been asking questions, definitely, and that loop around play there, picking his gap, absolutely timed to perfection.
Yeah, we saw a tap and go play from Maidstone in the first half, something similar there, the way they just send a hard runner, flick it out the back, and it opens up the hole for the fly half. Definitely something they've practiced in the training ground, this one. See the Maidstone fans in raptures over there. They've got the banner back out.
Coveney to try to make the difference. 5 points. Off the post and in from Ewan Coveney.
So often you see it when it hits the post, it goes the other way. So fantastic for him for that one to come through from a Maidstone perspective. And you mentioned their coach saying they don't mind going behind because they've got the confidence to come back, and they've really turned it around at the end of that first half and the second half as well.
Maidstone Grammar in front with 10 minutes to play, 19-14 against Dame Allan School. In the under-18 Vase final, now they've put it down 5 metres from their line. Dame Allan's instantly with a chance to hit back.
There you go.
Sometimes when you just kick them really deep like that, you're expecting them to kick back, and then the benefit for Dame Allan is capitalising on that error now, because from being scored against, they've now got a scrum 5 metre, which is just perfect attacking platform.
Yeah, I don't know, there was a bit of confusion there, sort of two bodies around the ball, might have just thrown him off with that catch, but now you got Dame Allan's with a massive opportunity, 5 out.
Go, boy! Crouch. Bite. Set.
George Brett feeds the scrum for Dame Allan's.
Down on the side, mate, down on the side.
Will Graham, it is his kind of territory.
Maybe just take them towards you a little bit further. Both slip.
Come here, guys. Scrummage your height, you can maintain both of you.
Tell you what, we're in for a cracker of a finish. 5-point game with about 10 minutes to go. This is going to be grandstand.
Crouch.
The ball fed into the scrum. George Brett lets Will Graham go. Graham taken down.
Arrive up, Red!
Archie Roberts. James Allan. And they go again, and they're working this nicely towards the line. Graham again. He's got that. Just what Dame Allan's needed, just the man to deliver it. Will Graham on the scoreboard in the final.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic game so far on both sides of the ball. He's a big unit, and you need 3 or 4 bodies to stop him from that far out. It's a great finish.
And Jack, you said this was his type of territory, didn't you? And you called it, because he just loves that type of play, those strong carries that he has, and he's absolutely in his element when he gets that one.
Allianz Stadium even sounded the alarm that he had the ball.
Yeah, fair play to the players on that, because that's pretty distracting, and to be able to just nail it anyway.
They're back in front. Dame Allan School, 21 points to 19 now. It's Louis Ratmond on target.
So here we can see there, making it very clear who's coming in on that ball, and Graham is the one.
Brett straight into it, off and running goes the fly half. He's broken free. Important tackle on him. He was eyeing up the backfield with relish. Ratmond. No real challenge on his kicks now. Maidstone Grammar unable to affect the same kind of pressure, but having to chase the game again. The 50-22 was on. It bounced just short of that.
Blue, edge is yours. Blue, edge is yours, guys. Blue, edge. Time off.
Player down with cramp, so referee just scores times off, but they are very hot on the under 18s, keeping things moving quickly, keeping the clock running, so they'll want to get that going. So referee confirms time is off.
I think it's a smart kick from Maidstone. They don't want to be guilty of chasing this game too early. It's only a 3-point margin. There's plenty of time left on the clock, so smart decision making. Got to keep the ball down that end and try and force a turnover and give them an opportunity to win this game.
It's a little more hands on hips than scarves in the air for Maidstone at the moment, but Dame Allan's conversely reflecting the same feelings, I think.
Now, guys.
2 points the difference, nerves on both sides.
Left in the game. 7.5 to go.
There's 7.5 minutes left on the ref's clock.
Yes. Hooker. Yeah. Okay. Time on.
Charlie Kidd has a lock forward this time, winning that line out. Here's Graham barging and dishing up the roughshod treatment.
Okay, red, stop.
Brett keeps it low, bounces off Coveney's chest, and no linesman or referee close enough to say otherwise, so we play on.
Pink scrum cap.
Jones picks off the first defender, or tries to, but gets caught.
Another great take from him, though.
Ratmond,
all in front, retreat.
Who's kicking right now,
retreat.
Is the difference between the two teams, as Will Andrews goes away and tries to keep it alive, and there's a knock on there. And Freddie Steward will have to say goodbye to you for the moment, but we'll speak to you pitch side afterwards.
Speak to you then.
Thanks very much for your time.
All good, 15.
Kat, we didn't even get to talk to Freddie about his nickname, Freddie Student.
We didn't know, but let's talk behind his back. Yeah, so why was he called that?
Off, let's go.
From his school days, we understand, but we don't know exactly why. Either for his diligence or it's an ironic nickname.
I think what's always great to hear is when it's current England players or players like myself who used to play for youngsters coming through. Everyone feels the same. So him even, I know he's joking about Will Graham, we want to tackle him, but there are those moments, even these elite players who are playing at the highest level, you still have moments like that. So it's completely normal, and youngsters coming through can look up to that and understand it as well.
Dame Allan scrum, and they whip it across into the midfield. Here comes Tom Lewis, making the number for Ratmond.
No blue, ball lost.
11 points in this final for the left winger for Dame Allan's. Graham. 3 minutes to play. Our clock a little more of a guide. The stadium clock is showing less time than we're seeing, and the all-important one is the referee, so it's not exactly 3 minutes, it's more there or thereabouts, so let's all bear that in mind. Graham. Lewis puts his head down. Good tackling from Nat Geffins. Maidstone penalty.
Yeah, they've done enough, and they just to put pressure on going that ball, and then it was Dame Allan's end up going off their feet and giving that penalty away.
Use the halfway, Rich. Use the halfway, Red.
And Tom Lewis does work really hard out wide, doesn't he? As a back rower, he gets himself out into those wide channels. He fights really hard, but then there's just a hand in there enough, and then it's this one just comes in and goes off feet.
Jenner to the back. Morawski takes it. That wasn't meant to happen, but it works out for Maidstone. Fintan Aravind. Coveney. Oh, it's dropped by Will Andrews. Dame Allen's onto this. Going back goes Forshaw. It's a race for the line here. Just one Dame Allen's player in the hunt. 4 Maidstone players. And they shut it down and try to run it out. And do so successfully up to the 22. Super play from Cameron Jennings. Gap spotted by Geffins. And they're running this from deep. 80 metres from where they want to be. And Dame Allen's try line, or of course a drop goal. Morawski juggles with it, upended. Dame Allen's reverting to the ironclad defence they started this match with. Andrews has kicked this out, and it'll be a Dame Allen's line out.
Take him back, yeah, take him back.
Yeah, take him back in. You could even hear the kids outside him shouting no, because also when there's only a few minutes left, you want to keep the ball. 3 minutes, there you go. That's what referee's got left on the clock, so not long. They've got to throw everything at it, and you have to say, if Dame Allen can get a score here, then that could be the end of it.
Line out in the middle, not straight.
Maidstone can breathe a sigh of relief just for now, because they are only those 2 points behind.
Yeah, they did compete. They competed at the front. 2.5 to go. Crouch. Bite. Set.
How is Maidstone's scrum? It's good enough. Carter breach. No other plan than for him to beat a player one-on-one, and he does it. Coveney. Good speed on this again from Jennings. Held up by Ratman though. Those arms wrap around Cameron Jennings. He does win it back. Geffins. Coveney. Every way he turns, there's a Dame Allen's player.
High. Contact above the sternum, 5 reds.
High tackle there. Just keeping Maidstone into this, keeping their hopes alive.
Just over a minute, guys. Just over a minute.
As you could hear, 1 minute to play in the under-18 Vase final. Maidstone Grammar still at it, still looking for the moment that might win them the Vase. Dame Allen's looking for the moment when those 60 seconds are up. The ball bouncing around here, this is important. They get possession, Dame Allen's. It's theirs.
You have plenty of time
to
left,
play
guys,
this out.
Playing. There's still loads of time. Arrive up, Red!
Can Maidstone rip it back off them? They have done.
Oh, because you want to keep the ball for that full minute, but you don't have to go quickly. You can go really slowly, get your players in. If you do pick or go around the corner, you make sure you go in numbers. You cannot get isolated, so that's one of those they'll be absolutely gutted with.
On the 10. 10 is yours, Red.
Will Andrews makes sure with the kick. Both teams schools' rugby careers comes down to this. Courts just can't get it away. It's not gone forward. It's recoverable for Maidstone. Dame Allan's almost working that. Here goes Nat Geffins. He's away. The open side. Loops it over. Maidstone on the rampage.
Roll away, 7!
Aravind. Holroyd. Dame Allan's trying to pinch the ball on the floor.
Play.
Aravind looks left and goes that way. Breach has it ripped out of his hands by the outside centre. Swatton, but a penalty.
Oh, big moment here. There's a lot of people pointing towards points, towards those posts.
That's it, guys. The tee is on, mate. The tee is on.
Tee is on, guys. Tee is on.
There we go. Decisions made from tees on.
After.
However high your heart rate is at home, it's not going to be as high as those Maidstone Grammar pupils in the stands. Maybe, just maybe, the coolest person at the moment is Ewan Coveney. Difficult angle.
It's a lot of pressure on a young lad.
30 metres from the posts. This to win the Vase final. Ewan Coveney from Maidstone Grammar School. He's sunk it. Maidstone Grammar School have won. The school which just don't know when it's over. That never really pay attention to the score. That play and play and play. And at the end of their season, at the end of 70 long minutes at Allianz Stadium, Maidstone Grammar will take home the Vase. An extraordinary tale.
Really well played, guys. Really well played. Really well played. Really well played.
And here's that kick again. What a moment for him to be able to slot that one over, and that's why he is my player of the match today, to take that and just the moments that make players and teams and how much it means to them. So absolutely, Ewan Coveney, he is the player of the match.
And Dame Allan's players, who stood still as time stood still for them, dealing with how that match has turned out. Well, what a team and what a side, and it's too early for them to feel better about this cap, but their season and the way they've played, it's been amazing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I honestly don't think there's much of a worse way to lose than watching a penalty go over, because there's nothing you can do about it, and there's so many shoulda, woulda, couldas, and it's the fantastic...
Copy.
The fantastic thing about sport is that you have your moments of absolute elation and brilliance, and then you have the moments that crush you, but they'll come back stronger from it. You always learn from moments like this, even if they don't know it right now.
So both teams will soon be heading up to receive their medals and the trophy, and in the meantime we will go down pitch side after a stunning Vase final. Maidstone Grammar 22, Dame Allan Schools 21. Back to you, Alex.
Well, a fabulous stage has just had the most remarkable ending to the under-18 Vase final. It is huge congratulations to Maidstone Grammar School, who, at the very death, what is it about this week and last gasp drama? Sorry, Fred, we don't need to talk too much about the first one, but well done, Maidstone. That is holding your nerve in the biggest of moments for these young men's lives. What a kick to win it.
Unbelievable. Ice in his veins. You could see the lads behind him. They weren't watching. All the pressure. I mean, I think he's written himself into schoolbook history. I think he'll get a standing ovation when he goes back tomorrow. What a kick, mate, what a kick.
You always say that you want to see someone make the kick to win it rather than miss the kick for another team to win it. But fair play. Not an easy kick at all. No. Stood up there, knocked it over. And he knew. Hadn't even gone through and he's turned around and he's hugging his mates.
Take one step back, though. What a fabulous final. Both sides should walk off that pitch with their heads held high, shouldn't
they? 100%. There was, we talked about what Maidstone had to come out and do in the second half, and it started with like Danny Sayers. I mean, 13 with gas. There's not much you can do. He's just corner flagged and no one could catch him. So, they came out, players stood up. They're going to be known as the comeback kids, Maidstone. They're obviously 14-0 down in the semi-final, came back and won it. And they've done it again here.
They have indeed. Just a word on the support as well. I mean, you talk about, Fred, the ability to walk into school assembly tomorrow having kicked a penalty goal from the touchline to win it for your school. Those are special moments for the players themselves, but for the schools as well. What a day out.
I think the fans earned that winner there today. I mean, they were brilliant the entire game. I mean, both teams were, but to see I mean, I even got a bit of goosebumps there. To see the celebrations and the scenes and the lads run over, it's what it's all about.
And just a word on Dame Allan, because it's a long way to come. They sang their hearts out in the stands, they played their hearts out on the pitch. That is bitterly difficult to swallow, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be frustrated. Frustrations go back. I thought they probably had the game in control for the most part, but in those key moments, Maidstone sort of had to make big plays, and they did. The penalty down the far ending. Then, in that last 5 minutes, the constant pressure just got them penalties and got them a shot, and they took that shot.
Well done on comms. Did you enjoy that?
I did. I enjoyed it.
Amazing how easy it is when you're looking down from on high rather than in amongst the melee.
I can see why the fans tell us off so much, because they go, well, just the space is there, just move the ball there. It makes it look easy from up there, not so much down on the pitch, but no, it's good fun.
What was it that impressed you, though, about both sides today in particular?
I think, for me, the defence, the hunger that Maidstone showed. There are a couple of times when Dame Allan's were exiting here and you had 3 lads charging the kick down, forcing errors, making a mess of every breakdown. You could sort of sense how much it means to them, and I think they deserve that win at the end.
And even at this level, the organisation and the tactics and the understanding of the game plan is leagues ahead, I'm going to say, of whenever it was 100 years ago that I played. You probably were a much higher level as a schoolboy, but there's some really impressive structures in place, understanding of what it is they're trying to do.
Yeah, I think that's the professional era for you, the quality of coaching, what the RFU do around those coaching badges, but also these schools now attract ex-pros or people who've played the game to a higher level, that you can actually start implementing those sort of structures and how to play it. We still want to see them play heads up, because that's what we need more of in the professional game, is people who go out there and will play what's in front of them, but you need those structures as well to get you from A to B.
What a special moment this is. It's commiserations to Dame Allan's, but this is a very, very special moment for Maidstone. And let's send you back to Jack for the trophy presentation.
Here they are, the heroes for the night from Maidstone Grammar School. And in winning this Vase trophy, they replicate the 2005 team who won the under-15 Vase. Now, their coach for that team, Martin Holmes, is still at the school 21 years later. He's watching on today as the under-18s do it for a second time for Maidstone Grammar School. And Ed Holroyd, their captain, their number 8, gets ready for the trophy lift. And this is a school which doesn't have one rugby training session timetabled as a grammar school, as a state school. It's all extracurricular clubs, all non-compulsory, all doing it because they want to be here. All for this moment. Maidstone Grammar School, the Continental Tyres under-18 Vase champions. They've had the type of season that should really have seen it ended by now, most probably. They lost 8 matches over the course of their 20 in the season. The cut run was something special, though. They found something else. The cohesion they had in the end was unstoppable. And Kat, I don't think we've seen a team for quite a few years that have become greater than the sum of their parts and done it time and time again, so much that you have to review your original thoughts on them when you first see them play, because they're a smaller team. They don't have exactly the same shape as others. They play a little more chaotically, but put it all together, it is an intoxicating mix. It's a Vase-winning mix.
Absolutely, it's the way that they play together and they make each other play better, their link play, everything about they were just so up for it, and fair play to them to take it right on the last play of the game as well. You've got to have some confidence in yourself and your ability to be able to do that, but it's why I love sports so much. And when you're in the heat of things, the highs, the lows, when you lose a final it's terrible, when you win one it's incredible, but it is what it is all about. And but both teams come in here having played how they did, can be so proud of themselves today.
This was a competition with so many worthy contenders. Maidstone Grammar School in Kent end it top of the tree. They have 3 teams, Kat, that they play with in the under-18s category, and they're looking to start a 4th team. Do you think they've got a chance next year in getting everyone at the school even more excited about the game?
Well, this is a way to do it, isn't it? To get people in and behind it.
We'll soon be going pitch side to speak to the Continental Tyres player of the match, Ewan Coveney. I don't know if he's going to be able to get any words out just yet, so I think those pitch side might need to get ready to speak for him for a while. But these are special scenes. The school day is not quite over, although I think we can forgive these boys for clocking off early. It's been some day to this point. Well, Ewan Coveney is ready for interviews. He is the Continental Tyres player of the match. Let's hear from him.
Well, cometh the man alongside Ewan Coveney, who has taken Maidstone to the under-18 Vase glory here in a sunny Allianz Stadium at the Continental Tyres Schools Cup Finals Day. Well done to you. First things first, let's deal with the kick, because everybody, boy or girl, who's ever played the game will at some point line up a a kick at the post in the garden, or on a Monday night in the rain at the training ground, or at school when everyone else has gone home, and they will say to themselves, this kick to win the game. You have just lived that moment here at Allianz Stadium and nailed it. Talk us through firstly what was going through the mind when the penalty was given. Bit of deliberation, never in doubt.
So when the penalty was given, I was saying go corner, so I'm cramping up. I couldn't take it, but the boys backed me. About 5 minutes before, Cam Jennings, number 11, he said to me, no matter what, you've got this, whatever. And that was just going through my head the whole time before the kick. So thanks to him especially, because I could hear the noise from there. There was no respecting the kicker going on. It was like playing in France, but yeah, unbelievable.
I love that. But your crowd was amazing. How much to have, what, 700 of your fellow schoolmates here cheering you on?
He had 700 schoolboys, and then I reckon 200 old Maidstonians come down, parents, family. It was unbelievable. We knew the atmosphere would be good. At Aylesbury in the semi-final we had an unreal crowd, but that was 10 times the noise.
Is it hard? You talked about the comeback against Leeds. Has that helped gel you? You've had tight matches. You had a tight match against Duke of York's Royal Military School as well. Have those hard, close games? Did you always believe you were in that game right to the end?
Yeah, I think we went 14-0 down today as well. Honestly, the togetherness of the boys, we get in that changing room before the game, everyone's emotional, nervous, come out on the pitch, all that goes out the window, just playing with pride, everything. Mr. Saunders drives that so well.
Ewan, tell me about the celebrations tonight, because I know that you're going to walk into school tomorrow as the man.
I might get a bit of trouble for this, but we're definitely going to the curry house. I think I don't know, I think the headmaster's putting some money behind it. And then we'll go, those of us at 18, go to the pub, enjoy the night. And then I'm sure Friday will be even bigger.
Hashtag drink responsibly, everybody. It's a family show. I know a lot of kids are watching this, but you fully deserve it today, though. Can I just ask you about the cramp as well? Because you've nailed it here at Twickenham. You've won your school the cup. I fear you might go viral for lying down on your back in the royal box.
I mean, not many. I'm not sure. We'll have to check, but I don't reckon many people have ever done that. So you're setting first.
Yeah, I mean, I was cramping the whole game. I came to take the kick. That's all out the window. I forgot about it. And then I'll get back up there. I'll go down with cramp. Try to get back up again. Cramp again. So yeah. Just knackered, lost for words, I don't know what to say.
Can I just ask you what it means to you and your school to represent on this pitch right here? What does it do for Maidstone and everything that the school is about and the rugby?
I don't think it's just once in a lifetime opportunity, it's a once in a generation opportunity. Like, our under-15s did it 21 years ago, but no Maidstone under-18s team's done it, so it's just amazing. I feel like the support from everyone in Maidstone was just unbelievable. We're on the KMFM, which is the Kent radio station before this, support behind us, so yeah, unbelievable.
And it's amazing what it might do for future generations. It changes the mindset at school as well. So, you know, once they've seen it happen, they believe it, and that can change a generation. So hopefully it won't be 21 years till the next one.
The headmaster's put his car behind the bar at the curry house, which is essential.
I'm heading to the curry house.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in.
All form an orderly queue. Tell me about the setup, though, the coaches, the support that you've had to put this team where it's been today.
So Mr. Saunders is the main coach. He's been unbelievable. He came in 5 years ago as head of PE at our school, and the rugby program's completely transformed. We have Dave, whose son used to go to our school 5 years ago. He said he'd stopped coaching after he left, but he's still here. So it's really nice to have him there. Mr. Seymour, business and economics teacher, unbelievable rugby knowledge, comes in and helps us. He helps me with the kicks, so big up to him. And Rob, our physio, who helps us with all the injuries. I'm sure helping me out with cramp over there. So
have you got double physics and geography tomorrow, or will they let you off? Have you got double physics and geography to go into tomorrow?
I'm not smart enough.
God. But you're back in school tomorrow, and this is just a moment to live and enjoy, or give you the morning off?
I'm not sure much work will be getting done tomorrow, that's for certain.
Quite right too. Listen, well done to you. What a remarkable day you must have had. Just a word from Fred, you were on comms. Just a word on how well they went about their business today.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I could see how much it meant to you boys. You could see out there the way you were tackling, the way you're defending for each other, and then taking your opportunities at the end. It's magical, and I was really rooting for you to get that kick at the end, because it was a special game to watch. I love the support from your fans, and I know how much it means to all you boys, so congratulations.
Never in doubt. You went early on the celeb as well. Never a flicker of doubt.
No, I knew it was going over.
You know, yeah, good on you.
He just wanted to let the Stone Army know.
Yeah, quite right too. Well done to you, Ewan. Well done to your team. Enjoy the celebrations. You thoroughly deserve it. Brilliant to have you alongside, and well done to you and your team as well. What a fabulous under-18 Vase final we have had, and it is congratulations once again to the victors who have pulled it out of the fire when they needed it the most. We're going to have a very short break, and then we're going to start building up to the big one, the under-18s Cup final. Don't go anywhere. On a fabulous, glorious, sunny afternoon here at Allianz Stadium, we had a brilliant ace final to get up and running. We've built into that the under-18 Vase, and it's the big one to come in a few moments' time. Do stay with us.
When I was 6 or 7 years old, I was diagnosed with juvenile idiopathic arthritis, which was literally just a case of went to bed one night, woke up the next night and couldn't get out of bed. So it was a bit of a shock to the system, shock to my family. Being so young, you're probably just naive to it all, whereas they probably took the hit a bit more and having to go, take time out, mum and dad going up to Newcastle all the time to go to the RVI and stuff like that was probably longer for them than it was for me. I was missing school, so I was all right with it. Got a meal deal on the way home, didn't I? So to be honest with you, I can't really answer how they responded to it. I guess it was more the shock factor of just going to bed and waking up the next day with this disease. As I say, when you're 6 or 7, you can't really remember them times, but one image I do have is we went to Portugal on holiday and I literally had to get carried from one of the beds on the side of the pool to get thrown in the water just to be able to get in the pool. And then growing up, it was just a case of steroid injections and stuff like that to calm it all down. And fortunately enough, I had a great team at the RVI up in Newcastle who thoroughly got behind me. And well, even from, as I said, the age of 6 or 7, I demanded that I wanted to play rugby, and they fully got on board with that. And yeah, I went from spending 5 nights in the hospital to try and calm it all down to then being all good and being able to be back in playing rugby during school, playing for my club. I had a slight blip when I was 14, which was when they're trying to wean me off my medication. Yeah, I realised that probably isn't the route to take, and probably something that I'm going to have to stick with the medication for the foreseeable future, and which I'm still on till today. Yeah, it's got these implications and it affects me in different ways, but as a 22-year-old, you probably shouldn't feel sometimes how I feel, but I don't know if that's just me playing the martyr. But yeah, as I say, I'm still here and playing the game, so touch wood, everything's all good at the minute. It was a tough period in my life, but as I say, I was probably too young to remember it all, and it's all seems so far gone now, so yeah, we look forward. Arthritis is probably something that everyone grows up, ended up having in the end, but because of me having it so young, it's such a shock to say the people that I was working with at the RVI that someone my age at that time with such a disease with such little research. Obviously they had a few cases of it, but not many, and for me to be so demanding that I wanted to play rugby and play sport, probably knew they had their hands full, and to be fair to them guys, they fully got, as I say, got on board with it.
I think it's important to have women visible at all levels, because for the saying, if you can't see it, you can't be it.
As a woman, if you go to a club and there's no other women there, there's no girls there, you're not going to feel like it's a place for you. That's definitely how I felt when I was growing up. So if you don't have women at all levels and girls at all levels, you're not going to think that it's something that you can do, that you can try.
Belonging's important, and visibility is key, and I think International Women's Day gives us that chance to celebrate each other, and being able to see women in the industry just helps inspire people that may not have seen that before.
I don't tend to see people as man or woman, I just see people as what they're capable of and who they are, and I think that's really important. Like, if you look at International Women's Day, it is about celebrating the success of women. There is so much work that goes on 365 days of the year. To celebrate it on one day is great. It's that work that takes place on the other 364 days that really helps with the advancement of equality.
It's obviously changed hugely in 20 years, if not in 40 years, from when I first got involved. As I go around the country, I do see a lot of women involved in their clubs, whether that's as secretaries or chairs. You know, there are more and more, and I think the more that they are seen, the more they'll be in the future.
Say yes to opportunities. Don't wait till you feel like you fit in.
It's really important to have that so that people know that there is something there regardless of what ability or skill set you have. You can always find your place in rugby and your place in sport. Yeah, just follow your passion and go and do it.
And I feel that this kind of celebration, talking about why it's so important, it really does make a difference. And if it gets just one girl thinking, oh yeah, I could go and play rugby, or I could go and work in rugby, then that's a good thing. So let's just do more of it. And this is a way to celebrate that.
Hi, I'm Teresa Mahoney and I'm the president of Scunthorpe RUFC. Rugby actually, I know it sounds daft, but it means everything. I grew up watching my dad play rugby. I loved the game from a young age. I dreamt of playing. I didn't think it was something that would happen. When it was mentioned that there was possible that there was going to form a women's team here, I jumped on as soon as I could. I threw everything into it and really wanted to be good at it as well. I've had ups and big downs, but rugby has always been central to that. And you know, even when I was in a really sad place, I came rugby training. I didn't get involved because I wasn't up for that, but I do remember smiling a couple of times during the session and thinking, do you know what, I'm going to be okay, I'm going to be all right. And that's because of the women around you that support you and just we encourage everybody. And it's just, yeah, it means everything.
Teresa is a real pioneer for the women's section and the girls section at Scunthorpe. She massively undersells herself and what she's done for our club, from helping to start the women's section where we had our 30th anniversary last year. She has really probably done every role that there is in the club, but she's well thought of. She puts a lot of effort in behind the scenes. She supports all the teams right through the mini juniors, the girls section and the seniors right up to the men. So it wasn't really any surprise that she got selected to be president. It's a huge honour for our club to be the first women's president, and you know, like she says, she's a true icon really for women in the local area.
She's certainly setting a precedent for the club on what women can do, and the fact that she's broken all the stereotypes and smashing it, still playing to now and being president for us.
What she's done for the women's section is unbelievable. What she's done for the girls section, and now we're starting to see the fruits of her labour from the girls, and they're starting to come through to the women's. Kudos to Scunthorpe and the committee who have had the foresight to place Teresa as president, which is the top honour of the club really, you know, and kudos to them. We hear that everywhere that there's a Blazer Brigade and the old Pale and Stale and everything like that. Well, Teresa totally breaks that mould, and long may it continue.
Obviously being president of Scunthorpe is a huge privilege and honour, and I would never have thought that I would have been asked, because I'm not a follower of, you know, I'm not a yes sir, no sir. Never have been, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have played women's rugby 30 years ago. And it is a huge privilege, and I am the first woman to be president of the club. I won't be the last. I'm a player first. I'm a rugby player that just happens to be female, and the club's nearly 100 years old in itself, so to be the first female president is a huge privilege. I hope to do the club proud.
Hi, I'm Henry Slade, and it all started for me at Ivybridge RFC.
Hi, I'm Luke Candicki, and it all started at Penzance and Newlyn RFC.
On your free! 1, 2, 3!
Welcome back to It Means Everything, where we head to the places England internationals first fell in love with the game. Now, rugby begins long before the big stadiums and test caps. It starts at clubs like this. Today we're in Devon at Ivybridge RFC, the grassroots home that helped shape Henry Slade into the player we know today. Ahead of Premiership titles and his 74 caps, this was his rugby home. And fittingly, Ivybridge are facing Penzance and Newlyn RFC today, a club with its own England connections, where Luke Cowan-Dickey first started playing. Now, remarkably, Henry and Luke made their England debuts in the very same game back in 2015 against France. And both have gone on to achieve huge things in the shirt. We'll hear from the coaches, teammates and club members who were there at the very beginning and prove that grassroots rugby really does mean everything.
So my first taste of rugby was at Ivy Bridge Rugby Club, under 9s. My brother Seth was in the under 7s. He had a match, I went down to watch. My age group was training, so they asked if I wanted to jump in and try it out, and I did and loved it, and sort of never looked back really. Sort of got my hands on the ball and sort of trying to take people on. Didn't really know what I was doing at first, but just being able to run and blast of energy, I guess, was really cool. My coaches from right when I started until I finished at Ivy Bridge were Paul Setter and Adrian Coles, and they were really great coaches. Put in so much time and effort with everyone. All the boys came everywhere with us. We had matches all over the place, and no matter what the weather was, rain, shine, they were always there. So, yeah, those guys gave me some of my earliest rugby memories and earliest rugby advice, which I still use today.
Even from a young age, you could tell that Henry was good at all his sports. I mean, it wasn't so much for his size, because he was quite wee and small as a kid. He wasn't particularly the fastest. He wasn't very loud and talkative, but he always had that willingness to want to learn.
We arrive typically around 3 to 4 hours before a game. Between the two of us, we'll test all our feeds, make sure everything's coming through fine. The stakes are high, it's not just for us, it's the coaches, the fans.
You have to have complete trust in technology, because when 80,000 people show up, it gets properly tested.
Sometimes life is best when it's just black and white. We're thrilled to have you with us.
Within the box, we have 2 analysts, 5 coaches, 7 video angles, hundreds and thousands of data points.
Possession, ball in play, line-outs, scrums. You would break that down into individuals as well. How many times they're carrying, how effective their carrying is, how many meters they make, how many tackles they made, how many missed tackles. We've got all this in front of us, but what is the key bit? What trends are happening in the game? All the 7 laptops are linked up. Therefore, coaches can see on their laptops what we are clipping. Exactly the same thing gets fed down onto the bench. The iPads get used to draw their attention to certain things. The fact that everything's all in sync is really beneficial to us.
3 minutes just before half-time, I have some key clips built into an organiser. I'll database them, copy them onto a hard drive, bang, down the stairs we go. I'm transferring the information as I'm walking down.
The stakes are high because of the lack of time you have.
15 minutes whistle to whistle. We give them a space, but then you've got 6 minutes to have an effect on them then to go and win a test match.
You just played 40 minutes of rugby, the heart rate is pulsing. There's a lot of things going through your mind.
You do have a personal responsibility.
As a player is so important because you've got the feel of the game, but you don't quite see it from a bird's eye view.
There's 1 or 2 kind of bullet points in your mind that you know to kind of go into the second half thinking about.
That's how we play, that's how we win.
Is this beauty of all these people are trying to go in one direction together.
If you know that you've had even 1% impact, it makes it all worth it.
When I was 6 or 7 years old, I was diagnosed with juvenile idiopathic arthritis, which was literally just a case of went to bed one night, woke up the next night and couldn't get out of bed. So it was a bit of a shock to the system, shock to my family. Being so young, you're probably just naive to it all, whereas they probably took the hit a bit more and having to take time out, mum and dad going up to Newcastle all the time to go to the RVI and stuff like that was probably longer for them than it was for me. I was missing school, so I was all right with it. Got a meal deal on the way home, didn't I? So, to be honest with you, I can't really answer how they responded to it. I guess it was more the shock factor of just going to bed and waking up the next day with this disease. As I say, when you're 6 or 7, you can't really remember them times, but one image I do have is we went to Portugal on holiday and I literally had to get carried from one of the beds on the side of the pool to get thrown in the water just to be able to get in the pool. And then growing up, it was just a case of steroid injections and stuff like that to calm it all down. And fortunately enough, I had a great team at the RVI up in Newcastle who thoroughly got behind me. And well, even from, as I say, the age of 6 or 7, I demanded that I wanted to play rugby, and they fully got on board with that. And yeah, I went from spending 5 nights in the hospital to try and calm it all down to then being all good and being able to be back in playing rugby during school, playing for my club. I had a slight blip when I was 14, which was when they're trying to wean me off my medication. Yeah, I realised that probably isn't the route to take, and probably something that I'm going to have to stick with the medication for the foreseeable future, and which I'm still on till today. Yeah, it's got these implications, and it affects me in different ways, but as a 22-year-old, you probably shouldn't feel sometimes how I feel, but I don't know if that's just me playing the martyr. But yeah, as I say, I'm still here and playing the game, so touch wood, everything's all good at the minute. It was a tough period in my life, but as I say, I was probably too young to remember it all, and it's all seems so far gone now, so yeah, we look forward. Arthritis is probably something that everyone grows up, ended up having in the end, but because of me having it so young, it's such a shock to say the people that I was working with at the RVI, that someone my age at that time with such a disease with such little research. Obviously they had a few cases of it, but not many, and for me to be so demanding that I wanted to play rugby and play sport, probably knew they had their hands full, and to be fair to them guys, they fully got, as I say, got on board with it.
Welcome back to Allianz Stadium, where the sun is still high. We've got a fabulous Continental Tyres Schools Cup final day taking place, 4:20 for the Under-18 Cup final itself. But before then, what about this for a little afternoon away from school and away from the classroom? Because we've got probably 200-300 kids out there playing. And Mark Saltmarsher's alongside. You're going to give me your title rather than me get it wrong. What is your role and your job? Go on. What's the official? What's it say on the business card?
It says I'm player pipeline manager.
Okay.
So I'm all about trying, and my team, should mention them, they're all out there.
Good on them.
About trying to bring kids into the game, give them a great experience so they want to carry on playing it for life, basically.
And what are we watching here?
So we have got here a whole load of girls who, thanks to our Love Rugby programme and Continental Tyres, have been part of our national programme this year, which is a load of festivals right across the country, nearly 50 festivals, culminating in events like this. So we've been here, we've been up at Stale, all around the country, big showcase events as well that gives them a taste of rugby. Most of these girls have not played the game before.
Fantastic. Tell me a little bit and give me a couple of anecdotes of children who haven't necessarily played a lot before but get into this and from there love it, begin to understand it, begin to follow it. What sort of impact are you seeing of a campaign like this?
Yeah, really good point, Alex. And that's our aim, is for this to lead somewhere. So this year the Women's World Cup was a huge boost for us.
Sure.
Girls' interest has gone through the roof. We have, as a result of programmes like this and linking it back to our rugby clubs, we've had an increase in participation this year and registration of nearly 14% of girls. This age group, so the youngest girls, nearly 20%. Okay. So it's huge.
I'm going to ask the sort of headline question, but how much of an impact does an Ellie Kildunn or a Henry Pollock have on what we see out here today?
Yeah, massive. Obviously, the shop window of the game is, drives everything almost, because you get opportunities not only to see it in real life, you get to see it on the TV, and then we give them a go, which is the most important thing.
And how many of them come into a campaign like this and then perhaps will step into a club environment or are playing more at school? Where do you want to see these children who get a taster of it take their game from here?
Our aim is always to try and, as I say, help people to play for life. That's the real key to it.
This is exactly what's on. Hello, are you having fun? Big thumbs up, good.
And in our rugby clubs is the place that you can do that for life. Our schools work, our college work, our university work is really important in getting people engaged. It's how we keep them engaged is the key. And that work is something that we're really trying to drive over the next few years as well.
You've obviously got a fabulous team. How big is your team?
My immediate team is quite little.
Okay.
But we have a huge team across the country, a really good set of development officers, club developers, coach developers who are all helping to try and grow the game and make it sustainable.
And I was going to ask sort of where they're coming from. If people are watching this and they think, John, I'd love to get involved, how do people help with what has obviously got a bit of a groundswell behind it?
Well, all four corners. So we've got people from all around the country here today. We try and localise everything. So we make sure it's right for that area. There's an opportunity as close by to anyone who wants to have a go at the game.
Yeah. And when you get a day like this and you see the smiles and you see girls who perhaps haven't played too much and boys who are just working it out, what sort of an impact does an opportunity like this have for those kids?
It's memories for life, isn't it? And you can see that all the way through the day. Some at a very high level, but, they're just starting out their journey. So us being able to do this sort of thing, it creates the memory, doesn't it? And, we hope, as well as being players of the future, there'll be our coaches, our referees, our volunteers, our parents, ultimately, and they want their kids to do the same.
Days like this are actually very sort of reaffirming, and they remind us why we all love the game. It's a wonderful opportunity for everybody out there. You talk about 14% growth in the girls' side of it. You've got a very good team beginning to really build into this. Where would you love this to be in 12, 24, 36 months' time?
Yeah, so this, because we're starting at the bottom end with the girls' game, really keen to try and consolidate and grow the bottom end of the game. It's then how you take that on. And we've got some brilliant clubs and schools and colleges out there doing some great stuff for girls who are 12, 14, 16, 18 years old. That's where we want to go next. Really grow that, retain the players we've got, and make sure we're bringing new girls into the game as well.
And we've touched on sort of Henry Pollock, or we've touched on, Jess Breach, for example. The impact of them is obvious, but where else would you like to see these kids? Is it about buying tickets? Is it about being here for the Red Roses game in a few weeks' time? What opportunities would you love these players to be enjoying just outside of playing?
Yeah, it's a good question, Alex. Being fans of the game is really important, and being a fan can be anything, can't it? It can be ultimately supporting the England team to what you do in your local club or in your school. That's all important. It's the whole sort of rugby picture, rugby family is important to us. And you might have seen about our new strategy. That is about trying to make sure that everyone has a part to play, grow the game, and make it something that people want to have as part of their lives.
Fabulous. A first day at Allianz Stadium for some of these youngsters. We might see them back here in 5, 10, 15, 20 years' time. Who knows? Certainly, I think one or two would love to emulate the Red Roses, who, of course, lifted that World Cup last year. They've got a Six Nations coming up around the corner as well. It's a really special day. Thank you for explaining everything that's going on. And well done to you and your team for all the good stuff. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Alex.
Jack, we'll hand it back to you for now.
Thanks, Alex. We often hear that cup finals should be treated like any other games, but you're not going to find anyone down here on the pitch right now getting their moment in the sun at Allianz Stadium saying that this is like any other throw around in the park or at school or in the playground where, of course, they're doing their T1 sessions. This is going to feel very different every single time. And we're seeing under 11 girls and boys up to about under 14 and some primary school students out there as well. They're noticeable because they are definitely quite a lot smaller than their under 11s and under 14 counterparts. There they are at the top of the screen. If you can see, that's the primary mega fest that's going on here. We've got 9 teams involved in that. We've got 8 Year 7 girls teams and 8 Year 9 girls teams, all playing T1, which is tag rugby, often the entry point for rugby for many people. And as we heard from Mark, yeah, some players playing rugby for the first time within this programme. Maybe not exactly today, but since they started it this year. And it's great to see, Kat, isn't it? I mean, for your early run-arounds, to get a run out of Twickenham, it's right up there.
Oh, it's fantastic, and it's giving the opportunity for players to play a lot younger and to get into the sport a lot younger. When I was playing, we didn't have T1. I didn't pick up a rugby ball till I was 14 years old, and that was a similar story to a few people around my era, some even picking it up later at uni, for example. So imagine being able to do it at primary school age and how good you'll then become if it is something that you want to take on, that skill set, because you've been doing it for so much longer. And yeah, the fact they get to do it at Twickenham is absolutely brilliant.
And this is going edge to edge here. Great try from the team in blue that we're seeing. One side to the other. Oh, they were touched, so they're still going for it.
Yeah, some good footwork on display here as well. Enjoying it.
Edge to work here. Oh, they're close, aren't they? Good defence. It's very good defence.
It is indeed. Work rates, top level.
And it's T1. It's the entry point to rugby, but there's no mistaking it. It looks exactly as the game should be played. Good decision to straighten. Oh, this is nice. Really nice. Great defence, in fairness. This may well go back and forth for a while. Well-matched teams here that we're seeing in the T1 tag competition. Now look at the wheels here. This is outstanding.
Turning defence into attack. We talk about it a lot in rugby, and we're talking about it. Oh, and look at that as well. That offload at the end. Brilliant.
And well done to those in the black and red jerseys and to those in the blue and dark blue. That was good to see. And they'll be playing for the next half hour out here in the sun. And Kat, once we've got the time, I'd love to hear how it was in your day. What was the entry point for rugby when you first picked up a ball, and how old were you?
So yeah, I was 14 years old and I went along to Worcester, and it was indoors there. They had like sand as the indoor pitch in a little barn thing, and we did wrestling in our first session, and it was like winner stays in, and I absolutely loved it. My background, I did gymnastics before that, so you've got core strength and always been a bit aggressive, so like physical. So yeah, I fell in love with it, and I'm still friends with some of those players that I met way back then, and that first ever Worcester under 16 session. And so yeah, I fell in love with the game, and from that moment genuinely I went, do you know what, I want to play this at the highest level I can.
And if we look at the timeline of your career, what year was that, and then how long until you win the World Cup with England in 2014?
Okay, so I played with Worcester for 14 years. I worked this out, so the age of 14 to the age of 28 when I won the World Cup. So yeah, 14 years career, all of which from Worcester at under 16s. I did under 16s trials for England, didn't get in the first year, yeah, and then I said to myself, look, do you know what, I'm never going to get a rejection letter again, and I'm going to try harder, and I'm going to do all this and work hard, and got England under 19s, got my first cap at age 19, which was incredible, and yeah, went on to play in four World Cups, two 7s, 2 15s, and final game was winning the World Cup final in 2014.
Yes, you went out on that high, of course. Now, what a day that was in Paris for England, for the Red Roses, and it's changed so much now, hasn't it? And that kind of pathway we won't see again, I'm sure.
Yeah.
To start rugby with a wrestling match is a good one. It's a perfect way in many ways.
Yeah, it was very fun, and I'm a big fan of how far rugby has come, because I've played in, not even stadiums, like for some of our England games where they were, and we'd get a few hundred people watch, and then for me to commentate on the Rugby World Cup final with 5 Live, and it to be sold out Twickenham, nearly 90,000 people here, was just one of those goosebump moments, because I'd never thought it could come that far, and to actually be there firsthand, have gone through it as a player and seen how far it's grown. And what's lovely now is I still get people who talk to me on social media and stuff, and they're like, I remember you as a player, even though it was many years ago, because I think rugby's just been brought into the forefront a lot more in the women's game.
And those tries that survive on social media as well, don't they? And it's great to see that stuff like the 2017 World Cup tries that you were scoring, 2014 as well, that it continues that legacy.
Oh yeah, it's nice. They do throwbacks. Yeah, so there's a Samoa one in 2014 that does the rounds on socials, because I do a proper pirouette on that touchline and stay in and score. So that one does well.
So this afternoon, able to be brought to Allianz Stadium as part of the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. And we've seen the RFU Ace League finals. That's the girls' competition concluded here. Hartpury College winning that over Worthing College. So many programmes that they offer for young players as well, from 16, and those aspiring to go to that next level quite often go through the pathways at teams that are in that RFU Ace League. And so if that is where someone is looking to go to next, then there's so many options there to join those clubs and try to get to that top level, or really, and there's players on those programs who just want to play their rugby at the highest level they can, not necessarily
you don't
with
always
PWR
have to want to
aspirations.
Yes, just go play, enjoy your rugby. It's a huge part of it's why even when I lived in London, I commuted back up to Worcester to play, because I loved my rugby, I loved my friends up there, and that was something that was really important to me, that I wanted to enjoy it, because it's meant to be fun. And yes, you can still want to be competitive and be the best level that you can do, but one thing I was thinking about with this at Twickenham, players will always remember it. Whenever you speak to anyone, if they hear you've played before, they're like, I played at Twickenham in a cup game, or I did this, or I did this, and you can see they light up when they talk about it. And my friends mock my husband because he played here and he got a try, and they were like, yeah, but Cat scored against New Zealand in Twickenham, so she jumps you. So, yeah, but people remember it because it's not many people get to experience it, and it's a really special moment.
So right, because my cousin has a photo of him playing for Ellingham and Ringwood when he was an under-10 at Twickenham.
Brilliant.
And I'm so envious of it. He played maybe 2 years of rugby, but he went to Allianz Stadium, and I never got close. Still look at it on his mantelpiece and go, yeah, got me there.
Yeah, it is. It's an incredible experience, and experiencing it. I mentioned earlier in the stream we had the London Sevens were here, and this was in an era where women used to play off the side pitches. You wouldn't get to, but the final we played on Twickenham, and that was incredible. Played Australia, and we won it, which is obviously an experience in itself. But just looking round, and I think there was about 50,000 people here, and it was just incredible.
Well, maybe you've joined our coverage because you know that someone a relative, a friend, is out here right now playing, and you'll have to try and work it out where they are exactly from this picture, because this is where our coverage is pausing for an hour or so before the final. But we'd love to have your company for the next match, even if you've not got a connection to it, because Northampton School for Boys are in the final, a state school from Northamptonshire, of course, and this is how they begin with their players. They offer a T1 rugby non-contact course at the start in their PE lessons for 6 weeks. It's an hour and a half. That's what half of their pupils that go to their school are aged 11. That's their entry point to rugby. That's the same entry point we're seeing here today. They start with T1 tag rugby, and after that 6 weeks of tag rugby is over, they then can make a choice and either join extracurricular clubs for rugby and continue that, or not do that and play another sport. But it all starts with this type of tag rugby. So it'd be great to see where you can go from it and just what level you can get to. So I really encourage anyone who is joining us for this part of the day, stay with us for the under-18 boys final. Northampton School for boys up against Epsom College, and our coverage will re-begin at 4:20 in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup final. So we hope to have your company for that.
We arrive typically around 3 to 4 hours before a game. Between the two of us, we'll test all our feeds, make sure everything's coming through fine. The stakes are high, it's not just for us, it's the coaches, the fans.
You have to have complete trust in the technology, because when 80,000 people show up, it gets properly tested.
Sometimes life is best when it's just black and white.
Within the box, we have 2 analysts, 5 coaches, 7 video angles, hundreds and thousands of data points.
Possession, ball in play, line-outs, scrums. You would break that down into individuals as well. How many times they're carrying, how effective their carrying is, how many meters they make, how many tackles they made, how many missed tackles. We've got all this in front of us, but what is the key bit? What trends are happening in the game? All the 7 laptops are linked up. Therefore, coaches can see on their laptops what we are clipping. Exactly the same thing gets fed down onto the bench. The iPads get used to draw their attention to certain things. The fact that everything's all in sync is really beneficial to us.
3 minutes just before half-time, I have some key clips built into an organiser. I'll database them, copy them onto a hard drive, bang, down the stairs we go. I'm transferring the information as I'm walking down.
The stakes are high because of the lack of time you have.
15 minutes whistle to whistle. We give them a space, but then you've got 6 minutes to have an effect on them then to go and win a test match.
You've just played 40 minutes of rugby. The heart rate is pulsing. There's a lot of things going through your mind.
You do have a personal responsibility.
As a player is so important because you've got the feel of the game, but you don't quite see it from a bird's eye view.
There's 1 or 2 kind of bullet points in your mind that you know to kind of go into the second half thinking about.
You're aggressive 2 ways, so that's how we play, that's how we win.
There's this beauty of all these people are trying to go in one direction together.
If you know that you've had even 1% impact, it makes it all worth it.
When I was 6 or 7 years old, I was diagnosed with juvenile idiopathic arthritis, which was literally just a case of went to bed one night, woke up the next night and couldn't get out of bed. So it was a bit of a shock to the system, shock to my family. Being so young, you're probably just naive to it all, whereas they probably took the hit a bit more and having to go, take time our mum and dad going up to Newcastle all the time to go to the RVI and stuff like that was probably longer for them than it was for me. I was missing school, so I was all right with it. Got a meal deal on the way home, didn't I? So, to be honest with you, I can't really answer how they responded to it. I guess it was more the shock factor of just going to bed and waking up the next day with this disease. As I say, when you're 6 or 7, you can't really remember them times, but one image I do have is we went to Portugal on holiday and I literally had to get carried from one of the beds on the side of the pool to get thrown in the water just to be able to get in the pool. And then growing up, it was just a case of steroid injections and stuff like that to calm it all down. And fortunately enough, I had a great team at the RVI up in Newcastle who thoroughly got behind me. And well, even from, as I say, the age of 6 or 7, I demanded that I wanted to play rugby, and they fully got on board with that. And yeah, went from spending 5 nights in the hospital to try and calm it all down to then being all good and being able to be back in playing rugby during school, playing for my club. Had a slight blip when I was 14, which was when they're trying to wean me off my medication. Yeah, I realised that probably isn't the route to take, and probably something that I'm going to have to stick with the medication for the foreseeable future, and which I'm still on till today. Yeah, it's got these implications and it affects me in different ways, but as a 22-year-old, you probably shouldn't feel sometimes how I feel, but I don't know if that's just me playing the martyr. But yeah, as I say, I'm still here and playing the game, so touch wood, everything's all good at the minute. It was a tough period in my life, but as I say, was probably too young to remember it all, and it's all seems so far gone now. So yeah, we look forward. Arthritis is probably something that everyone grows up ended up having in the end, but because of me having it so young, it's such a shock to say the people that I was working with at the RVI that someone my age at that time with such a disease with such little research. Obviously they had a few cases of it, but not many, and for me to be so demanding to that I wanted to play rugby and play sport, probably knew they had their hands full, and to be fair to them guys, they fully got, as I say, got on board with it.
I think it's important to have women visible at all levels because, for the saying, if you can't see it, you can't be it.
As a woman, if you go to a club and there's no other women there, there's no girls there, you're not going to feel like it's a place for you. That's definitely how I felt when I was growing up. So if you don't have women at all levels and girls at all levels, you're not going to think that it's something that you can do, that you can try.
Belonging's important and visibility is key, and I think International Women's Day gives us that chance to celebrate each other, and being able to see women in the industry just helps inspire people that may not have seen that before.
I don't tend to see people as man or woman, I just see people as what they're capable of and who they are, and I think that's really important. Like, if you look at International Women's Day, it is about celebrating the success of women. There is so much work that goes on 365 days of the year. To celebrate it on one day is great. It's that work that takes place on the other 364 days that really helps with the advancement of equality.
It's obviously changed hugely in 20 years, if not in 40 years, from when I first got involved. As I go around the country, I do see a lot of women involved in their clubs, whether that's as secretaries or chairs. You know, there are more and more, and I think the more that they are seen, the more they'll be in the future.
Say yes to opportunities. Don't wait till you feel like you fit in.
It's really important to have that so that people know that there is something there regardless of what ability or skill set you have. You can always find your place in rugby and your place in sport. Yeah, just follow your passion and go and do it.
And I feel that this kind of celebration, talking about why it's so important, it really does make a difference. And if it gets just one girl thinking, oh yeah, I could go and play rugby, or I could go and work in rugby, then that's a good thing. So let's just do more of it, and this is a way to celebrate that.
Hi, I'm Teresa Mahoney and I'm the president of Scunthorpe RUFC. Rugby, actually, I know it sounds daft, but it means everything. I grew up watching my dad play rugby. I loved the game from a young age. I dreamt of playing. I didn't think it was something that would happen. When it was mentioned that there was possible that there was going to form a women's team here, I jumped on as soon as I could. I threw everything into it and really wanted to be good at it as well. I've had ups and big downs, but rugby has always been central to that. And you know, even when I was in a really sad place, I came rugby training. I didn't get involved because I wasn't up for that, but I do remember smiling a couple of times during the session and thinking, do you know what, I'm going to be okay, I'm going to be all right. And that's because of the women around you that support you and just we encourage everybody. And it's just, yeah, it means everything.
Teresa is a real pioneer for the women's section and the girls section at Scunthorpe. She massively undersells herself and what she's done for our club, from helping to start the women's section where we had our 30th anniversary last year. She has really probably done every role that there is in the club, but she's well thought of. She puts a lot of effort in behind the scenes. She supports all the teams right through the mini juniors, the girls section and the seniors right up to the men. So it wasn't really any surprise that she got selected to be president. It's a huge honour for our club to be the first women's president, and you know, she, like she says, she's a true icon really for women in the local area.
She's certainly setting a precedent for the club on what women can do, and the fact that she's broken all the stereotypes and smashing it, still playing to now and being president for us.
What she's done for the women's section is unbelievable. What she's done for the girls section, and now we're starting to see the fruits of her labour from the girls, and they're starting to come through to the women's. Kudos to Scunthorpe and the committee who have had the foresight to place Teresa as president, which is the top honour of the club, really, you know, and kudos to them. We hear that everywhere that there's a Blazer Brigade and the old Pale and Stale and everything like that. Well, Teresa totally breaks that mould, and long may it continue.
Obviously, being president of Scunthorpe is a huge privilege and honour, and I would never have thought that I would have been asked, because I'm not a follower of, you know, I'm not a yes sir, no sir. Never have been, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have played women's rugby 30 years ago. And it is a huge privilege, and I am the first woman to be president of the club. I won't be the last. I'm a player first. I'm a rugby player that just happens to be female, and the club's nearly 100 years old in itself, so to be the first female president is a huge privilege. I hope to do the club proud.
Hi, I'm Henry Slade, and it all started for me at Ivy Bridge RFC.
Hi, I'm Luke Dickey, and it all started at Penzance and Newlyn RFC.
On your free! 1, 2, 3!
Welcome back to It Means Everything, where we head to the places England internationals first fell in love with the game. Now, rugby begins long before the big stadiums and test caps. It starts at clubs like this. Today we're in Devon at Ivy Bridge RFC, the grassroots home that helped shape Henry Slade into the player we know today. Ahead of Premiership titles and his 74 caps, this was his rugby home. And fittingly, Ivy Bridge are facing Penzance and Newlyn RFC today, a club with its own England connections, where Luke Cowan-Dickey first started playing. Now, remarkably, Henry and Luke made their England debuts in the very same game back in 2015 against France. And both have gone on to achieve huge things in the shirt. We'll hear from the coaches, teammates and club members who were there at the very beginning and prove that grassroots rugby really does mean everything.
So my first taste of rugby was at Ivy Bridge Rugby Club, under 9s. My brother Seth was in the under 7s. He had a match, I went down to watch. My age group was training, so they asked if I wanted to jump in and try it out, and I did and loved it, and sort of never looked back really. Sort of got my hands on the ball and sort of trying to take people on. Didn't really know what I was doing at first, but just being able to run and feel some energy, I guess, was really cool. My coaches from right when I started until I finished at Ivy Bridge were Paul Setter and Adrian Coles, and they were really great coaches. Put in so much time and effort with everyone. All the boys came everywhere with us. We had matches all over the place, and no matter what the weather was, rain, shine, they were always there. So, yeah, those guys gave me some of my earliest rugby memories and earliest rugby advice, which I still use today.
Even from a young age, you could tell that Henry was good at all his sports. I mean, it wasn't so much for his size, because he was quite wee and small as a kid. He wasn't particularly the fastest. He wasn't very loud and talkative, but he always had that willingness to want to learn.
I think it's important to have women visible at all levels, because for the saying, if you can't see it, you can't be it.
As a woman, if you go to a club and there's no other women there, there's no girls there, you're not going to feel like it's a place for you. That's definitely how I felt when I was growing up. So if you don't have women at all levels and girls at all levels, you're not going to think that it's something that you can do, that you can try.
Belonging's important, and visibility is key, and I think International Women's Day gives us that chance to celebrate each other, and being able to see women in the industry just helps inspire people that may not have seen that before.
I don't tend to see people as man or woman, I just see people as what they're capable of and who they are, and I think that's really important. Like, if you look at International Women's Day, it is about celebrating the success of women. There is so much work that goes on 365 days of the year. To celebrate it on one day is great. It's that work that takes place on the other 364 days that really helps with the advancement of equality.
It's obviously changed hugely in 20 years, if not in 40 years, from when I first got involved. As I go around the country, I do see a lot of women involved in their clubs, whether that's as secretaries or chairs. You know, there are more and more, and I think the more that they are seen, the more they'll be in the future.
Say yes to opportunities. Don't wait till you feel like you fit in. It's really important to have that so that people know that there is something there regardless of what ability or skill set you have. You can always find your place in rugby and your place in sport. Yeah, just follow your passion and go and do it.
And I feel that this kind of celebration, talking about why it's so important, it really does make a difference. And if it gets just one girl thinking, oh yeah, I could go and play rugby or I could go and work in rugby, then that's a good thing. So let's just do more of it. And this is a way to celebrate that.
At the Allianz Stadium.
Continental Tyres Schools Cup final here at Allianz Stadium.
This is what it all comes down to. Years of playing with your schoolmates.
It's compelling stuff.
From school fields to one of rugby's biggest stages.
This is where the next generation begins.
Good afternoon to you all and welcome to Allianz Stadium. It is the big one, it's the showpiece, it is the final of the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. It is the biggest game in schoolboy rugby and it is Northampton Saints, up at Northampton School for Boys I should say, many of them going into the Northampton Saints set up in years to come, up against Epsom College, and for the first time we will have a new name on this prestigious trophy. Big games, as we said earlier, require big names, so Freddie Steward and Mike Tindall are alongside. Before we get into the rugby itself, you've had many good days here in many different jerseys. Just a word on the crowd before we get into what's happened on the field.
Yeah, we've had the luxury of being out by the tunnel the last 10-20 minutes, and the atmosphere is incredible. I think 20 buses Epsom College have brought here, 1,000 pupils here. You've got Northampton School for Boys with a big mob behind us. They're chanting away at each other. It's brilliant.
It's the most relaxed day Freddie's ever had at HQ. Even getting a cheer from Northampton supporters as well. The shoe army are out in force. So the game itself, you've played in this competition. You have had a number of years watching it alongside Good Bad Rugby and the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. It feels this year that we've got something very, very special happening out here over the next couple of hours or so. Just give us your view of the two teams we've got here.
I think it is a massive game. It's a massive game for both schools. Northampton, should they win it, would be the first state school to win it in over 20 years, I think. And I don't think Epsom have ever won this trophy. So I think they've won the under-15s, but that was 30-odd years ago. So it's a big challenge for both of these. There are going to be nerves, as you would expect, but it's going to be, Freddie said it earlier on the tannoy, it's going to be the ones who can settle down the quickest, get into their game. You know, we saw in the last game it took Maidstone a long time to settle down, but they made that comeback in the second half. Where, you know, it's going to be the same here, getting into your grooves, getting into your patterns of how you want to play. You know, with the Northampton for Boys, they obviously changed a bit. They got off to a great start in their semi-final, then two yellow cards and suddenly let Campion back in. Yeah. They need to make sure that doesn't happen again, because you always need 15 on the field, as you know that, Alex.
Absolutely loving this atmosphere building behind us. And on big days like this, which for young men are going to feel very, very special, a little bit of experience is going to be very valuable. So potentially a first name on the under-18s trophy for either side who comes through to win this day. But Northampton School for Boys, for the last 4 years, have been in the under-15s final. So, and they've won 2 of those 4, commiserations having lost yesterday, of course. But that means that some of these boys have been to big days before. How much do you think that adds to what they're going to do today?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're in days like this and there's lots of pressure and lots of emotion, you look to those players who have been and done it before. So a couple of these lads will have been there at under 15. I think there's a lot of Harlequins Academy boys in the Epsom team. You've got Northampton boys in this team. So, you know, we expect this to be a tight game as the Vase final was earlier. So both teams are going to look to those players to be the men to step up in the big moments and make the difference.
The standard, year on year, that we've been part of this finals day is getting better and better and better. This year we've actually got Premiership players involved, Prem players involved. Jack Lewis for Northampton School for Boys. Just tell us a little bit about how important it is for players who've had perhaps England under-18 experience, a little bit of Prem experience, to bring that to today.
Yeah, it's massive. You know, playing and training with top-class players now, to be man of the match for player of the month for Northampton at Prem Cup level is quite nice for him when he comes back into your school's team. And you know, when you're playing day in day out, what he brings back from training there, you know, obviously their mantra is to sort of try and play in a similar way to Northampton State so that they make that pathway program easier. And so hopefully, you know, they're just getting all that information, all that experience coming back with him, and hopefully they can show that today. Interestingly enough, these two met in when they were under 14s, and Epsom came out on top. And many of those, the team that were playing that day, are playing today. So Epsom technically have a psychological edge. I don't know whether you can say that from like 4 years ago, but you never know. I would bring it out. If I'm in the team, Joe, you go, look, same guys that you beat 4 years ago to take the trophy home. Then you can do it again.
On days like this, you have to use whatever you can. It is, as we said, the biggest game in schoolboy rugby. For some of these players, it'll be the biggest game they ever play. For others, it'll be a pathway to something perhaps even bigger in years to come. But this is it. Northampton School for Boys against Epsom College in the under-18 final of the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. And we'll hand you over to your commentators, Kat Merchant and Jack Soran. Enjoy this one wherever you're tuning in from.
Thank you, gentlemen. It is the last run-out of the 15-a-side season for both the schools involved today. And what a place to run out at. Northampton School for Boys against Epsom College, live from the Allianz Stadium. It is the big one, the Continental Tyres Schools Cup Under-18 Cup Final. And here who we have to watch today. From Northampton School for Boys, from 15 to 1, they go Giovanni Panoriello, Malachi Renehan and George Cooper in the back three. The centres are James Civil and Callan Tarry. The 9 and 10 combination, much plauded with very good reason, Finn Shields and Caelan Chin. In the forwards, Ben Jones, Ferdy Barnett-Vincent and Aidan Reid. The second row, Reuben Williams and Tom Hardwick. In the back row, Howie Barnett-Vincent, Will Heifer and the captain, Jack Lewis. Epsom College lining up as such. Again, 15 to 1. Flynn Roberts is at fullback. Freddie Carty on the wing. Benji Lee on the left wing. The captain is Luke Springate in the centre with Jackson Garner, the 9 and 10 combination. Arthur Garfield at 9. He has the kicking duties. Jake Swinnow standing in for Luca Conway Sparks, who was injured in the semi-final. Swinnow has the keys to number 10 today. Bryce Whiteley, Alex Michael, Hugo Handley in the front row. Tane Bird and Jack Beswick in the second row. Paddy Wright, Alex Frewer and the number 8, Kit Fleming. Well, Paul Burke, Epsom's head coach, knows what it's like to play at this stadium. He partnered Matt Dawson in an England schools match against Australia schools back in 1990 before he went on to international honours with Ireland later in his career. If he's able to pass down to these Epsom schoolboys what it'll be like in some way today, that will help. But this is very different to playing for England schools, to playing for England. It's playing for your school. And both Northampton School for Boys and Epsom College are about to understand just what it's all about. Kat Merchant, can you give us an idea?
Days like this of coming out, playing for that final moment, everything you've worked for in the season and probably for seasons before this, it just all comes together for this moment, and the excitement, the nerves, all of it are just absolutely fantastic.
And the teams arrive. That's what they're playing for. Northampton School for Boys on the left-hand side of our picture. Epsom College on the right. A clash which pits a state school against an independent school. But really at this point, it's just two teams at the end of a long season who have made it to the summit and are competing for the biggest prize in schools rugby. Now, before we begin the match today, both players, sets of players and everyone in the stadium is pausing to remember someone who's been involved at the heart of schools rugby for a long time. As Clifton College's head of rugby, Matt Salter, who played professionally for Bristol throughout his career, an uncompromising player in the back row and a wonderful man who nurtured so many players in his role at Clifton College. Sadly died of a heart attack a few weeks ago, and we remember his life and rugby career today.
Last minute contact on Jason.
The players take their places as the sun starts to dip in West London. Epsom College huddle up, as do NSB. Cat Merchant, what are the messages that they need to be passing on to each other? What do they need to get right in these first 5 minutes, the first 10 in the cup final?
I think defensively you need to be absolutely on fire. You need to be putting loads of pressure on. But in attack, nothing crazy, because too often you can get over pumped. You can then push a pass that isn't on or end up knocking it on because you're thinking of the next thing. So calm, composed, but with intensity in attack, and defensively just go out flying, put all of the pressure on.
Looks like he's got left.
Epsom College have never won an under-18 Schools Cup victory. Their under-15s did it back in 2001. They've got to 2 Champions Trophies finals, which was a now defunct tournament. But here they are, in the big one, up against NSB. And Northampton School for Boys with a first penalty of the afternoon. Taken in the air was Malachi Renehan.
And that's an example of just too pumped, like getting fired, and those are the type of things that you can do if you've overcooked it in terms of how much you're up for it. So here you can see it's a good chase, but just, yeah, he's got to stop and either go for ball or wait till he lands.
Ferdy Barnett-Vincent, good with the arrows first off. Caelan Chin. Finn Shields, his first kick is charged down by Epsom, putting pressure on, but a little too much off the line.
We've just been joined by Tindall, but he was quicker, wasn't he, than Freddie Steward to get up here? Like,
definitely,
absolutely.
Mike, well done.
Yeah.
Sorry, you hadn't pressed the button to switch me on.
You were so quick.
I was so quick. It's more about angles, wisdom, age, you know, all those things.
The cheat lines.
NSB's line out just faltering as Epsom get the scrum and the rub of that particular decision.
I'm not sure how I look in this in the Red Roses cowboy hat with. But
just need some explaining, I think.
That's what I'd say.
Mike Tindall's in the Red Roses cowboy hat. It's never looked better.
Yeah. Now I know you're lying.
Arthur Garfield, the scrum half,
spun round on the mark.
Doesn't get a clean run at that one. NSB's pack have turned it.
Come on, boys.
Two hulking packs locking horns.
I was going to say, it's slightly different to my school, the athletes that are coming out now at under 18s.
NSB's number 8, Jack Lewis, to underline that fact. Northampton Saints' player of the month right now, after his appearance in the Prem Cup, and now locking down at number 8 for NSB. But Epsom, with that penalty, the first feather in their scrum's cap. And they clear their lines.
Yeah, I'll be happy with the distance on that one, relieve that early bit of pressure.
Alex Michael. And they find their mark, and then they go to it. And this is Jake Swinow. First kick in the final from the fly half. It's taken at the back by Giovanni Panariello, the Italian under-18 international for Northampton School for Boys.
Stolen at the back.
And here go Epsom away. And they'll chase this all the way through. How good is this, though? From a man who comes with a massive billing, Finn Shields. Gets it on to Lewis. That's in touch. Epsom have shut down the most dangerous man in the pack for Northampton School for Boys.
I mean, it was great. Just the calmness under pressure. Knew that it was the wrong idea to kick it. Just took his time. And as it always does, when people are chasing after you, the space opens up.
Alex Frewer wins the ball for Epsom. Swinow.
Advantage high.
Playing with the advantage here, to the line, pop back nicely. Epsom often running in the wider channels, an awful lot of Twickenham turf here for them to run into. Flynn Roberts, the fullback, gets the pass on, and it's just gone forward.
Oh, fantastic initial line break, wasn't it?
So unlucky.
Yeah.
Right decision to make that offload. Just maybe not the conviction that got it to the player outside him, but great ambition.
Well, I think he knows if he gives it too early, defender's going to drift across because he was running out of space. If he goes into the contact, and then it's a pass on hope really to get it round as he gets double tackled, but did really well to create that space in the first place, but just shame for him, couldn't quite get it to wing.
Post seen by Arthur Garfield, and he likes the look of this kind of distance and angle.
Interesting call, this in the modern era, taking the points. I love it. In a final, build the score. It's very Clive Woodward.
We saw this in the semis, like so many of these young lads now, they take the option for posts when they're available because they nail them as well.
Garfield, the Welshman at number 9 for Epsom. Sets it off in the right direction. Epsom open their accounts in the cup final. 3 points to 0 against Northampton School for Boys. Arthur Garfield's penalty kick.
Yeah, he was nailing them in the semis, wasn't he? And he just nailed that one again. Just a proper go-to player that they have for him.
He ran past me as he came out. He's a unit for a 9. I mean, he's definitely a Welsh lad from the valleys. Loves it.
Kick-off collected by Epsom. Both these two teams with tight old semi-finals that they came through 10 days ago in Aylesbury. Epsom beating Whitgift 29-23, whilst NSB faced a fellow state school in Campion, and they won that 28-24. They've got it back on their side. Epsom's kicking game coming up trumps at the moment. Jack Beswick. Epsom's chance to show their forward prowess. Springate. Roberts. Carty. Held up by Renahan. Garfield brings in Tame Birds. Oh, monstrous hit.
What a hit. What a hit.
And NSB gets some energy off the back of that defence. Garfield thinks twice before going back down that blind side.
Clear release.
Epsom's Hugo Handley on the carry. Last time out, Springate. First time that he engages the defence for NSB. 2 tries that he scored in the semi-final. Kit Fleming.
Back foot.
All Epsom at the moment.
Bring us on again.
Back here is Renahan, takes it well, and he can start a counter of his own. Lewis hit low and then high. Chin, who's been at this stage before the NSB's scrum half. He won the under-15s final here a couple of years ago. Finn Shields, good pass to Lewis.
They're on here if they can go.
They're playing it too tight, aren't they? They've got numbers out wide on the right side.
Chin goes to the air, and Epsom have brought it back on their side again.
And it's red, 11, never onside.
Seems to be that Epsom are the team that have just settled the quickest, got into their rhythms, and they're off.
Garfield's taking the fight into the 22. Space in behind, but it also bounced off NSB.
Second from White.
Epsom really looking to use that kicking game, aren't they? They're wanting to get that back 3 guessing, keeping them moving back, so then they'll eventually look to move it wide. But here's the quick tap through.
Yeah, I wonder how much analysis they've done. It seems to be a tactic that they have seen, whether they've seen something in video. That's how professional they are now at this level. They're still doing video analysis.
It's one of the curses, or at least the flip side, I suppose, of having quite a few matches streamed this season for NSB, that they have been able to analyse them. And Paul Burke, Epsom College's coach, was saying he has done a bit of it, actually. He didn't trot out the line of just focusing on themselves. They really have looked at how NSB play.
It's always easy when it says we try and play like Northampton Saints as well, to make the pathway easier. Makes it easier to figure out. They can watch Northampton Saints games too.
Back 3 step around.
And Shields, who can never really be analysed the way he plays the game. So unpredictable.
Does that just come with the name Finn? You have to be able to do that, yeah?
Well, they say his brother Hugh is more like Finn Smith, and Finn Shields is more like Marcus Smith. That's the view from the NSB coaches. Into the midfield they go. Good lines from NSB. And easily over the gain line. Here's Lewis. He struggles to get over the gain line. That's just how well he's being watched.
Good pace of ball, though.
Chin is away. And still going, Caelan Chin. Panoriello plays scrum half. Gets it into Barnett Vincent's hands. Picked up by Callum Tarry.
Let him go!
Epsom feverish on the floor to try and win it back. Hafer, the number 7.
Good offloading.
Just going forward for that next one. They were building, weren't they?
Yeah, I think that's just something they haven't managed to do yet in this game, is put some phases together, and that was the first time. And once they were over that gain line with Chin, you know, playing that speed of ball, it allows him to run and really use his skill set. But they were just unlucky to try to force one extra pass.
Yeah, they're creating a lot of space out wide, but I think they're just a little bit, they're playing their flat runners into it, so they're not being able to utilise it and really get it to the speedsters out there.
In a season of many standout players, Caelan Chin has been right up there, if not the most consistent performer for NSB. And much has been made of Northampton School for Boys' season and the 10-year pathway that Phil Beaumont has built this week. Incredible amount of media coverage and interest in this team because of what they've done and what they've achieved as a state school already, and topping the Daily Mail trophy. And this is why there is so much excitement about them. They are strong in every facet of this game.
Yeah, they've got great experience in there with Aidan Reid, obviously part of that England under-18s group, and Just shows it doesn't matter the level. Get your scrum right, everyone's happy. You're happy as a back, you're happy as a forward, and this gives them a real opportunity.
And they rarely miss from this kind of opportunity. The pack now going to work. Heifer, Barnett Vincent, knocked back a little bit, he still goes. Barnett Vincent, Chin, with a couple of ways he could go, but they knock on NSB. Epsom have another defensive standpoint in the match.
Yeah, NSB will be really going with that because they were really building, weren't they? Or everything from that penalty kick to the line out, feeling like they were going strong, but you've got to say Epsom worked so hard in that defence.
Here we go, Riley, let's go. Crabs! Here we go, Hobbs. Bind. Set. Behind the saddle. Wait for on the mark.
Fleming get away from Chin, and that was important.
Onside.
It's just great to have an 8 carry, get outside that, just giving his 9 so much more time.
Garfield uses that time to kick downfield very well from a box kick.
Yeah, that is what you want. That's what you pack want to see when they get up. You know, 9 that's managed to get them down the field, gives them good time to reorganise, get after this line out.
Barnett Vincent's throw doesn't quite find its target, but Caelan Chin isn't a bad outcome. Tarry. Reed onto Barnett Vincent. Good break from the left winger Cooper. George Cooper's away at Allianz Stadium. NSB cross. George Cooper from very little has conjured the first try in the final.
Yeah, that's just quality, isn't it? It just can't want to know more about this. Get a little bit of space. You've got to make the use out of it. Good footwork, good speed, and good power to get him through those tackles.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever a wing gets the ball in their hands, they're hunting for that try line. But it's good hands as well. Initially, I thought they were possibly trying to overplay and someone needed to truck it up. But I'm glad they didn't do that and they got it into the hands of Cooper, because great speed coming through. A good attempt at a tap tackle as well to knock him off his stride, but excellent try there.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit has to go to Barnett Vincent there, just managing to hold that last defender, making it look he was going to carry, made him commit and managed to get his arms free, give it to his winger, and he did the rest.
Shields on target. NSB make it all 7, and they lead Epsom College 7 points to 3.
And then here we'll get it from the other angle as those hands down the line. Really good. Offload comes in there. That angle, if we're going to be a bit fussy, might have crept a tiny bit forward, but referee happy that it's flat.
And they go straight out from the restart, Epsom, so we'll come back to a scrum in the middle of the pitch.
That's classed as the coach killer, that. You just need to get back in the game and put it straight out. Now, this is always the best position to have a scrum, middle of the field, both sides options, with the genuine pace. You know, you've got the likes of Finn Shields who can take that ball down the left and really cause some problems. Epsom have gone to sit one directly behind the scrum, so they're making it hard on their back 3 in some ways, but let's see how it goes.
So Reed, Barnett, Vincent and Jones against Whiteley, Michael and Handley in the front rows. It wheels and they go to the left. Here's the try scorer again, Cooper. He skips away from the first, clatters into the 22. Chin arrives.
Oh, they're in all sorts. Ooh.
Barnett Vincent, good take from the hooker. To the left goes Chin, all close to working their way through Epsom's line, but Epsom have it back.
Yeah, it was unlucky there. If Barnett Vincent had got it on the run, I think it would have been hard to have stopped him.
Okay, 9, yes please. Start on.
Garfield makes as best he can from that angle. It's another terrific box kick.
That's 2 unbelievable kicks. Ben Spencer would be proud of those 2. Tony. Just feel momentum shifted, don't you, all of a sudden?
Yeah, it does. It's one of those frustrating ones as well for a team when they get in so close to scoring and then get denied. But they're on the attack again here.
Lewis coming at Epsom with a steeper run up and making waves. Here goes Chin right through the gap. Slipping. So the forwards arriving, and Barnett Vincent's role was crucial there. Epsom are onto this. They have to let it go. Still NSB ball. Shields, great pass, right through. Goes Reuben Williams, and NSB ripping through Epsom.
Yeah, that's just a great ball at the line from Finn Shields. You know, you want those players who can, those 10s that can happily sit in the midst of the battle with people coming onto them and just make those right decisions. And again, either it's a well drilled skill from the training paddock, outstanding from Chin as he picks. I think he could have probably held it up. He had support coming. He gets a little bit lucky that the defender puts his knees on the ground, so he has to release the ball. But then after that, it's just class from Finn Shields. Great ball, sees the defender out the line, easy peasy.
Yeah, it was a brilliant line there to finish it off. I actually thought the second one potentially looked even more like a legal jackal coming in there, so I think they can feel quite fortunate.
Shields hits the upright. It'll stay at 12 points to 3. NSB now with a couple of settling scores in this final. Their under-15s were against Whitgift yesterday in their final. They didn't get those early scores that could have settled them, and they never quite recovered, but it hasn't happened to their 18. This is a wonderful piece of play.
In fairness, from that angle, he does go elbows on floor, so that's exactly why it wasn't given as one. Showing live, it looked like he might have got hands on it, but elbows touched that floor, so ref got that absolutely spot on.
That's outside, back foot.
Chin. Lewis, no look pass inside his 22. You can tell their confidence is right where it needs to be, NSB. They offloading out of tackles, and Shields always been charged down here.
It's got a little bit lucky there, I think.
The hooker, Barnett Vincent, threads that down the 5-metre channel. Epsom will bring it in field and can run at a disorganised defence. They go right through NSB. Lovely step off the left foot. Picked up by Alex Frewer. Garfield. Now Beswick and co going to work. The lock forwards. Paddy Wright.
Good footwork. Good footwork.
Swinnow to Springate.
Off ahead.
It's off ahead. Play on.
It's off ahead, but he can't be in front of the band.
I mean, I thought it was a Joe Marler move there.
Yes, yeah, because that was allowed, wasn't it? And you play on, but it was it's the offside that it is showing us. So lovely wraparound play initially, but then it is off the head. But was the player in front when he passed it, maybe?
Yeah, he must have been. I think it's the 9 taking the old cheat line down the middle of the pitch, isn't it? So he's always ahead of the play. That's why you don't watch Joe Marler play. That's the note to that one.
Through the mark. Same ball.
Epsom resist before NSB get together.
Still the same ball. Okay, breakaway now, descent.
Lewis takes it off the back. Chin, and now Tarry. Chin going again. That door slammed shut that time. And Epsom have picked it off. Caelan Chin on the floor.
All on.
And they're going, really going as well.
Oh,
it's
gone.
Luke Springate.
He's gone.
It's Epsom's main man. And he has a cup final score to settle a few nerves.
It's what they really needed. And as you say, in any sport, you just can't substitute pure foot speed. It was just a foot race between him and Macaulay, Renihan, and unfortunately for Springate, he's got the pace. Great vision by the 9, good hands, and Roadrunner's gone.
Yeah, really great run in here, and I think just good. I love that decision to quick tap. I think possibly Northampton School for Boys were waiting for the kick to corner and actually just got caught off guard there, but quick taps could be so dangerous as they were there.
Look at the quads on him.
Yeah.
Garfields. It's close. Not quite close enough. But Epsom with their first try. 12 points to 8. They trail NSB in the cup final.
The timing of that pass, so nice. And then that's the moment Springate knows he's got him, doesn't he? Ball in one hand, he's going corner, he knows he's not getting caught.
Knock on, Reed. Knock on advantage. Correct, yeah.
Here's Kit Fleming.
Okay, knock on advantage over.
Swinnow. Back in the hands of Springate.
Yeah, thank you, good work, thank you.
Stabs it through. Finn Shields now with a run at things. To Chin. Barnett Vincent, goodness me. Chin, a lot of NSB numbers here. Shields goes through and he stays on his feet, the fly half. The tight head Aidan Reid. Epsom have spoiled this, but
yeah, you can't dive through and play the 9, and he's off.
Chin goes again. Were Epsom 10 metres?
Come off. All good.
And Chin might have banged onto a knee of Epsom College as he slipped.
Have you got anything on that?
So the medic's on for Caelan Chin to make sure that he's okay. What a 25 minutes that the NSB scrum half has had, and NSB in general, but he's been leading the vanguard.
Yeah, it's the speed of ball, isn't it? That he's always looking to snipe, which tightens defences up around that breakdown, around the ruck area, which keeps them honest. And yeah, he's been just so quick in terms of physically, but also just how he's seeing the game as well.
Yeah, you can see how quick he's so quick to the back of those rucks, and if the ball is there, he knows that it's a disorganised defence. He can really make hay, and if you don't get those first 2 defenders sorted around the ruck, it's an open season for a guy like Chin.
Both schools, of course, bringing huge numbers down today. Epsom College, as I understand it, have brought almost the whole school, 1,150 pupils in all. Almost everyone's here. There's 20 buses booked from Epsom. It's been a good day to be running a bus business.
I mean, how amazing is that? And what this is, it's opened a little debate for me again around having the home and away stands, because it's quite nice when the 2 students go, have a little bit of banter between each other. I think we could use that. I think we can use it in the Prem.
There's people up the chain who have called for it as well, haven't they? On occasion, or at least a trial. Certainly has its place on days like this. I think hymn sheets we saw being passed out, Kat, amongst Epsom College fans, didn't we?
I imagine it's not hymns, but yeah, there'll be some chants maybe. Yeah.
So we're restarting with a Northampton scrum. They were in control of the ball, and that's why they've got the scrum.
And Caelan Chin has the ball under his arm. That's the good news for NSB. Lewis picks off the base. Again, Epsom do get him down. Not too many metres conceded off that carry. Barnett Vincent. He's getting through the work today, the NSB hooker. Shields. James Civil. Pass out to Cooper again. Spinning away.
He is strong, Cooper. I mean, he's a constant thorn in the Epsom side. Great hit, though. Great hit.
Ben Jones only going one way there. Shields leaves the decision-making very late to the line, and in the end it finds Tom Hardwick.
I release of it! Tackler's got to roll first.
Back to the left. Jones with
James, come on.
another big hit on him, the loose head prop. Tarry. Chin drops it back inside, but no one on the same page. And Epsom have the advantage here.
It's an accidental offside.
Just from a scrum, so they kick it downfield.
Okay, always under pressure, we come back. On the 15, mate.
They are looking to come back for that. Sometimes when it's just a knock-on advantage, you can be dangerous kicking that ball away, but they are going to be able to come back.
So yeah.
Just like, why wasn't crossing?
I felt the tackle was made, therefore it was immaterial of everyone else. If it is, I will go after them. Correct. Let's go. You might be on the ball, I just felt that tackle was the wrong side. Okay, your time.
Suggest here that they're not looking at a box kick away. They've got their blindside winger over. They're in an attacking shape to maybe have a little crack from deep, which I always like. Should we call what they're going to do? I think it's going 12, and then it's going to go back to 10. 13 short, out to the winger. That's what I'm going to call.
You reckon? I reckon it's going to be a wrap play, 12 to 10, but I think then they kick it.
Okay, let's find out. Springate.
No, I got it wrong.
No, you got it right.
Wrong. But it went to 13. But it's given the winger a space. Oh, he's big.
Still going, goes Carty. What a run from the right winger.
Red, never on.
Upended Jack Lewis, showing Epsom players what the skyline looks like. Tarry. Jackson Garner. Then Flynn Roberts.
Still under advantage.
Through the NSB defence goes Charlie Lappin. Garfield almost getting the pop pass. Right. This is Tane Bird. Garfield almost goes himself, then gives it to Swinow. Hello from Callum Tarry.
I'm not sure he wanted that.
I think we all felt that.
Tarry is a physical specimen, and I think was it he definitely felt that.
Yeah, absolutely savage. Oh, just lines him up.
Then stands over him, has a little word. Let you know I'm here. Don't come down my channel.
How many?
Around about 5 minutes to play until half-time.
How good was that run from Freddie Carty down this left-hand side? It was absolutely rapid. Did so well to stay in as well.
More clear access.
Epsom gather round.
That's one sideways.
And they start to make headway. It's with Epsom's Alex Michael.
Free ball.
And then they come to the blind side. Here they go. Epsom score. And it's Freddie Carty.
Oh no, forward pass.
It'll be pulled back.
Still got the penalty though. I think, you know, it was just unlucky there. Garfield just couldn't get it out as quickly as I think it was Benji Lee coming round the corner. He just couldn't do it quite quick enough. The hooker still got his eyes on the ball. Look, he still thought he was going to score off the driving line out. It's typical forward that.
Use the line, gents.
Thinking he's going to sneak one.
Just couldn't resist it, could you, Tins? Digging your elbow into the forwards out there. Michael to the back. It's in NSB's hands, though.
Just completely let Epsom off the hook there, haven't they? A massive overthrow. And then his eyes have lit up before he's actually caught the ball, I think. He's thinking, I get a free run at Jake Swinhoe. It's not. Sevens love a chance to run over the top of a 10, don't they?
Yeah, they love it.
Epsom's scrum was solid, but the penalty for Northampton School for Boys.
Feels they've got the edge there. I think the referee's seeing dominance, and now, you know, it's always going to go in their favour. But that's a sign of a great team. If you can get that, you've got to keep pushing your advantage.
Barnett Vincent to the middle, smoothly done, and down to Shields. And Lewis this time offloads. Good carry from Howie Barnett Vincent.
Oh, they were on as well. I mean, that was a great setup play, great use of Jack Lewis as a decoy with a little tap on, and it really opened up that blind side. But unfortunately, Finn Shields, very rarely does the man drop the ball, but as you can see, it's a great setup play down the middle. Hitting a soft seam. The Epsom boys overfold round the corner, and if that goes to hand, they've got a 4-on-2.
Three players in there outside there that you just can't see in shot, but that was really on.
Epsom all loaded on the open side this time. On from Garner, Springate the decoy this time. Roberts charging into red and blue jerseys.
Good aggressive carry those.
And another from Bird. Right. So involved, the blind side for Epsom. Swinhoe. Springate doesn't get that ball. Instead, Garner puts it down for Carty to chase, and he's really going after it, but the bounce beats everybody.
Yeah, Carty is rapid. We see now how difficult he is to take down, so not a bad option to just kick him behind, get him to chase, keep applying that pressure which Epsom have had on, which you have to say though, Northampton School for Boys have absorbed that pressure really, really well, but Epsom got to come away with something soon.
Barnett Vincent solid again.
Okay, not enough time.
And Caelan Chin has the easiest of exits to take us to half-time in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup final. Northampton School for Boys leading the way, but by a slender margin of 4 points. 2 tries that they've scored in the first 35 minutes. Epsom replying to make the score 12 points to 8 at half-time. Let's go and find out what the thoughts of Alex and Freddie are down in the studio.
These comms staying on.
Well, for the biggest game in schoolboy rugby, this is a full-blooded affair, but it's nip and tuck, it's edgy, there's a couple of mistakes, but there's plenty of quality on show as well. Freddie, what have you made of that first half and how it's panned out for either side?
What an advertisement for schoolboy rugby, first of all. You know, these lads, young, but just phenomenal athletes. Some of the speed, the skill, the tackling, the kicking, it's just blown me away. I forgot how good 18-year-olds could be, so it's been an absolute spectacle so far and excited for the second half.
What's caught your eye and how it's panned out? What's really, you know, got you thinking these boys are absolutely here to give them their best?
I think both teams are playing really mature rugby, and you know, when you think about schoolboy rugby, sometimes you just think it's really loose and lots of errors, but both teams have been smart. They've played tactical game plans. They've been physical, everything that you'd expect from a men's performance, so credit to them, they've been awesome.
Epsom are obviously having to do it as well, perhaps losing ever so slightly the physical battle. Northampton School for Boys scrum looking particularly impressive at the moment. Are you impressed with how Epsom are managing in that, or is that ringing some alarm bells for the second half?
Yeah, they were 2 tries down. I think they've done really well to fight back and get the try. I mean, the pace from the 13 on the outside out there was scary. He zipped past 2. But the set piece is going to be an issue for them. They need to sort the scrum out. I think you see the power in the Northampton scrum is just ridiculous. So they sort that out. They've got a fighting chance, but it's 4 points in it, so who knows.
And what about sort of just control, thinking clearly in this second half as well? The clock begins to tick down. You're not perhaps necessarily exactly where you want to be. How important is it just to make sure that you don't go away from everything you've spoken about in the week?
Yeah, I think the key for Epsom will be not to chase too early here. I think everything in their brains will be saying, right, we're 4 points down, we need a big start, we need to win, but trust the clock, trust the game plan, and trust that everything they do will get them back in this game. They don't want to push it too early. And on the other side of it, NSB just need to be a defensive masterclass. Just fight for every inch, win every battle, and they'll hold on.
Just want to pick out one player as well, Finn Shields, who's obviously doing his GCSEs this summer, so he's in nice and early. His older brother Henry's playing for England under 18. His dad, if you go that far back, used to play for Northampton as well. So lots of rugby. He was in the front row actually, so how he's produced 2 10s. Obviously the mum's got lots of talent. But just a word on a young man stepping up into, you know, senior age grade rugby at schoolboy level. How well you think he's just pushed them around the park and pulled the strings?
Well, fly half, most important position on the pitch, and he's got to be a leader. He's got to make plenty of decisions and sort of lead by example for his fellow teammates. And to do that at the age of 15 is phenomenal. He's probably been the best player on the pitch in the first half. He's been mature with his decision making. He's organised. You can see the structure that NSB are playing with. So I think he's certainly one to keep an eye on in the future.
You said NSB by 2. I think I accidentally fell into NSB by 3. At the moment at half-time, we're looking all right. You sticking or twisting?
I'm going to stick. I think they're going to have enough. I think the scrum's going to be too strong for Epsom, and they might have a bit too much.
OK, but Epsom obviously with so much talent in that back line, lots of understanding. Worth remembering, of course, that they knocked out Harrow, who've been champions for the last 2 years as well. So whatever happens here in the second half, we will have a new name on the trophy in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. It is nip and tuck at half-time. Kat, Mike and Jack, back to you for what should be an enthralling second half. Let's hope it lives up to the expectation. The season ends in 35 minutes' time. Which way does this one land? Northampton School for Boys will kick us off. And Finn Shields, who we saw flashes of brilliance from in the first half, kicks downfield. With his GCSEs looming, of course. He's 3 years young for this stage. We could be seeing a lot of Finn Shields in the years to come if NSB continue their record of making finals. Gone to the back, and offload was good as well, and then the zip on this right from the start of the second half. Massimo Raps wearing 20. Barnett Vincent is sent southwards. There's Raps again.
Just a little isolated there. Great getting over the ball and a great steal. It's a lively start for Massimo. Massimo Raps. Oh, great name.
Great name.
I wonder if he does rap. Maybe.
You'll have to ask him. Yeah, afterwards. Yeah.
Skip. Lots of your boys are really vocal. I'd appreciate it if they just kept quiet, okay?
So here we're going to see the big shot, I believe. Look at that for a tackle. Just goes low, drives him back, spot on.
Anyone that's watching that, low, drive through.
To the corner with Cooper.
Great offload again.
Bringing in James Civil. Raps, Lewis.
They've got an edge here. They've got an edge here. And again.
But Epsom have slowed at least the pace down to reorganise a little bit on the far side. And NSB will attack the other side, however.
Okay, that's high in. High tackle, number 8, White.
A little unfortunate on the high tackle there. He makes the hit at the right level, then rides up. But correct call gives Northampton boys a very good position to get into driving maul, and all options are on from this line out.
Again, though, Northampton have those numbers out wide. They're just not able to use them because they're punching their players in flatter. I'd like to see them get it out wide for them.
They bring it down cleanly. Barnett Vincent, though, won't get this rolling maul going. He's heavily manhandled by Epsom.
He's having a bit of a turmoil start in this second half. They're after him. He did play well in the first half, so they probably targeted that he is sort of that talismanic figure that they need to prove a point with physicality-wise, and Epsom have started with doing that doing a good job of that.
Just knock on.
So Raps to feed the scrum, and he'll get a free kick as well. He'll want to go, but he sees Finn Shields outside him, who controls things and wants the forwards to tap and trundle. Aidan Reid does that. Now they come round with Lewis to pick up the pace.
Let it go now. You're clearly off your feet. Holding it now. I'm not holding it now.
And a couple of those runners, Tarry was one of them, has to start again. Reid, Kai Campbell, hit back, Lewis. NSB ringing the alarm early on in the second half for Epsom. They've got to stand firm here.
Stripped in the air, my fault.
And Epsom have.
Knock on.
I mean, that was a big clear right there. They'd managed to get underneath the ball carrier, trying to hold him up. And one of the Epsom lads managed to rip it out. But unfortunately, in that process there, whilst trying to move it, dropped it. And it gives Northampton School for Boys, who had scrum dominance in the first half, it gives them an opportunity to get after their opposition here.
Nine, you had to go ahead. Thank you. Craig!
8 picking you, Jack.
Fine.
5 metre scrum with so much of a blind side for NSB to play with. And the scrum goes down.
I disagree with you, 9. There's nothing excellent about that. You need to get your feet underneath you.
As a right winger myself, formerly, the only thing I love here is 8, 9, 15 wing. To the right. That's the best move. You should run it always.
If you could ask anything, if your 9 could ask anything of your scrum, just a little right shoulder, just to lean it your way even more.
The more space, the better.
I don't mind.
Yeah, 100%.
This scrum is taking some officiating.
Gents, thank you.
You always think this, if you've got someone who's just absolute gas, just leave him on his own over there, put everyone else this side, and if they put 2 over, you've got a definite extra few numbers this side. or if they go one-on-one, just give him the ball back in.
It can be that. If you've got, absolutely speedster, just out-and-out finisher, which a lot of wingers can be, just give them the ball in space and let them have a go.
Can NSB provide that ball? Wraps, but to the left this time. Shields, Tarry, low slung and hard to pull down, makes a few yards, and Shields tries to pick his own way through. Then Wraps goes, and he's close, and he's placing it, and NSB is scoring.
Wow.
It's Sean Farrell who's got it down in the end.
I thought he was going to... I thought he'd made a terrible decision. He's gone on his own, but it's that one where your coach has put his hands on his head, go, what are you doing? Good decision.
Yes.
Good decision.
Yeah, it's always an outcome, isn't it? Like, was actually, first I just...
Down the blind side, no one there, two defenders, and just will, I think the will of going, oh my God, what have I done? Has got him over there and got the ball down.
Yeah, because there's no rights really. You assume held up every time or hit back, but if you score it, you back yourself. He's gone for it. It's then, right decision because of the outcome.
Shields has struck a beauty.
It's a crucial part of the game now for Epsom to get back into it. They need to score next. I just feel it's starting to run away from them a little bit. Let's see. It all starts with getting a good restart, a good chase, and maybe they can get a turnover.
19 points to 0, Northampton School for Boys leading Epsom College in the final now. Farrell.
Oh, great.
Good pass from the try scorer to another try scorer today, Cooper. Barnett Vincent. Tarry now getting to show his attacking skills in a different way. Passes on to the right-hand wing. Malachi Renehan.
Could be a little bit isolated there. He's got away with it.
Lewis, good pass as well from the number 8. Here's Kai Campbell.
Unlucky, just tried to force it when he didn't need to. There was such good build-up play there with nice little intricate offloads in the middle of it. I think he felt he had to do it, just forced one when he didn't need to. He could have taken a phase, and Epsom were all over the place.
Yeah, I think there's an assumption that when you break the line, you have to keep the ball alive, you've got to offload, you've got to go for it, but actually, quick ruck, all the defenders are offside, go quickly, you can catch them out with that phase play, you don't need to force it.
Yeah, and it wasn't really ever on. I think it was Massimo Raps was well guarded by 3 Epsom forwards. Just recycle the ball and you can score next phase.
Free kick, and Garfield goes. Outside. And there's a lot of space down here. NSB staffed with just George Cooper back there.
Yeah, I'm really not sure you want to kick to him, by the way.
This man is starting to tear up at Twickenham.
Space up.
Yeah, George Cooper shown very, very dangerous and confident under the high ball, so either put it behind him or move it away from him.
I wonder if the coach's son will get let off that one. They can clear out from the side there. Will Heffer. Son, I think the coach is Stewart, brother of Ali, Northampton, sort of legend. But this is what we come to see. George Cooper has been outstanding all game. He's got that sort of hitch kick out of a tackle down to a tee, hasn't he?
Yeah, and even the build-up to that double step, just to make sure the defender's flat-footed so he can go around him.
Axiom with the throw, and he makes good with it. Now he comes round, doesn't go to him. Fleming is going a little sideways. Now he's straightening. Great chance for Epsom to strike back, and they need to. Roberts. Carty tries one avenue, then another. And the penalty comes.
Clear release.
It's a big pressure on their line out here. They've had a couple of not quite clean line outs. Would there be better tapping and going? We're about to find out. But I just feel that if they don't get this line out right, they might have to change their tactics when they get down this end and just keep the ball alive and keep the pace of the game up.
9, stay 10.
Axiom to Frewer at the front.
And to prove a commentator wrong, they've nailed it.
So Epsom's Bash Brigade get a little closer.
That's one, stops.
Garfield wants it. Springate gets it. Jackson Garner on that last carry. Here's Cart. He's got speed and he's crossed.
Lovely.
And Epsom are chasing NSB down.
We talked about how crucial it was that they scored next, and you want the likes of Carty just to turn up. He's been a bit of a handful all day. He's strong, powerful, and it just makes a difference when someone wants the ball and they want to take it to the line.
Yeah, and worked off his wing as well. He's not just staying out wide. He wants to get involved in the action, so he comes round the corner at first receiver, and then just head down through that gap there. Half gap really, but just because he's so direct with how he's running, he goes through almost untouched.
Goes back to you talked about that scrum, and if you just put one at either side, there was 3 defenders on 1 attacker. But if you want to go there and you're prepared to take it on, you run with pace and power. From that far out, it's always an option.
Yeah, definitely. Don't need to overcomplicate things. Can this guy finish? Yes, then go for it. And here's the replay of it. So that good pass out wide as well, and as Tins, you just said there, just one out running, but if you can take them on, go for it.
NSB's wings clipped a little by Epsom, and then soaring through the air goes Beswick.
Great take. Eye on the ball, one of those really hard ones to do. It's sort of in a spiral mode, but you just need to put your name on it and go after it, and he did that.
Sort of like the locks from hell, Jack Beswick and Tame Bird in Epsom ranks. Both fearsome in every capacity. George Cooper again.
Also fearsome in every capacity.
Stop kicking it to him. Might be the hint from the coaches.
Lewis. Here's George Tongaweah on at half-time and now making his presence felt.
They're on here down the edge.
Tarry gets it on from Shields and keeps his feet going.
So strong, Terry. It really does keep driving those legs.
Campbell is a little exposed, but they had the penalty anyway.
I was going to see if they were going to go for points, but it'd still be 7 points. Oh, they are.
No, they have.
I thought they would go for corner there.
Yeah. Take that lead.
I suppose it makes a converted try rather than just any try. I think he's hit every kick anyway, so he's probably got confidence. I'm not sure. Apologies if he's missed one. The only ones I can remember is he's not missing.
This one goes through.
We're going to say he's got everyone. No, why not?
Back him. But an important kick, a good decision. I don't know about you, but when you were playing schools rugby, and certainly when I was playing under 16s, we would quick tap everything. We'd go. We wouldn't be stopping and thinking of the tactical side of it quite so much as these young lads are now. And it is working so well for them.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the right call. It makes a converted try up. Something to build off.
Backwards off everyone.
NSB's Campbell, Regalis. And Lewis is starting to become more of a playmaker than a strike runner at the moment. He's being used as the decoy as NSB expand their playbook. Flynn Roberts.
50-22 is on.
Sit down.
Come back.
It's on the full and straight out.
Come to me, boys.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think, the right decision. See what he's trying to do, trying to push that 50-22, just overcooked it. Gives Northampton School for Boys a good launch platform on Epsom's 40.
Their set piece is so strong, and again it's quickly into the midfield with Lewis. The setup is perfect again. Tarry, Shields, Cooper. Now he's got even more space to work in. George Cooper has seared through and across the turf. He'll score again.
What a great tap tackle. But the power to get back up after that tap tackle. What did we say? Just give him the ball, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, just give a player like that who is just an out-and-out finisher. Sometimes just get those players the ball, get their hands on ball, give them a go, because that was an excellent finish. So they do really well. The speed of ball that comes out from Raps and hands going across, and still work to do here. He's done him for footwork. It's really good to get back and get that tap tackle, and as you said, like an aggressive knee slide to bounce up and score.
Pretty sure my hamstring would have snapped off the bone if that had happened to me.
Yeah, I think I'd have done my ACL hamstring the lot, but he's young, he's fit, he's all right.
I mean, he has been one of the differences, I think, between Northampton School for Boys. You know, Epsom have continuously kicked to him, but he's found his way into the game, whether it be on his wing, on the opposition wing, and he's got the rewards for that.
Shields bags another. NSB 29, Epsom College 15.
And then here we go, that speed of ball again to get it out. Good. It's a transfer as well. Ball in two hands. Looks like he's going to pass it. Takes it into one when he knows he's going, and then the injury inducing for anyone that overlaid.
I'm wincing every time I see it.
Carty's off here for Epsom. He passes it back inside and almost straight from kick-off. Epsom so close.
We were busy wincing. We got caught off guard. They went so quickly there, both sides just reacted. But that's what you need from Epsom when the game's starting to run away from you. You need to catch people off guard, need to go quickly.
Freddie Carty's been a live wire for Epsom College as well. They need to perhaps get him more in the game. He's got genuine wheels.
Yeah, very good runner. Does well to keep it in as well. But
it's the bounce of the ball away, isn't it?
It is. That's just fingertips away from that being a score.
Off the top and down from Beswick to Fleming. He's a much slighter number 8 than his counterpart Jack Lewis, but he certainly made inroads today. Well behind the gain line to Carty. He's watched carefully this time.
Onside 10.
Garfield. To the turf, it's kicked forward though. Frewer, still going, still chasing it, and Raps just has to take it out.
I mean, he's going to clip that up, isn't he, for his highlights reel? Even if rugby doesn't work out, he's going for football. Is Alex Frewer. Just stuck it on the boot, came through, volleyed it forward again, and now pressure on Northampton School for Boys with an Epsom 5 metres out. Get their drills right.
On the line. On the line.
14 points behind, but 15 minutes to play. Something here would be very useful indeed.
Second one was on his left peg.
It was.
It's even more impressive.
Beswick was the mark. Axiom trying to dig for it amongst NSB bodies. The penalty is there.
Got the advantage then.
Garfield into contact.
No advantage, come back. Collapse.
Epsom have made it their trademark to go quickly off some of these penalties in the final. It stood them in good stead. This time they take a breath.
Let's go then, please.
Paddy Wright with it at his feet. Passes away. This is Tane Bird.
Ball's available.
Epsom's forwards gather round and take this on themselves. Right again. Lappin.
Back foot, please. Back foot. Step,
rocks
step, step.
over.
Onside.
Each carry taking them a little closer.
Big step, please.
Beswick. He goes a couple of steps further on. Frewer. And the speed picks up. Garfield still with the forwards and right. Lewis has done well to push right backwards. They have to come away with something here, Epsom. Springate. They go a little wider in search of Garner. And Freddie Carty was lurking there. But NSB have been patient and they have pounced at exactly the right time.
Yeah, it's always a danger when, you know, you're picking and going tight round the post, and then you decide to give it a bit of air and get it wide. If you don't, as a back, if you don't then do a decent job at that breakdown, you're very isolated. And Northampton School for Boys got 2 over it, and unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, got the penalty. But yeah, I wouldn't say it was probably the best. I think, you know, talking to Kat, there was a one-on-one down here with the opposition wing. Maybe they should have gone right. They've got to pick up the confidence and try and get back into it.
This time you go up to compete on this outside alarm. Option, please. Okay,
NSB error though, so there is a reprieve for Epsom. They get another crack at this.
We're outside if Red win the ball.
Axiom goes long, it's tapped back, but NSB have got on it.
Knock on here.
Although they knocked it on. They're still down there. They're still on the dance floor, Epsom College. So the Northampton Saints Shoe Army in NSB form, taking off their black school shoes and raising them above their head. They're in that kind of mood now. Can Springate and co unsettle them a little? Good challenge from Tarry and Springate.
Tarry's been very good today, to be fair, both defensively and attacking wise.
Epsom's error this time.
Yeah, just as the pressure's building, I think both sides making errors that maybe we weren't seeing in the first half, and that's just as they see the clock running down, pressure starts to mount.
It's hard for Epsom. I think you're just seeing the scrum dominance at the moment. You know, they had to get that out very quickly from the back of that scrum because there was so much pressure coming through it. It took away a few of their options.
You talk about the pathway with Northampton Saints, but the pathway with the fans as well, having the same celebration, is all part of the connection. Tarry, that's not found Finn Shields. A lot of NSB numbers gathering on the left wing here. Shields gets it off the floor. Sean Farrell making sure it stays with NSB. As does Aidan Reid.
There's some space on that right if they wanted it.
Shield puts a lot of weight behind this. Taken well by Will Spate. And Roberts off and going with a few numbers to help him out. NSB have got up and really well to shut that down and force an error even.
Yeah, you can see the body language of some of the Epsom players now, though their heads are starting to go down, aren't they? And they're starting to see this game slipping away from them. But really, we've seen it in the semi-finals. We've seen teams come back, so they need to keep the energy high and keep confidence up.
Interesting. Oh, yeah, I could just see just before he drops the ball, his calf seemed to go, or he had cramp, or something.
Oh yeah, he's holding the calf. Yeah.
Which possibly took his eye off the ball a little bit. I think it looks like cramp, but hopefully it's just cramp.
Tins, how long has it been since you played here for Queggs Wakefield in the 2 finals that you were in?
I think it is 30 years exactly.
Twice in a row, is that right?
Yeah, twice in a row. Actually, might be 32 years. I was 2 years young and a year young. So
okay.
I was, yeah,
you were Finn Shields'
fifth
first
form
time.
and then lower 6, yeah. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up. I've just about got those mental scars out of coming here and getting 0 points both times.
But still the memory and the occasion, I hope a good one.
No, I think, you take the bus journey down, the night away with the lads, the whole sort of, you've played the whole season with your best friends, and you get to go and try and do something. We thought we had a great team at fair play. That Colston Collegiate, as they're now known, had an unbelievable team. Again, a bit like Northampton School for Boys, they were a feeder school into Bath, which I found out the following 2 years later when I turned up in the academy, and most of them were there. Great
Cooper wants more and more ball. He's on 2 tries at Allianz Stadium. Lovely pass from Lewis, and this is good speed too, as round the outside goes Heifer. And Raps.
Great footwork again.
That's Barnett Vincent. He's going to get up and go again.
He was held.
Oh.
Tackle and held, and then got back up to his feet.
You disagree with that one? I thought it was held.
Well, I do say that if you can roll over and get back up, you haven't really been held, have you?
But if the tackle was complete, we used to get away with it, didn't you? You used to be able to get tackled, roll, get up, carry on, but now they are quite hot of the if it's been completed, if you've been tackled.
But I do feel that now that the tacklers get the advantage, because they'll bounce off you to get back to their feet to get up. If they bounce off you, then they're letting you get back to your feet.
Yeah.
It can't have it both ways, can we?
Yep. Okay, good to go. Time back up.
Axiom goes short, pops it away, and Garfield and Epsom still going at this hammer and tong. Springate to right. One-man ruck from Epsom's captain.
Oh, he should have. So close. He had the winger jump out the line. I reckon he could have passed it behind his back, and the winger would have been away.
No. About 6.5.
To watch here, he dummies it, sees the guy run ahead. I think he could have had the option of passing it behind then. He had numbers.
Yeah, thread it through, and there's 3 players on that outside.
Easier said than done up here, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'd have panicked and ran it into contact, so I don't know what I'm saying.
You're both lying. You've done it all before. We all know that.
Yeah. Haven't got anything clear, Jace. Yeah.
NSB's Jasper Smith is on in that 19 jersey. Epsom scrum with just over 5 minutes to play.
Oh, here it is now, it's it.
Our clock is pretty much accurate. Our timekeeper's right on the mark in this one. It's not always synced to the referee's clock, but we're right up to the seconds at the moment with how long's left. Raps picks and goes. Oh, he's off and going. Massimo Raps at high speed. He's offloaded as well. Here's Lewis. No one can stop him from here. It's NSB's night at Allianz Stadium. That's secure now. Jack Lewis, the captain, ensures it after Massimo Raps had burst through the gap.
I mean, it's got to be hard being Jack Lewis. He's been a carrying machine today. It's just repeated carries. But you know, everyone wants to mark him. He's the guy, player of the month in the Prem. But great from Raps, and unbelievable just to pop that off the floor. And quality players are always queuing up, waiting for those offloads, and that's what he did. Size of him.
So brilliant though from Raps. So he's really impressed me since he's come on. He's just been everywhere, great speed, and as you said, that offload from the ground, sights him, one hand lift it, absolutely fantastic to see.
Finn Shields is going to line up the kick, and Mike, it's a good point for you to say goodbye on that try, but you've got to get back down over the other side in under 5 minutes. Can you do it?
Well, I'm getting towards 50, but I'll give it a go. If you see me limping, it's because Hammy's gone.
Okay, good luck. Thanks for joining us up here. Finn Shields hits over another 2 points. NSB secure now. 36 points to 15. To Northampton School for Boys. Epsom kick-off.
That's a maul. You can't come in like that and charge them. You can't come in and charge them all.
The captain, the try scorer, now off the pitch for the end of the match. Lewis given a yellow card.
I'll explain after.
From that yellow card, Epsom have the line out. NSB minus Jack Lewis. Axiom is digging for it, and Epsom are really close here. Epsom's got it free, but that was a great recovery from Northampton School for Boys. They're back to where the line out started. Has to be another idea for Epsom. They go cross field here, and this is right in Will Spate's arms. It goes forward, however.
You can see what they were trying to do, couldn't you? There was space out there. So here's that crossfield, it's nicely placed. But yeah, just knock on him and trying to receive it, but really, I mean, it's high risk, but if he catches that, score.
Here he is. Northampton Saints' player of the month.
Fine. Come on then, come on, one more pass, come on. Set.
Raps.
Red. Rotate angle.
Gets it away. Penalty though, Epsom.
Marks here, gents. Marks here.
Right.
Marks here. Gents. The mark is here, gents. I can't tell you any more than I did.
Paddy Wright now taking it from the right place. Puts his head down. He's still going. He's so close, Paddy Wright, to a try at Allianz Stadium. Epsom so close as well, and they'll get there. Picked and down. The whitewash cross laid on by Epsom College. Tame Bird, I think he thought someone out there was trying to deny him a try at Twickenham. They weren't. They were trying to reward him one.
1 minute 5 on the clock, so rules.
So, Kat, we've had a bit of time to think about it now. Plenty of candidates, and your Continental Tyres player of the match, who will it be?
It's going to be George Cooper, the 11 for Northampton School for Boys. I think he's been everywhere. He's been constantly causing problems for this Epsom side. Been everywhere, done everything. There's been amazing players and performances. Both scrum halves I thought have been great for Northampton School for Boys, and Epsom have been really brave with theirs. But yeah, George Cooper for me. player of the match.
Let's go, please.
Well played, George Cooper. Well played, Northampton School for Boys. Everything they'd hoped for this season has come good. They won the Daily Mail trophy, the ladder which allocates points for the victories you get against your block fixtures, and it's the harder your circuit, and the more wins you get, then the more points you can get. And NSB have one of the hardest circuits. They haven't won every match on that, but they finished top of the Daily Mail trophy, and now it's the Continental Tyres Schools Cup, which is within their grasp. Minutes to play, if that now, as Springgate goes. And Epsom want to have the last say in the contest after a terrific season for them. Their first under-18s Schools Cup final appearance, and they really haven't been far away. A few moments in this match which NSB's class shone through. Epsom and Wrights still striving.
Back on side. On side, red.
Garfields. Axiom on from Lappin. Lovely hands from Epsom. Springgate, he's going to get out of that, or at least he's going to get the ball away to Roberts. NSB's penalty. And NSB's cup final. This is it. It's been 20 years since a state school won the under-18 Schools Cup. NSB have been knocking on the door. This time, they bash it right down. Northampton School for Boys are the under-18 Continental Tyres Schools Cup winners. They deliver on all the hype. They deliver on everything that they wanted to achieve this year. This victory has been a long time in the making. In 2026, they reach the summit. Kat, what a team and what a school.
Oh, they've just impressed right from the off, the whole way through this journey for them to get here. But today, in particular, in this final, they put everything on the line right from the kick-off, and they've been absolutely fantastic throughout.
And there's Phil Beaumont, the man who's put this programme all together. And they take plenty of boys in the first year that they enter the school, and 50% of the pupils won't have played rugby before. They teach them the game through, now it's T1 tag, which we saw a display of on Twickenham pitch earlier today, and then they go from there. And it's not a compulsory sport, something that they opt to do, each of these boys, but the culture is such that so many of them want to do it and want to be involved, and then they progress to teams, and at under 15s level they start winning cups, and then they go on from there. And this time, this year, they have won the big one. Let's go down to the guys in the studio and see if Tins has made it all the way across in time. Over to you, Alex.
Well, a fabulous day here at Allianz Stadium comes to an end, and it is huge congratulations to Northampton School for Boys, who etched their name onto the trophy, the Continental Tyres Schools Cup trophy, for the very first time. You have to pay credit to Epsom, who gave everything they had in the cause, but ultimately falling a little bit short. Freddie and Michael alongside. What a game, first of all. What a performance from Northampton School for Boys, and what deserving champions at the end of it all.
Brilliant game. I think we can all agree it was a well-deserved win for NSB. I mean, I would describe that performance as brutal. They were just physical, accurate, every facet of the game, breakdown, defence, attack. They were brilliant, so they deserved it today. Epsom also brilliant, but just not good enough.
Tell me a little bit about what caught your eye from Northampton's perspective today and their point of view.
No, I think what Freddie said is right. They were like professionals. They were professional about everything they did. I think their scrum was were so dominant that caused all sorts of problems for Epsom. But then individuals in there, George Cooper, you know, Finn Shields, obviously, I think he was perfect off the tee. You had Freddie Vincent, just repeated carries, obviously what you'd expect from Jack Lewis, got into towards it with that try at the end. I mean, it was like Ben Earl, the amount of carries he made in that game, and obviously coming with a reputation makes it harder, I would imagine, for him.
They come. Quite right,
and they're great in to see their crowds, the Shoe Army men, and they deserved everything that they got. I just felt that they were on top. They had a little wobble in the middle where Epsom came back, but then second half came out and just showed why they're pure class.
Okay, and obviously we're talking power, we're talking brutal. You said a brutal performance this time, but almost, you don't want to use the word professional, but just the nous and the understanding and the game plan so well executed from them today.
We talked earlier about, you know, 15 years of age, Bennett Fly-Half, the maturity of his performance. And like I said, it was just...
This is what it's all about.
I'm going to stop talking.
Team and school, team and support in perfect harmony. Tins is involved as well. We're all taking shoes off in support of a quite remarkable.
I'm not taking it off. I believe there's a shoey after this or not. No,
I don't know.
They lied to me.
It's schoolboy rugby, Michael. Let's not get too grassroots at this point in time. Give me just a word on Epsom as well, because a great final needs two teams to tango. They didn't have their own way up front, but they never gave up. They never stopped trying and never stopped putting their effort in.
They kept fighting. I think they gave NSB a real scare towards the end of the first half, start of the second half. You know, they gave their all. You could see it full time there. The lads gave everything, and they'll be hurting. But they did themselves proud. They did their school proud, and I'm sure they'll turn back stronger next year.
A day like this is about the players who've taken the park. It's about great stories within schools. But what is interesting to note today as well is that Maidstone in the under-18 bars and Northampton School for Boys in the main event, both state schools. And rugby, you know, it will always have one or two who perhaps don't open their eyes to the whole and judge it by yesteryear. But that's a really great statement for the sport to be able to make at this point in time, the growth, the opportunities that the game is moving into new areas.
Yeah, 100%. It shows to any state schools who are prepared to take on and have rugby as part of that curriculum that there are options there. Rugby is made for all shapes, all sizes. It doesn't matter about backgrounds. And the interesting thing about Northampton School for Boys is it's voluntary. So these boys turn up because they want to turn up. And what it gives them in camaraderie and what they get out there on the field, you know, just sets them up properly for life that's to come.
Brilliant. Well, this is the moment that the Shoe Army came for, because as you can see, the players making their way up the steps to collect the Continental Tyres Schools Cup for 2026, deserving champions as well. And Jack, will hand back to you for the trophy presentation. Yes, Alex, here they are. Some celebrations have been able to be started. This is where they really begin. Massimo Raps there, whose dart and offload created the final try. So many boys in the programme at NSB, so many of them unable to even make this squad. They have players in there who have been involved with the Saints Academy who haven't even been able to make this team. That's how many players that they are producing of a high standard. Civil and Tarry, those two centres, they stay together, don't they, in the celebrations as well?
Yeah, they're not. They can't be separated, it looks like.
George Tonga-Weir in the blank jersey, and now Jack Lewis, who's still technically serving out his yellow card, isn't he, Kat?
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, time on. Yeah.
He's allowed to come back in. It's NSB's day. And here it is, what they've been competing for. A trophy lift which says so much about sport in England and rugby and the way it's developing. Northampton School for Boys at the vanguard. Jack Lewis, the captain, with a big paw over the cup, and they'll lift it and lift it all night.
Kat, the trophy is also a vessel, and it'll get used in that way. Whatever's inside it, we don't know, but that's where this is going, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's what you always do. I think one of the best moments I had was drinking champagne out of the World Cup trophy.
It tastes better, right?
Oh, of course. Same way as your faster on Twickenham pitch, it tastes better when it's in a trophy.
So the last piece of protocol that needs to be followed. This photo, and this one will live for a long, long time on mantelpieces for years and years. And it's got a great story attached to it now. Important they get this right. Attentive to the last, the boys from NSB. The champions at Allianz Stadium today. Or wherever you are watching on from, and we hope enjoying these pictures. I'm sure from an NSB perspective you are. We will be bringing more sideline reaction too, so stay with us, as well as these pictures of the team celebrating, hopefully speaking to NSB's coaching staff, as well as the player of the match, George Cooper, and maybe Jack Lewis as well, if we can tear him away from the celebrations, that is. We have managed to peel away one of the coaches from NSB, and it'll be great to hear a little bit more about the inside story of this wonderful season for them. So let's go down to Alex and the team.
Well, these are fabulous moments for the Northampton School for Boys players, who are greeting friends and family off the back of a brilliant triumph here at Allianz Stadium. And it's a great pleasure to have Phil Bowman alongside them, the man who sets the plan, the man who's pulled the strings, and the man who's brought it all together, and the man who is bringing the trophy home. Because I know it's been a long time in the planning, but before we get into the journey your school has been on, tell us about the here and now. How proud a man are you of what your charges have done today?
We talked before the game about how proud we are of the boys, but actually how proud the shirt is for the boys to be in the shirt. So how proud they're going to be to wear it, but how proud we're of the boys to represent that shirt. The journey they've been on this season has been fantastic. Out there, the performance, they would give absolutely everything for us. They've led the whole week. They're a special group of boys, these boys. They've put the planning together themselves. They've gone and executed and played like pro players, and we treated them like professionals for the last 40 hours of build-up, and they've gone out there and delivered like professionals.
Phil, just give us an idea of the programme at Northampton School for Boys, because we know rugby's voluntary there, but you look at the setup and the athletes out there, it must take a hell of a bit of commitment to produce what we saw today.
Yeah, we go above and beyond the staff, but that's because the boys go above and beyond. So 7:30 in the morning, they're in the gym on a Monday, and that sets the culture and the tone of the week. They've got a leadership meeting Monday lunch. We have video analysis. They'll do S&C. We're really fortunate we've got a good link with the Premiership Club, and that therefore supports, and we try and share terminology there. But they'll double down on 2 big contact sessions in a week, and then a captain's run. And then every Saturday we have games that feel like cup finals. But that prepares you for this when you're actually at Twickenham and playing the cup final.
We know now how much it's a squad performance, but to have the likes of George Tonguia and then have Massimo who raps, come on, I really do hope he raps. How good is it to have that depth that you can rely on players off the bench to come and finish off games for you?
We've had 34 boys play first team rugby this year, so to only be able to play 21 today is always challenging. There were some really difficult conversations, but fair play to the boys that didn't make it today, because they're in the stand supporting being the 16th man. To have a 6'10" second row run on with another boy who's 18 stone at half time. Yeah, it left with the dynamic of our physicality, and Massimo Raps, fair play to him, changed the game, picked up the tempo after Caelan did a fantastic job.
I was going to say that I think he needs a bit of speed work, but then he got the offload off the floor. So I was like, he just got caught from behind, unless he thought he was walking it in, but then the offload to give Jack Lewis his try, which he probably deserved. I mean, it must be hard for him coming back from being Prem Player of the Month to then take the field and have to play with all eyes on him, and probably the opposition going, right, I'm going after him because I've got to prove a point. But the way then he passes the ball on, he'll do a little tip, and then he gets his reward on the support. Shows the class of the man.
Yeah, Jack's an epic captain. His leadership skills to bring everyone along with him is fantastic. And he prides himself on his ball carrying, his physicality. You saw that out there, and fair play to Epsom because they closed him down a lot from what he can do. But also the nous and the understanding to not always be that ball carrier. The learnings he's had down with Saints, therefore, probably transformed since he's come back. He's come back a stronger player, and we can't wait to go see him playing in the Premiership next year.
And tell me about your emotions, Phil, because obviously you're not on the pitch. You're watching. Do you get nervous? Are you edgy on the bench? How did it feel watching that performance?
That's probably the most nervous performance I've had. We've been really lucky. We've had now 9 finals in the last 13 years, which has been phenomenal, and everyone's a once in a lifetime. And every single game in a cup run, never mind a final, your heart just goes up and down until you hear the final whistle. Even when you know you're in the clear, you still can't therefore stop it. You'll have seen me grabbing onto the bench, you'll have seen me pacing up and down. Fair play to the fourth official, because I think he spent most of his time telling me to get back in my technical box just out of me being excited.
You may have to grab on some of your players tonight as well. I imagine there's a celebration or two in the offing, and deservingly so.
Irrelevant of winning or losing, getting to a final is an amazing experience. So we'd already got plans there for a nice presentation at Franklin's Gardens tonight. Make sure we can celebrate the boys for the journey they've been on. Some of the boys out in there have got some really unique stories. They've played 4 finals in 4 years. But lots of the boys out there, that's the last ever game for school. And they're suddenly getting to where for end their school career, lifting a trophy at Twickenham. Is that not what dreams are made of?
You're telling me about it.
And then he's got every phone call on Pub Watch just to make sure that he knows everything that goes on by it comes tomorrow.
We're going to swap you out, Phil. Thank you so much for coming to have a chat to us. Well done again. Let me take that. And I'm going to bring in George. You can swap over. Tins and Freddie alongside. Player of the match, George, come on in. Very nice to see you. Mike, Freddie, I'm going to give you that. If you can sing nice and loudly into that, that'd be fabulous. Well done, you. Cheers. Your coach was just saying this is what dreams are made of. Not only playing at Allianz, tries galore as well, and a trophy to go home with.
Yeah, definitely did not expect it. You know, the boys have been working so hard all season. You know, this has been in the making for 7 years now, and you know, as a group we got closer and closer, and this is just the final product, and it ends our season, final game of schoolboy rugby with such high.
Did you feel that you were in the zone? Because they kept kicking the ball to you also, which I was like, stop kicking it to him.
Yeah, I was pretty thankful with that. I mean, it played into my game, so yeah, their mistake, my win.
If you can, just describe the feeling of diving over the line to score a try twice at Allianz.
First time, you don't really get to bring it all in. You don't really know how to experience it. So it's good to get a second one to fully gather it all in.
And then it's someone else's fault that you didn't get your third.
Yeah,
right?
I know. If only.
Can I ask you a quick question as well? So I'm old enough, and you might well have played against Paul Shields at Northampton, front rower, but his boy today, Finn, at 10, he's doing his GCSEs this summer, is that right? So he's got, so Finn Shields at 10, still got a lot of schoolboy rugby to be played, but how well did he pull things for you today as a young guy playing up above his age grade?
Well, obviously his brother Hugh got injured early in the season, and he stepped up massively, year 11, playing 2 years up, and he's massively controlled the troops, you know, pulled everyone together and led from the front. So yeah, he's had a stellar season.
And quiet night tonight, double homework and early bed, or are you going to be allowed to let loose?
Tonight. I hope we get off tonight.
Good on you. Listen, George, well done to you. Amazing performance. I'm going to say well done. I'm going to give you a handshake. Well done to Mike and Tins. I'll take that off you. You take your Player of the Match award away with you, and we're going to bring in Jack Lewis now. It's a bit of a revolving door, who's coming in not just with a medal around his neck. Jack, lovely to meet you. Alex, Mike, Freddie, I'm going to give you that, but with a trophy as well. Have yourself a seat. The faithful are behind you.
Next year, we'll be fine.
Tell us, first of all, how proud a man you are to have done what you've done today with a great group of boys, I imagine, from your school.
It's been pretty unreal, really. Like, it's been a long journey. I mean, last year, losing in the quarters, it was a horrible feeling, and, you know, a lot of early mornings and late night training sessions as a team. I couldn't be proud of the lads, you know. Hugh would have been captain if I wasn't there today, but it's not nice for him, but I know he's helping us as much as he can off the pitch, so yeah.
Yeah, and then your coach is saying you've had 30, I think he said 38 players playing this team. How hard is it to have those conversations about not being the players that have been involved, played first team matches, not be able to play in this game?
I mean, obviously it's horrible. Like, this is the game you want to play in. Like, it's the biggest game of the season, and that's all you want, really. But you know, the lads understand and they help us out in training and things like that. And without them, we couldn't be here today, and we couldn't have lifted this trophy. And it's a group effort, I think, and that's what NSB is all about.
And I know you played a bit of England pathway, a bit of stuff at Saints. How much has that helped you for a game like today?
It's helped me massively. Like, going into it, like switching from being with the first team and then here, and like switch mindsets. But there's so much by the lads that are in there helping me out so much with things and leadership roles. So that's been great. Like,
you mentioned that. I mean, you've got Prem Player of the Month with Northampton, England under-18s in the Six Nations. You've captained your schools to the Continental Tyres Schools Cup. You've scored, picked up a yellow card as well. You are going to have to put the bins out and wash the car at some point, I imagine. But how good is life for you right now?
I mean, it's pretty good, yeah. You know, I'm just happy I can do it with such a good group of lads, and you know, do it with my mates, and that's all that matters, really. Yeah.
And what's next?
Off with England a week, so that a bit chilling out before then, get back training, and then out with England. So yeah.
Life comes to you pretty fast. Listen, well done to you and your team today. Absolutely brilliant, Jack. Thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us. We'll let you take the trophy. We'll let you go and take on the shoe army once again. What a noisy bunch they have been. Listen, well done to you and to your team. Thanks so much. Good on you. Top man. Superb performance. I'll take that off you as well. So, fellas, quick final words. What a day. What a brilliant advert for schools rugby. And at the end of it all, deserving champions in NSB.
Moment of the day, what are we going for?
Well, I think your commentary would be right up there. I think the last gasp penalty from Ewan Coveney for Maidstone, but I think probably the skipper's try for NSB to seal the deal in the grand final.
And a word on the atmosphere as well. I think fair play. You know, the schools have turned up. It's been brilliant.
And every year is a step forward. Another rung up the ladder.
I mean, we've had a stone army, we've had a shoe army, we've had every army that you could possibly have.
It's been absolutely fabulous. Well done, you. Thank you so much for joining us, Fred. Good luck for the rest of the season. Probably see you on Monday for another pod record. And thank you to all of you for tuning in and watching wherever you've been dialed in from. It's been brilliant to have your company today. A fabulous day here at Allianz Stadium. 3 great finals. It's well done to Hartpury College. It's well done to Maidstone. In the grand final, the biggest game in schoolboy rugby, it is well done to Northampton School for Boys, deserving champions at the end of a brilliant season. Thanks for watching, and from all of us, we'll see you soon. Bye for now.